Ladies and gentlemen, you are very welcome to this, the Elden Ring Beginners Bracket number 3 for PC using Seamless. Of course, joining me here is the wonderful, the illustrious. I actually dragged him out of retirement backwards through a briar by the looks of things. But yes, LBU, how the hell are you keeping? I hope you're as excited as I am for this, brother.
I am fired up, Endo. We have just a phenomenal tournament in front of us. I got to say hats off for how you've put together these tournaments. I think they're really, really cool. The idea that you have there, just very, very happy to be a part of it. I think it's a really cool thing for the scene that you're doing, and I'm fired up to say the least.
Well, I'm fired up too, and let's just take a quick look and hope that nothing breaks at the builds here real quick. Does look like we're having Heavenly versus Pablo round 1. Does look as though the health pools are pretty much on par. We have the bit of poison going on the side of Heaven, and Pablo is rocking those Starfists, so it makes a great change. But LBU, I'm hyped. I don't think I can wait anymore. Wave 1, it's going to be a best of 5. Pablo in blue and Heavenly on the right and red. All right, let's get it on a 3, 2, 1, allez. And away
and the
we
bolt
go.
Is in. We are going to see the physics coming out immediately here. The jumping attack. We're going to see the fist mirror trying to find the way in to get that chip any way they can. Resetting to a neutral. The jump comes in over the running R1 here as they just kind of reset back with these jump neutrals here. But the trade comes out now in favor of Heaven. The R2 from the side of Pablo unable to catch it, but the trade comes out still in favor of Pablo. Heaven trailing a little bit behind now, and with fist weapons you can pull that back very, very quickly. So we'll see how you can do it. Trying to set up for some corner pressure, but Pablo able to just kind of slowly walk out of that now. Heaven looking for a reset. Jump from Pablo here in neutral, trying to find the way out. The running attack's going to miss, but the trade comes in on the R2, able to break it out, and the running attack is going to catch us there as well. And the trade's trying to come out from Pablo here, but trying to come out from Heaven rather, but Pablo is just a little bit too aggressive on these fists, and we're going to see the tier chip now come out from the side of Heaven as well, and he is just really in a bit of a deficit here, Enda.
Yeah, a huge deficit here. Fist mirrors, as you said at the very beginning, they're fairly frantic. There's an awful lot of damage that can be done very quickly. And look at this, just keeping up that pressure.
No.
And borderline, no damage taken there on the side of Pablo as well. What on earth?
Yeah, and a little bit that he took, he was able to swap over to that Blessed Dew and the Swaddling Cloth and just get it all back. So finishing pretty much at full health is a very, very good first round from Pablo here.
Yeah, very, very good first round is right. And trying to keep up that amount of pressure is just really, really impressive. Like, we do see, I just asked contestants very, very quickly not to use the greases or anything like that to reset health. I think that it's just better for everyone that we just don't have them in.
Yeah, a little bit easier for the viewers especially.
Yeah, no, 100%. So if you could kindly not do that, that would be very, very cool and pro. So we would appreciate it. So, but LBU, like we said about those fist mirrors, they're just kind of crazy the amount of damage that they're able to do. Those R2s can come out, do insane amounts of damage, and then they're just immediately back in again. It's kind of absolutely nuts. Like, I remember in the last FOC LB, we had Bron versus Space, and trying to explain to people that, yeah, he is a 1,000-point lead and he has tier, but this is like two R2s
Two well-placed R2s, yeah, and it's even. One of the things I particularly like about the fist weapons, and I think one of the reasons that they are just such a good, strong setup right now is not only do you have like your unreactable chip damage and things like that, but those R2 and the way that you can mix up those R2s are just so strong. They're a perfect roll catch for a panic roll, anticipating a running R1. They're great for trading, and I mean, Pablo just showed us all of that. There were several times that we saw Heaven trying to find his way in with the running attack, and Pablo just met him with the R2, and you're going to win that trade every single time.
Yeah,
so
and one of the
really
things
good
as well,
play from Pablo.
One of the things as well to keep in mind is that at higher levels of play, most certainly, is you can use those crouch R1s to try, if they do attempt to go for the strafes and the running attacks, you have that option to crouch, hit them. It is really good tracking, better tracking than either the R2s or, funny enough, the running R1s, so it can make a pretty huge difference. So that is another thing that's worth keeping in mind. 1 second now, we do seem to be having some issues. I know, issues in a tourney. That's absolutely
that would
impossible.
never happen. That would never ever happen. I don't know what you're talking about. We've never seen that
Let's
before.
just see. We are waiting for our players to get back in now in a second. Yeah, just I'd say leave and rejoin is probably the easiest. There we go. We're back in. Nice suit. Nice suit. But yeah, like fists are just one of those setups that can just do nuclear tier damage. They have really good tracking. They have an unreactable attack. They're just really, really strong. But either way, it does seem as though we're getting our contestants back in now. LB Pablo is up 1, and it just seems as though Heaven is coming from a little bit of a deficit. So I'm curious to see how this one is going to go. Are you ready, LB?
As ready as I'll ever be.
Oh God, that's terrifying. All right. 3, 2, 1, allez.
And we are under match. We're going to see the Physic trade come out here against Serpent Hunter now from the side of Heaven. Very interesting decision here. Goes for the jumping R1, does manage to land it, tries to get the roll catch off of the neutral R1, but the jump pressure from Pablo gets right back in his face. Keeping him out, though, is the side of Heaven. 2 connected R1s there. The jumping attack comes out, does manage to find that, goes for the R1 for the trade, and the chase down comes in. But great spacing from the side of Heaven, able to use the corner to his advantage and find a poke there to cup him out. You're going to see the swaps now come through for the talismans from both players here, respectively, just trying to keep as much pressure as they can. Man, Heaven may have found the answer to Pablo here, but it looks like Pablo is going to get some back. And like we mentioned before, the Frost Stomp! That is not something I've seen in a long time. Very cool to see that come out. The jumping attack's going to come out now. Trade still in favor from the side of Heaven. The roll catch now comes out in the Vortex. Unable to catch the next one as the running attack trade. But see, with the damage of the fist, Pablo already trying to pull it back. We do have a tier advantage from the side of Heaven, though. The rolling R1 there trying to catch the pressure. The running attack is going to pop that tier, and now we're seeing a very even set of health. But Heaven says not enough for him. He's going to level it back out, and he's going to take the lead with that poke. And the jumping R2 coming out now from the side of Heaven. The roll in to get away from that Serpent Hunter. We do see some roll trades coming out here, but Heaven able to find the Vortex. Can he finish it off? Goes for the running attack, unable to catch it, and the running R1 now from the side of Pablo. Interesting, we don't see any feather swaps yet, and there it is. There's the blue feather swap, trying to make sure he can stay alive here, but he's got a lot of health to go through.
Ooh.
It is possible with Fist, down to 71 health, though.
Yeah, he's very, very close here, and we see the swap over here on the side of Heaven back onto Fist himself. Amazing finisher, and we do see that the 4 Harfrost Stomp just does so much work here at the positioning, but that's going to be forcing a 1-1 LB, and that's...
I love the Serpent Hunter pick into Fists, because the one thing that Fists lack is a good answer to keep out. And if you're able to keep them away from you with something that either has hyper armor, good trades, or something like straight swords that has those backswings to keep them away. And that was a really, really intelligent choice from the side of Heaven to switch to something saying, hey, you know what? The fist mirror didn't work. Let me swap to something to actually counteract these fists. And that was a really, really good job of showing how well you can just be adaptable in the fight.
Well, the same thing kind of goes for a bunch of setups that have very high momentum. Having the ability to just go, no, you are not. And I have hyper armor that basically says I can stop you, but that's enough yabbering, LB, because we do have both of our contestants in. Are you prepared?
I don't know if I'm prepared now with the changes we've seen from Heaven. I'm excited.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, and a 2, and a 1, allez.
And here it is, the bolt in. It looks like we are going to see the same setup now. Can't blame Heaven for not wanting to swap it. It's working out for him. Jumping R1 is not going to find Pablo actually sprinting underneath it. Same, great minds think alike, but the trade now coming out again in favor of Heaven. Pablo having a hard time getting around this. Resetting to a bit of a neutral here, getting some talisman swaps over. We are going to see the thrusting talisman now coming out from the side of Heaven, really trying to lean into those trades. Great poke there, but doesn't decide to pressure off of it. He knows when he can get out. He had a really good hit point there where he can get out safely, and the trade comes now in favor of Heaven, trying to find the pressure here, going for the jump attack against the side of Pablo, but now we're going to see that damage coming out the fist. The jumping R2 after the combo, very good idea there. Heaven able to see it, get the read, and get out. A bit of a health advantage for the side of Pablo, and Heaven really needs to find a way to level that out with how much damage these fists can do, and he found the way to do it there, and the 2 well-connected R1s.
Oh, and that jump attack then to try and punish the Shunter. That's the downside to Shunter. It can be jumped if they don't free aim, and on top of that here, what Pablo really needs to do is to play off of those strafes. Shunter is fantastic, but its tracking is questionable as I say it. Ain't the caster's curse comes in as he's forced back now. Pablo really into this long neutral, tries to go for that strafe, but he's going to be interrupted and just the presses. Beautiful strafes there. Has to follow up with those R2s though to maximize that damage and really put him away, but both sides are super, super low. LB goes to that jumping attack. It's not going to be enough. Listen, Heaven's playing fairly cagey, and I can't say I blame him, but Pablo takes
really
the damage.
Running attack. The strafe coming out from Pablo to get around that. You mentioned it before. We got to see those R2s come out there, but we're going to see Heaven now try and find the jump attack. Goes for the free aim. Great idea on the free aim there. Just did not have the right direction on it. Heaven does have a bit of a health advantage here, but in any minute that could flip with the way these fists work. Great roll catch on the jump. Goes for the poke. Gets the anti-air, and that's Heaven going up 2-1.
2-1. Oh my lord. What a round, LB. Heaven up now 2-1, and this could be it. If Pablo doesn't find the timing for those strafes, now I do believe both of these players are on quite high latency. Again, it's open, so that's more or less it is. And whew, I'm super curious to see what Pablo's going to do. We've seen some strafes come in at the later part of that set. Definitely going to be worthwhile. But it just remains to be seen whether or not we'll see a proper adaptation here on the side of Pablo. He's doing really well on fists. He's had a huge improvement from, we'll say, the first time he showed up in these beginners brackets. But I'm super curious to see how this next one is going to go. And just like that,
I'm with you. We need to see some type of adaptation from Pablo to get around this Serpent Hunter.
Yeah, no, for sure. But, LB, the ladies and gentlemen of the audience, on a 3, on a 2, on a 1, allez.
And here we go. Again, we're going to see the physic trade coming out here. Immediate jumping R1 from neutral from the side of Heaven and able to get away from the kind of great prediction to get away from that attack. And now we're just seeing the pressure come in with the side of that Vortex. But the jumping R2 is going to come out and almost even out their health. And that jumping R2 from neutral from the side of Pablo. Great read on the attack. Great way to counter the pressure. But now he has him in the corner. Uses Frost Stomp to try to get him out. As the jumping R2 comes out. Traded out now from the side of Heaven. And Heaven with the roll catch is away from it, going for the running R1. And actually manages to find it. The tier pop now coming out from the side of Pablo.
Nice.
Now, great run for R2 though. Manages to catch him on it. Heaven is falling lower and lower as we move forward. Still has that tier to pop yet. We'll see if he can find a way to get it out as the jumping R1 coming out. Great strafe and movement from the side of Heaven to kind of run around that and jump over as we need to see the pressure coming in. But oh, Pablo finds it, and there's the fist. There's the R2 trade. Still winning out against the Serpent Hunter, against the Talisman. Manages to find it there. As you see a Horse Frost Stomp really just trying to find any type of chip he can. The Blue Feather Swap now early from the side of Heaven, trying to make sure that he can stay alive in the event that one of these vortexes come through. Great jumping R1 there. I like the free aim, really trying to get that range there, but unable to find it as the running R1's going to come out. There's the chip damage there, but the trade now coming out from the side of Pablo. Unable to find it is the roll catch from Heaven. Heaven at a slight disadvantage here. Pablo is looking pretty good. We do see actually getting close to a bleed proc. Finds the time to get it, but there's a catch. Cleans it up.
Oh me, oh my, we found one of the answers here, LB, and that's going to be Heaven taking that first win of the tourney so far. Well played to Heavenly One on their first showing here in the beginners bracket. And Pablo, not going down without a fight, LB. Not going down without a fight at all. Like, I do like those jumping attacks to come in and try and initiate those fights. Definitely a really, really nice showing there on the side of Pablo. He knew that the tracking on the Serpent Hunter isn't great and he could get away with it. But, at the end of the day, we didn't see those strafes come in well enough. You have to go for those strafes against Serpent Hunter, because otherwise you're just going to take hyper armor trades. And on top of that, it's kind of you're in a catch-22 as well, LB. You're looking at it, you have some reasonable damage, but if you go for those running attacks, you try and hold to try and get a roll catch in the charged R2, or even just stand there, wait for the roll, and then go for a little bit of pressure. They can just press out of it, and you're in for another trade. So
absolutely,
it's just interesting.
It's one of those things. It's the forever, of players finding hyper armor and trying to find a way to get around it. It's just the constant mind game of, can I press or are they going to swing at me?
Yeah.
I think Pablo adapted really, really well. Actually, that was a much closer one than what we've seen, in some of the other matches that he had against the Serpent Hunter. So he did a really good job of really angling in those. Like I said, I think free aimed our jumping R1s that a couple of them I thought for sure we're going to catch. So that's one thing. Just shows, the use of latency there, that you can get some pretty interesting interactions with those jump attacks. So really good efforts there from Pablo, but Heaven just had the trades, he had the reads, he knew the presses were coming, and he was able to, really go above and beyond on the Serpent Hunter. Yeah,
he really did. And looking forward towards the rest of the bracket is going to be Skoden versus Mburn. Mburn's, of course, been around a fair bit on both PSN and PC, and Skoden's a relative unknown, so I'm going to be super curious to see how this next round is going to go.
It'll be very fun.
While I get all of this shenanigans and tomfoolery set up, LB, do you have any kind of closing thoughts on that last round?
Yeah, I think, like I said, I think we saw a lot of really good things from both sides there. But again, I mean, the Serpent Hunter answer to the Fist is not something that I think any of us expected to see. So really hats off to Heavenly for really just thinking outside the box and deciding to go for something that, and we didn't even see them really utilize the vortex too much. They were really just using it as a keep out. That's one thing you and I chatted about earlier, is the keep out against Fist is a really good option if you don't want to mirror them. And that's exactly what we saw Heaven do. They did a great job utilizing their hyper armor. They did find a couple roll catches. The jumping R1s also are exceptionally good on Serpent Hunter, and we did see them throw some of them out and get some catches on Pablo as well. So, just a really, really good, fundamental match from the side of Heavenly.
Yeah, one of the things as well, at higher, again, people always say Serpent Hunter isn't good, but keep in mind, with good free aims, with decent, press control and having excellent reads, it plays into all of these things. Like, if you can read that they're going to go for a strafe, you can get that guaranteed. If you can read that they're going to go press, you can press. It has an awful lot of options despite the very clear counterplay. So I don't think it should ever be discounted as a setup. Like, we've seen in brackets in the past, LB, tragically, people run in with Serpent Hunter, it seems really, really strong, and then all of a sudden they just get backstabbed, and I think Ruth in one of the tourneys ages back, literally just backstab after backstab after backstab over and over again. So it does go both ways. If their reads are as good as yours, you're going to be in trouble. But we'll soon find out. We will soon find out, as we are starting to get Skoden in world, just waiting for Embern to come in. And let me just log the score. So that's going to be Pablo 1 in the last round to 3 from the side of Heavenly 1. And now Embern versus Skoden. And we do have Skoden in. So let me do some shenanigans, chat. That's crazy. What do you think we'll see any other interesting setups as the tourney goes on? I know you've been out of the loop a little bit, but do you have any expectations as to what we're going to see? I think thrusting sword could very well.
I think that's one of the nice things about doing a tournament of this fashion, where we're bringing in, maybe players that aren't as diverse in the meta, right? Maybe players that don't have hundreds of hours on Fists and Shamshir and Thrusting Sword, that we get to see some really cool, different adaptations. I think one of the previous tournaments we saw some really cool setups involving like offhand CGS and things like that. So it would be very cool to see some of those things. That being said, obviously the best chance that you're going to have is using something like Shamshir, Thrusting Sword, or Fist. If you're good enough mechanically to pull those weapons off, you're just going to run over most of the weapons. So it's kind of a catch-22 for some of the new players. Do they put a bunch of time in on the really meta setups, or do they really just focus on honing their fundamentals on a setup that they're comfortable with? And is that what we see them play, right? Because at the end of the day, comfort is always going to be a better pick over what weapon happens to be better when you look at the frame data, right? Like comfort's always going to be the pick that you want to go for. So I'm really curious to see if we're going to see some of those comfort picks, or if we're going to see just pure Thrusting Sword, Shamshir, Fists, and just kind of that constant rotation of the three of them.
Yeah, no, it's been funny. Shamshir has seemingly fallen from grace just a small bit. We are just having a little bit of trouble getting Embern in real quick. Yeah, she's just re-uploading, so she should be here in just a couple of moments. But from my perspective, people were saying that Shamshir is kind of not quite as strong given the restrictions on poison that you can have in it. But to which I answer very simply, why not just put Poison Mist on that thing? It's still legal. You can still run it. It can still do some serious damage.
Yeah, and you don't even need to run, like, if you're running, pure strength or something along those lines, and you just have the Poison Mist there as simply just all the weapons that don't particularly need an Ash of War, Shamshir is definitely one of them. You get a guaranteed backswing in a lot of situations. You have guaranteed pressure in a lot of situations. It is just the I like frame data weapon, and you don't necessarily need to have an Ash of War on the weapon to really make it work. That you can absolutely use something along the lines of Poison Mist. You're going to get a lot of pressure on. You see it used actually a lot on the Holy side, as though you use the Sacred Blade, right?
Sacred Blade,
because
for
same
sure.
idea. You don't really need an Ash of War. You get something that's going to increase your DPS and increase your damage, and that is what you're going to run. So I think that's definitely one of the things that people probably could use more. I don't think it's sure if it has poison isn't more impressive. Absolutely. Doesn't need it though, right?
Yeah,
that's
for sure.
You have to ask yourself at the end of the day, does it need that anymore? Do you need to run poison on it? Do you need to have the rot bundles on it? Probably not, right? You can, in pretty much any setup that isn't Fists or Thrusting Sword, you're going to have priority most of the time. And again, you get those backswings, you get a lot of those things. So I think it's a completely fine in the place that it is, and still well on the S tier list.
So one of the things to keep in mind as well is, like, you talked about the frame data there, LB. I can't believe it. As a frame data, it just has such low recovery on everything. It's so non-committal. You'd swear it took notes from me about relationships. But like, it is a very strong setup. It has no recovery. Same as Fists, really, just without that extra damage. And I think that's why people, as a general rule now, seem to be favoring Fists much more. It just has that low recovery. Yes, it lacks the range. Yes, it lacks the back swing. It has, but at the same time, it still has so many more options there compared to like 90% of the game. I think for PvP's rule set, for example, using Rot to have a justification to use the rest of the game, other than the 3 or 4 top tier weapons that exist, is kind of fairly telling, I reckon.
I would agree with you on that. I would agree.
But yeah, I'm curious if we'll see any straight swords. Straight swords are, of course, still they're one of those setups that they're still very, very strong. They still do insane amounts of damage.
Absolutely.
It's just the problem.
Straight swords they're one of those setups that you kind of have that get away from me button without having to utilize on a slow attack with hyper armor, right? They have a relatively quick attack. It's absolutely fully reactable, but if you treat those weapons as I am going to whiff punish anybody that tries to press me, right? Or I have the read that they're going to run at me with fists. I'm just going to L1 into them and I'm just going to break them, right? Like you can really utilize those backswings as well to keep them away from you. And like we talked about earlier with the side of fists, really the biggest issue that folks like fists have is that they can't really get in against keep out being something like straight swords. So I think that's the biggest use for straight swords that we probably don't see. It's not like it used to be back a year and a half ago where nobody could reaction roll it and those things and you could just treat it like a vortex weapon. It's not that weapon, but it is still a really solid, really solid good choice. It favors your fundamentals. You have to be good fundamentally. You have to be able to whiff punish with it. You have to be able to put yourself in a position to roll catch with it because it's not because it's so reactable that it is a really strong setup, and I do hope we see some of it.
Yeah, we're just waiting now for Embern to get into her corner, which hopefully nothing. All right, here's the moment of truth, LB. Does everything break? Oh my god, it didn't. That's crazy. We do have Embern in red versus Skoden in blue. Ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, on a 1... LA. Well, yeah, there we go. Now, boom, there you go. Go.
LA, there it is. Alrighty, we are going to see the physics coming out. We're going to see Halberd with the off axe. I love the idea behind this setup here, going for the running attack quick as a side of Skoben. Embern trying to find a way in. We do see the fist. Halberd on his back, ready to swap. The flaming strike coming out, trying to find some pressure moving forward there. The running attack now coming out from the side of Skoben. Does get traded out, though. Embern unable to land that R2. Skoden able to punish it. We do see the talisman swaps coming over onto that bull goat as he's trying to find the pressure in. Good little poke there from the running R1. Tries to chain it into another here. Really just holding the neutral down against those fists. It's not letting them in. Great read from Skoden to get away from that. And there's that pressure coming in. The running attack now coming out from the side of Embern. Going for the Ash of War. Actually gets hit by the flaming strike. And now the L1 out from the side of the axe trying to find it. But there's the offense. And he does! Able to get the roll catch off of it. The running attack and a roll catch though from the side of Skoden with the offense spam. Really trying to find a way in. Embern trying to say, nope, get back away from me. I'm ready to play. Pulls the fists back out. Trying to find a way in. But I do think we saw a lot more damage coming out from the side of Embern when he was on that halberd. So I don't know if fists is the play here. Good jumping R2 from the side of Skoven, trying to get that corner pressure. Good chip damage now from Embern on these fists, trying to find a way into it. The beast roar coming out, and we do see the running attack now from the side of Skoven, trying to chain those in together. Great rolls from Embern, and we do see the roll in punished by the off fist, but traded out immediately from the off axe is the side of Skoden. The flaming strike coming out, not able to find much. Great read from the side of Embern, and the Ash of War comes out, unable to catch it, going for the backstab, unable to land it, but does get the R1 there, and able to trade out with the axe as well. And the running attack now from Embern, trying to chip them down. We do see a bit of a health advantage from the side of Skoden, again with fists that can flip any minute. There's the tier proc, we're going to see it level out, but the pressure coming out from the side of Skoden, unable to get away from this pure vortex is the side of Ember, but does manage to find a trade. Coming out flaming strike in favor of Skoden here, but the health still in favor as he finds the R1, and in the corner is the side of Ember and trying to find a way back. The running attack's trading out now. The jumping R2, great press there, but the R1 coming out, unable to land it. Great reads from Skoden there. Phenomenal avoidance, able to roll out of the attack and strafe the next one. And now we're just going to see in the back foot is Ember, and there's the fall right there. Skoden taking it 1-0.
Skoden taking the first round. What I wanna compliment Skoden on. Definitely something they've been working on a fair bit, because I know how kind of annoying it is to do. Those aim downs on the run attacks on the halberd, giving you that extra little bit of range. Oh me, oh my. That was textbook. That was textbook halberd play. Utilizing the offhand, using those flame strikes from Kilo there to try and just either to just peel off and alleviate just a little bit of that pressure, or alternatively, which I think is also a really, really good thing, just using that as a mix-up. True, not as good as something like off-dag or off-stock, but having access to that flame strike just to go, you're trying to strafe me? Press. Good night and good luck. try again, pick another setup to strafe my halberd on, I think. But I want to say as well, good showings here on Embern. Some really nice Ashes of War coming out as well. The piercing fang.
Yeah, like I said, I actually think that Embern was doing a little bit better on the halberd. I do think that fist weapons are one of those weapons that if you don't truly understand them to a very high level, they can be pretty hard to actually pull off. And that's where something like those mix-ups from Embern on the halberd was a little bit stronger that I saw there. But we do have both of our both of our players in our respective corners. There we go. Lost my words there.
We got there in the wind-up, LB. Either way, ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, and a 1, allez.
And here it is. We do see, again, the flasks coming out from each side here. And we are going to see Embern back on the halberd here. It was working out for him. Halberd office is a phenomenal setup. The trade's coming out now pretty even there, but it's going to be a health favor from the side of Skoden. It must just be a build difference here. We have about a 300 HP advantage from Skoden before they even start. But we do see now the pressure coming out. Jumping R2, really good free aim there, trying to catch that roll as running R1's going to come out. Unable to get the strafe, though, is the side of Embern. And now we're going to see the fist coming back, and there's that chase down. Goes for the Azure War, but gets punished by the Artifacts from the side of Skoden.
Yeah, really good stuff here. We see their flame strike coming out there and the roll catch there with the off axe. Off axe isn't very popular. An awful lot of people tend to go towards off Shamshir, but it is really solid. You do have the ability to backswing as well, although not as well. He tried to dead angle that one, but just too close and still got clipped with the flaming strike. Embern eating another flaming strike herself, forced back, and the roll catch coming out there. Skoden is incredibly dominant, but both sides are very low. We need Embern to see going for a tier skip though. Oh, and that doesn't matter. We do see the catch.
Great showing from the side of Skoden. I really liked baiting out the flaming strike, right? We saw Embern space it out 2 times, and he said, okay, you're going to space it out and punish me. I'm just going to do the follow-up. Yeah. Really good play from Skoden there. Great read on his opponent to know that he was going to try to come in off of it. He was going to try to get pressure off of it. Just takes a huge chunk of damage from the R2 follow-up on that flaming strike. Really good halberd play from Skoden. Yeah. Halberd is one of those setups that if you do not properly utilize your offhand with the neutral R1 mix-ups, it falls very flat. You obviously know this very well with the hours that you put it on halberd, right? You need to have those mix-ups, and you are phenomenal at doing those. But if you do not have those mix-ups, you just get strafed and you just get beaten, right? So really good side from Skoden here to utilize the offhand, utilize the normal attacks, utilize the jumping R2, utilizing the running R2, things that are unstrafable, utilizing that flaming strike, just really using the whole arsenal. And I love to see that from really solid halberd players, that they utilize all the buttons.
The only thing I will say as a warning to people, those jump attacks give you so much disadvantage all of the time. You have to be careful with them. True, you get extra damage off of it, but I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think it's particularly great as a thing. That's what I've been told, that's what I've found, but either way, LBU, oh my god, it does seem as though we have both of our contestants in. Skoden 2, Embern 0. LBU, are you ready?
I'm all set.
Hells yeah. And a 3, and a 2, and a 1. Allez.
We actually saw the talisman change from Embern to actually get the maximum amount of health, even health here. As like I said before, he was kind of starting in the 300 deficit. But the Shamshir coming out now, really trying to try something different here. Just as the roll uneven from both sides here. The running attack to pressure though, and now we're going to see that flaming strike in the corner, trying to find the pressure. Great R2 usage of it again to find the trade from Embern. Embern now trying to find the pressure with the Shamshir, going for the running attack. Reset to a neutral running attack from Skoden. He didn't want a neutral. He wants it flipped over. The running R2 comes out, almost gets punished. So the backswing nearly catches him. Great avoidance. Rolling in, going for the off axe there, and then the neutral R1, trying to set up some type of combo here. As we do see, must be a poison on the off axe, because we do see a poison ball has come out there from the side of Embern. Yeah,
I believe we've seen just a little bit of a bundle there to get a little bit of extra oomph on the offhand there. Definitely a good idea to have some status on the build, especially with Rotband, but I think poison bundles just on the halberd alone, given all the ghost hits we're going to have, is probably a good play. But Embern is in an insane life disadvantage. I know she's on fist. Oh my god, that hit from Kilo. I felt that one. Ow!
That was the free aim down right there. Yeah. Just really trying to use every bit that we could to get the attack. Great strafe coming out from Skoden. Skoden's just playing so incredibly well, and just the perfect spacing, able to get away. Great read on the attack. As we all know, that is an unreactable attack, so rolling it is purely based off of a read. So great read there. Does get chipped out by the second. The Asher War coming out from Embern. Embern on fist, so even though we do see a 1,000 point deficit is entirely possible, they could flip it, but with the way Skoden's playing, I don't know if we see that happening. Great pressure pressure, though, from Skoda. And there we do see the running attack comes through. Tries to find the pressure with the Ash War. And there it is again. Almost finds the R2 for the tier skip there. Another pressure coming out from Skoda. Trying to find it. There's the Flaming Strike. Goes for the R2 and lands it. And there's the pressure out. And Ember just had the classic, it's my turn to press the button, and Skoden did not let that happen.
No, did not, and that's going to be a 3-0 sweep. And I just had Nunchuck Steve has asked what the builds are looking like. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we do have this fancy little overlay that we can look at.
68 strength.
That's going to hit like a truck, especially on those fists. Oh my god.
That's a lot of strength.
That's a nuclear tier damage coming out there. Ow. It was seen though. I want to say though, GG's to Ember. That strafe there towards the end, that was super, super tight there to try and go for that jumping around, get that a crazy amount of damage in, but it just wasn't enough. The mash just wasn't the play there. And we see the flaming strikes then come out again on the side of Skoden, like, whew, that's definitely not my build. Interesting. All right, well, that's bricked. That's good to know. We won't be going to that screen anymore. Good to know. But yeah, it's crazy the amount of damage that you're actually able to get out. And, at the end of the day, really, really solid showing from both of our contestants. Very, very well played. Thanks to both of them for coming in so far. And we're getting towards the end of round 1, LB. It's going to be Christina versus Half Fractured now in the next. So I'm super curious to see. We've seen a fair amount of variety so far. I know Fists have made a pretty big return here on this one, but do you have any kind of closing thoughts on that last match?
Again, I mean, I think Skoden did a great job of showing how you play Halberd, right?
Yes.
You see so many folks that think, okay, I'm using Halberd, that means I'm running an attack, right? That means I'm running a strike, and maybe I use Flame Strike. But utilizing the offhand, mixing it with those neutral R1s to get those trades out. And also just really good knowledge of knowing that they have priority when the mash comes out, right? That whole reason that they won that last fight was understanding that they kept priority and that they were able to take those. And that's a huge knowledge thing to know, that when you have priority versus when you don't. But again, I think Ember did really, really, really well. Again, the vortex from Fists near the end there, nearly getting that tier skip. I mean, in a matter of a few seconds, nearly pulled the fight back entirely, and that is where Fists are so strong, right? And Ember showed a really good job of how to do that, and it was actually Caster Curse, because I just mentioned that they were down 1,000, and probably we could see a flip, and then we immediately see that flip. But again, I mean, really, again, just hats off there to Skoden for keeping it cool under pressure.
Yeah, for sure.
1,000 damage comes through, and you hang out, you roll the next attack, and then you pressure out. So really, really good read there as well. Just honestly, hats off to both players in that one.
No, they did really well, and I'd said it before the tourney started. It's really hard to communicate to people. Yes, someone may very well have 1,000-point lead and have tier. That's about an R2.5 right there going in to do the damage. At the end of the day, it's very easy to get confused, to say, oh my god, this is unwinnable. But we've seen even in again, the last FOC, Braun was one hit for about 2 minutes and still managed to get through while unreactables existed, which is how that man managed to do that in that round, I'll never know. So you can still, with decent reads and very good play, you can still get away, despite the fact that people can just hit you really, really hard. So I'm going to be super curious as we move forward into this round. We have Christina in World. We're just waiting to get Fractured in, and we'll be able to crack on. But it should be, I'm super curious to see how this next stock is going to go. Not to spoil it for everyone, but we do see the dreaded TS. The dreaded framed at I'm going to chill in neutral for 20 minutes setup. So I'm going to be super curious to see how this one does and what we're going to see on the side of Half Fractured. So this could be curious.
Thrusting Sword is, and it's one of those setups that it really wants you to just hang out, right? It wants you to whiff punish. It doesn't want you to run at them. But when you grab that weapon and you two-hand it, you want to run at them.
Yeah.
So I'm really curious to see, are we going to see the really well-disciplined patience of, I'm just going to sit right outside of your attack range the entire time. If you move forward, I'll move backwards. If you move backwards, I'll move forwards. And the second that you attack and miss, I'm just gonna hit you for free, right?
Yeah.
Are we going to see that play style, or are we going to see the, I want to do the running attacks. I want to do the running R2s. I want to do the jumping attacks, right? Because it is one of those weapons that the second that you pick it up, that's just what you want to do. You want to sprint at them. So I'm really curious to see, because that is one of the weapons that does require a fair bit of patience to really make work.
Oh, we're actually seeing one of my favorites come out here. I say
Uh-oh.
through gritted teeth. LBU. It does look to me as though it's going to be a TS into PSGS. I love PSGS. I really like PSGS for so many reasons. It's really cool, very high damage, Vortex. It gives you an awful lot of options. And of course, TS has the ability to press on everything. This is an uphill fight here for Fractured LB. And I'm going to be super curious to see if he's able to pull through. Are you ready?
I am all set, Enda.
All right, on a 3, on a 2, on a 1. Allez.
And we do actually see a punish from the side of Christina, and is still going to safely get out the flash there, but the punish immediately traded out from Fractured. Great roll from Christina to get away from there, and that's actually power stance straight swords from Christina.
Ooh.
I actually do quite like this matchup for the side of straight swords. I think it has a really good opportunity. Good jumping L1 is going to manage to land that. A bit of a 300 health advantage. We do see the talisman swaps coming out from Fractured here. And is Fractured using a talisman to meet the requirements to use these weapons? Is that what I'm seeing?
It does seem as so. Siluria's are kind of a very
stat-intensive,
weird setup. Oh my god, that was beautiful!
From Fractured. So Christina able to roll everything, get behind. Really good discipline to wait for the roll and go for the roll catch. And Fractured reads that and immediately finds it. Good swap to the heavy thrusting sword, going for the running R2 into the flaming strike. We do see the L1 jump coming out from Christina again, really just trying to punish those neutral chilling out. And we do see the L1 coming out, another vortex trying to find an attempt from the side of Fractured. Christina resetting to a neutral, trying to find a way in, and Fractured just really just hanging out, even just outside of the range of that jumping L1. Does not want to get too close, does not want to have to lose any type of pressure. We see Christina almost forced against the wall while Fractured's hanging out in the middle of the map. Really, really good movement pressure here from the side of Fractured. And Christina trying to find the way in now. We see the slowly walking forward, the dangles back and forth. The jumping R1 is going to land there from the side of Fractured and just hangs out. Resets it back. Great punish, actually unable to land it, but really good spacing from the side of Fractured to try to find that L1. Christina able to roll out of it. Good read to know that they kind of had to buffer that roll and get out immediately into the corner now. The jumping R-Tox are going to come out and trade out. The L1 breaking out from the side of Christina and walking away. Learned the lesson one time once it stayed in. Oh no, the L1 coming out now from the side of Fracture. Really just trying to find the pressure in. Wave dashing up. The jumping R1 is going to manage to land. We do see the pressure coming out now from the side of Christina. And Fractured actually goes all the way from 1,000 health back to 1,000 with the tier skip. Really, or the tier pop rather, really good pressure from Christina, knowing that she can get in. Again, we've talked about these straight swords being the whiff punish weapon. We sit out, we hang out, we wait for a mistake, we punish, and Christina's showing that really, really well. As we're going to see you just trying to find a way in. Each player probably looking for a jump here. I'm going to guess from the side of Fracture, trying to find a way to really just get in and finish this one out here, keeping Christina on the back corner here. As Christina now trying to find the way forward. The running R2 coming out from the side of the thrusting sword, and we do see the swap back over to the straight swords. Oh, really good dead angle from Fracture, able to get away from that as the jumping L1 comes through, but able to find the roll catch here. Not quite. Christina able to get away and just resetting to a neutral. Each player playing this very, very passively, very patiently, which is the correct way to play this matchup. If you walk into those Celerias, it's going to hurt a lot, and Christina has already learned that. As we do see the punish now coming out, going for the jumping R1, unable to land, but unfortunately, Christina also tried to trade out with the jumping attack, so we do just see a bit of a neutral reset. The jumping attack coming in, and here comes the roll catch. Unable to find it is the side of Fracture, trying to find the way in. Actually just backs out. Misses and just hangs out, but great trade coming out from the side of Christina. Unable to find that. Oh, good running attack from the halberd, though, is Fracture. Christina very low, trying to find the jumping L1. Does manage to find it, going for the pressure now in the corner. The running attack from the halberd coming out now from Fractured, and each player is low enough. This could absolutely change. Good running R2 from the side of the thrusting sword, but reads the pressure, is the side of Fractured, and able to clean that one up. I would got to say that Enda, for the way that match started, to end at only 108 lead from Fractured, sure. That's a really good match.
I will say as well, on this is going to be South America into, I believe it's Europe, the far side of Eastern Europe.
Oh, okay.
So it's going to be quite a messy one. Siluria's, just by virtue of the fact that it's a PSGS, has some really, really solid damage, and you can force those trades, is definitely in the advantage here. The fact that you can force those trades, unless Christina goes to that. We've seen that TS come out at the end there and very, very nearly turn that match around. She might be in a spot of bother here in this one, but it's early days. We're only 1-0 so far. So this could go either way, but we do have both of our contestants in. Christina in red, Fractured in blue, and ladies and gents, in a 3, 2, 1, allez. In a second. Trust. Real. There we go.
Really interesting. We see Christina running bull goats here, and I'm wondering if that is if they're getting to the points where they actually get knocked back from the L1 to make those vortexes even harder. Because I think that's about the only reason you would run bull goats into the Celerias.
Yeah, looking at this here, looking at the armor set, you can get to it. I'm just not sure with that helm. I know that I would usually swap over to line on the Lionels go gold. You have the bull goats here.
The EU helmet.
Yeah, the real EU helmet for real. So it wouldn't shock me if she's on the cusp of it at the very least. It's definitely close thereabouts. And again,
good backswing.
Yeah, really nice backswing there. We're seeing a life disadvantage here for Fracture. Christina's playing very, very cagey here as well, LB. She really realizes that she can't afford to go for those trades. Oh, look at that. And speaking of trades, Caster's Curse comes in again. As we are going to see Fractured forced on the back foot there just a little bit. And there we go. We are going to see just the beast roar there from the bestial roar there from Kilo. Did maybe trying to catch a menu in here, but we're not seeing very much. I'm kind of curious. Christina hasn't swapped tallies yet either, but she has them in the corner, LB. And that late press there on that was a really good play.
Yeah, good pressure on the jump attack to try to... Usually when you have them in the corner like that, you see that's where the L1 spam comes out, but the jump attack to get it through. And again, Christina just finding the chance, doesn't even need to swap talismans, is able to just find the pressure off of Fractured. They're Fractured on the back corner. Great spacing, just unfortunate with the recovery there from Christina, able to just roll out of that. But great spacing for Fractured, especially on any type of latency. For spacing and jumping L1 from straight swords can be kind of tricky once you add a little bit of ping in there. So really, really good spacing from Fractured here. Christina trying to find a way forward here as you see the jumping L1 coming out. Great pressure now from Fractured. Fractured going for the, Christina, I got to hand it to them. They are not trading into these at all. They get punished, they back away, they run away, they reset to neutral. So that takes a lot of patience. Good jumping R1 coming out from Fractured, just unable to connect as Christina is able to roll that. As we do now see in the corner is the side of Fractured. But I think Fractured wants to be here. Fractured is trying to trade out, but great backswing, great keep out from Christina there. Knows that if we just throw the second L1 out, they're going to try to punish it. Great backswing, 4 health now is the side of Fractured. The jumping R1, really good mix up there, just trying to find the pressure. We do see the two-handed thrusting sword come out, goes for the R2 from neutral. That's an interesting choice, but we have a 2,000 health advantage here. If Fractured is able to pull that back, that would truly be a miracle, but the L1's going to come out there. Again, just great patience from Christina. Gets punished and doesn't mash into it to try to win, right? Just backs out, good running R2, cleans it up. Christina really, really, really well played this one, and almost completely 180'd off the playstyle that we saw previously.
Yeah, one of the things that I really like about having longer sets, this is just a kind of a personal flavor thing, is it gives players time to figure out what's going on. And I think that that's hugely important. Having best of fives most of the way through the bracket, at least in main bracket, I think is the way to go at the very least. Because it gives those players, most certainly on these multi-region tourneys, it just allows you that extra bit of time to kind of go, okay, this is the latency, this is the spacing I have to have. I can mess around the first stock. I can figure out, I can get comfortable, I can get cozy.
Yep.
And then it can just pay dividends as a result. And we're seeing that happening right now. But LBU, real BU, the players are in. Everyone's here. And shout out to one of our coaches who totally checks the Discord for coaching stuff. Frosty, good to see you in, brother. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, on a 1. Allez.
And here we are immediately. We do see the tiers fastest coming out. The Beast Roar from the side of Christina, trying to find the pressure and switching back over to those straight swords. If it's not broke, don't fix it. We do see actually a 600 health advantage from Christina before we even start. I'm not sure what changes were made here from Fracture, but Fracture going for the L1, really good job, evens it right back out, and immediately finds the pressure. And as Christina now just backing out, we do see that talisman swap come over, getting back over to the swaddling cloth. You really utilizing those ghost hits, get some health back, and the Blessed Dew on top of it. So we're actually negating any type of damage talismans that we see. Like great jumping R1 from Fractured here. Fractured trying to find the pressure forward, goes for the regular L1 here, and now trying to find the pressure. Great turnaround from Fractured, baits in the attack, and the jumping L1 from Christina trying to get something back, but now we see a huge health health advantage from the side of Fractured. Fractured doing a really good job of adapting to this fight and to this place now that Katrina's going out. The L1 jumping is going to get punished out from Fractured, now going for the L1 again in that, trying to find that vortex, and the jump comes out for a really good bait, tries to find the L1, really good idea there, but Christina just, happened to roll the other way. Fractured wasn't able to find the connection here, but we do see resetting to neutral here, trying to find the way in. Christina now just hanging out, saying, okay, I got to figure something out here. I'm just going to hang out, get some health back. You can walk into me. I'm going to keep you out. And we do see the running R2 now from the swamp to the HTS. Really good way to try to get in from Fracture, knowing how Christina's going to play this one out. The jump comes in from neutral from Christina, just trying to force something to happen. Great trade from Fracture. Tries to find another L1, unable to land it, and another reset to neutral here. The L1 coming out from Christina. Great jump from Fractured, gets over it and forces a reset from Christina all the way back. And we've mentioned this a couple times, and Fractured kind of hanging out in the corner. I think he wants to be. He wants to force Christina in, and we just get L1 coming out. And there's the downside of being in that corner is the backswing coming out, unable to get out, but Fractured able to flip it around now. Resetting to neutral and finding them in kind of a nice little neutral here, moving forward, trying to find the way in. Good running attack from the HTS, going for the Flaming Strike, trying to find the punish. The L1 punish comes out, but unable to get that. Christina, aware of it, actually spaced it, but went ahead and rolled just for good measure. And now the Vortex comes out, able to find that one, and that's why you roll it for good measure, right? And L1 now trying to find the pressure, able to dead angle behind. Great spacing from Fractured, but just unable to connect that one. The backswing unable to land from Christina here, and Fractured's kind of hanging out with this advantage here. We're going to have to see quite the Vortex from Christina, and there's a 42 health, and I don't know if we're going to see her be able to pull this one back. Christina in the back corner trying to find the pressure forward, moving into neutral. The fists now coming out from Fractured. That should pretty much seal this one up. Great avoidance, and the trade comes out, but again, it is a trade with 42 health, so we do see Fractured taking it up 2-1.
We are, and I believe at least one of our contestants wasn't rune-arced. Oof. That's going to be...
Is that the difference between the 600 health difference?
Yeah, I think that's the difference there in this one.
That'll
Just as a reminder to everyone, my Discord is currently bricked, so if someone would be so kind as to just to remind, who has the perms to remind... Oh, never mind, I fixed it. Rune Arc blocks. Yeah, make sure you're rune arced on that one. Owie. But yeah, we're seeing from the side of both of our contestants here, like having that ability to just be able to force those trades on this slat definitely gives these Silurias a really, really solid showing here on this one. I'm going to be super curious to see if Christina's going to be able to pull this one back, as I totally remember to update the score. For real, on God. Things haven't changed, LB, believe it or not, after all these years. But either way, both of our contestants are in. This could be it if Christina doesn't pull it back. And ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, on a 1, LA.
And we see the immediate flash from each side here. Surprised that Christina hasn't gone for the punish. She punished the first round and has just kind of left it there. So kind of curious to see that. But we do see the jumping R1 coming out from Fractured. L1's coming out, trades out in favor of the side of Fractured. Actually, Christina in favor on that one. Very interesting. We do see the L1 now coming out, trying to get the roll catch. Great jump in the corner. Nowhere to go. You got to roll it. Tried to space it. Ran into the wall. The jumping R1 coming out. Great roll from Christina here. As Christina just trying to, we've seen her play like this. She gets her health advantage, and now she hangs out. She's waiting for Fractured to come in. Playing keep out. It's get away from me. If you come in, I'm just going to hit you. Jumping attack, trying to come out. Great delay there. And the backswing manages to find a trade. Tries to come out from the side of Fractured, but I don't know if that was aim punch off of the straight swords, but I don't actually think any damage came through. But Fractured now really kind of in the back foot here. Great running attack swap from the halberd here. Really good mix-up actually to go for the L1 to try to get the roll catch on the delay there. Really, really good idea there. And actually we do see it, trying to level this out a little bit more now is the side of Fractured, and back over to the PSGS. Great backswing from Christina and great anti-air as well. And now it's looking not too great for Fractured. We're talking about a 1,400 health difference of him to pull this back would be actually just phenomenal. But we do see Christina now just trying to solidify that, and again, not getting too aggressive with it, understanding that her health can absolutely disappear with the vortex from these PSGS, but it's great jumping L1 there to find it, and the backswing possibly comes out. Actually doesn't even bother trading, says, you know what, I'm not going to risk it. I have such a huge health advantage. I'm just going to hang out and force them in. And again, really, really good plays here from Christina for being able to recognize that and not fall into the pressure of just trying to get the kill. Good running R2 though from the side of Fracture, trying to level this out any way possible. The jumping L1 comes out, and the backswing is going to be able to catch it and finish it out, and we're going to see this level out at 2-2.
This is match point here, ladies and gentlemen. What we're seeing here, LB, just as like a kind of a macro take on the match, whoever we're seeing take the lead very early on seems to have an advantage going all the way through this, and it kind of stands to reason given how trade heavy all of these fights are going to be. It does make a huge degree of sense. Like, if you're on Silurias and you're not getting those trades, kind of rough, right? Because you need to force that bit of damage, and being at a massive health deficit, and with Christina actually taking that the first hit there and doing a crazy amount of damage off that first touch, really, really nicely done. And it's definitely making Fractured play a little bit more cagey, but that remains to be seen as we move on to this last stock, LB. Are you ready?
I am ready. This is going to be a match point for Fractured and Christina.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, and a 1, allez!
And here it is. We do see just trying to find the Sacred coming out from Christina. Also not starting on Life Ring. I don't know if that was intentional, if that was an accident, but we do see great jumping L1 coming out, but that's going to give Fractured the health advantage just from being able to start on that talisman early, but doesn't matter. Christina able to find the keep out. Does manage to get a trade, though, but still health advantage is favoring Christina. I really like the Sacred Blade here coming out, really just trying to find any little bit of extra damage. As you mentioned, whoever kind of takes the lead early tries to find a great backswing. Again, we see a trade come through, but that's what the straight swords do really, really well. They keep you away from them, right? You get the trade, but you're stuck there. But great spacing comes out, tries to find the vortex, sets out a Fractured, able to find the aggression to get a little bit ahead now. Great avoidance on the backswing there from the side of Fractured. Christina actually even delayed it a little bit to try to catch that secondary roll, but Fractured able to just get away from it, running R1s in a land here, and now we're seeing Fractured take an early, and the trades right back out from the side of Christina, and the backswing comes in, and we do see the trade now coming in for the side of Christina, just the mashing in the corner. Again, when you're in the corner against those straight swords, and now we see almost an 800 health deficit difference here, but we are able to get over on Blue Feathered. Is the side of Fractured. Fractured really has to dial in here, really needs to lock in and find his way through this. Great running R2, but able to roll it now is the side of Christina. He's been hit by it a few too many times. Great backswing, goes for the L1 to roll catch there, just unable to land it, and the backswing behind chips a little bit there. We do see the ghost hits getting a little bit of health back, though, but the vortex comes in, takes it all away from the side of Fractured here. Christina backing up into the corner, resetting, getting over to the Blue Feather early. Really interesting choice there. Just, you know what, I'm not going to play with it. I'm such a big health advantage. I'm just going to do this now and be safe, and the thrusting sword now coming out. We're going to see the running R2 coming in, but able to space that out is the side of Fractured again with that. Oh, great running R1, but the Blue Feather swap actually saves Christina there. So that early Blue Feather, huge swap to be able to get that out, and now we're pretty much even. We see Fist versus the thrusting sword here. The running R1 coming out from the side of Fractured, running R2, great strafe. They're trying to find the pressure, good avoidance and roll from Christina, able to pull the R1 out, keep the poke back, keep Fractured away. Fractured resetting to a neutral, trying to find a way in, going for the jump R2, unable to land the R2 roll. Oh no, and the poke coming out. He's at 1 HP, and he's 1 HP. Can he pull it back from 1 HP? Christina trying to find him in the corner here, as we do see actually swapping over to Red Feather. Excellent choice there from Fractured, because at 1 HP, nothing's going to save you with Blue Feather. Get Red Feather, get the damage. The Bestial Roar coming out now from Christina. Christina able to sit back, and actually, I could be wrong, Enda, but I believe we see a Blessed Dew and a Blue Feather.
We have a rule break here, but it's not actually going to matter, as we are going to see. For rule breaks like that, I think we just let it play out, and then we talk to players at the very end. But yeah, that was 1 HP, still managed to clutch it, and even though that would have been a point to Fractured regardless, that was still a really, really good round to be, especially on that latency, LB. And I think that's an important thing to keep in mind. To be that low against something like the thrusting sword, oh my god, that's
Yeah, that's a roll everything moment, right? You don't try to space anything at that point. It's like, oh, they're running at me and looks like they're going to do the attack. I'm just going to roll. And we actually saw it was really good avoidance from Christina to just like, oh, he's running at me with fists. Yeah, I'm just going to roll. Like, I'm not going to try to get the punish. I'm just going to hang out, value my life here, and roll away. And that's really, really, we saw really good patience from both sides. And that is something that I think it takes a long time for players to really get the gist of how patience works in a match, right? Because you have people that will just run you down that are very, very good at doing so. But being able to sit back, keep cool, and just kind of, get through the tournament nerves and find your spacing, find your punishes. Really good job from both sides. Honestly, that could have went either way. I was super, super happy with how that one played out. That
was probably one of the closest matches we've had in these beginners brackets so far. Both of you played absolutely amazing. And you know what? GG's for both. I know there was the rule break. I just talking with Christina. I understand it happens. Listen, it's happened to me as well. We make these mistakes. We'll try and make sure that it doesn't happen again. And thank you for both of you for putting on one hell of a match there. I know it might have been
phenomenal match.
Might have been a little frustrating to play in places, but that's the nature of these open brackets. We want to make sure that we're anyone can join. That's one of the main things, and it does seem as though we're getting our next contestants in, which is going to be Doesn't Matter Shoe versus Smaxy. So I'm going to be pretty excited.
One thing I wanna just highlight on the match that we just saw is something that I think you and I have talked about. I've discussed it with Bevan and Frosty and some of them as well. Is that the power stance straight swords into PSGS really is a player matchup. That is a very very even matchup, and this just does a great job of showing that. Right?
No, for
You have
sure.
straight swords. You have the trades and the pressure the PSGS can give, and it's just really really good to see such two evenly matched players have just a great set with a pretty even matchup in terms of weapons as well.
Oh, for sure. I mean, looking at when I think of PSGS into Straight Swords, it's a matchup I've played an awful lot recently. One of the things that I generally like to keep in mind is I have to force that roll. I do have an unreactable on the side of the straight swords that I'm just able to poke them out and give them a spot of bother.
Yep.
You're able to force those rolls. You can also, by just by virtue of existing, if they overextend into your space, you immediately have that extra press. It's a really fun matchup, and if both sides have access to tier skips as well, which is also huge. And yeah, it's a really solid. I love that matchup. I've had so much fun with it in the past, and good to see that even at these we'll say, not no offense to the players, but these slightly lower levels of play, that we're able to see both players really engage with each other and have a really close match as a result. It's wonderful.
And that's the whole point of a tournament like this, is that you can have matches like that, right? And I think that is awesome that we get to see two really really well versed players that are very equal setup, equal skill, and you get to have one of the more exciting matches that we've got to see so far.
No, for sure. And I'm going to be super hyped to see now this next match, because Shu has done really well in previous tourneys, and this is Smaxy's first showing in these beginners brackets, so I'm pretty stoked to see how this next one is going to go. We're just waiting for our players to get in, so they should be here very very shortly. And yeah, I'm pretty stoked to see how this next one is going to go. Obviously, Shu has done really well. She got third place in the last one, just about missing out on the prize of not being able to to join in on the next one. Let me just.
Well, hopefully we'll see some good play, and she can solidify that prize of not being able to play the next one. If she places third again, though, I think we might need to investigate a little bit. But I'm really excited to see how this plays out. Both of these players should have relatively decent latency to one another. We should see. I'm excited to see what type of setups we see. Are we going to see the fist mirror? Are we going to see some thrusting swords? We haven't seen a lot of Sham. We saw Sham about twice. And it was really just swaps too. I don't know if we're going to see a lot of that, but I'm hoping for it.
Just before we go on, I'm going to take this opportunity very quickly to fix this overlay.
Oh, look at that!
I know, isn't it
That's
cool?
Crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. It does seem that it's working. Is it working? I'm so confused. But yeah, looking at these overlays,
talk about caster curse and
yeah, there we go. And I think are we sorted? I think we might actually be 65 strength, 13. Looking at all these different bits and pieces here, we are going to see. It looks like it's going to be strength into strength, but it looks like wrong stats right side. Okay, why is that being terrible? Interesting. Huh. Curious. Unfork. Well, we'll figure it out as we go.
Right stats.
Is
it
the right
stats?
Oh.
They were able to confirm. Yeah, for a hot second there, it was whatever reason showing the Moonveil Minrex, which maybe you pulled one of my builds. I don't know, but
yeah, I know.
We do see. It looks like it is working now correctly. But yeah, strength versus strength. I'm curious if we're going to see the one-handed lance. Or not the one-handed, sorry, the single lance, or the two-handed. That is actually a relatively decent weapon. It's got a really solid moveset, kind of similar to Serpent Hunter in that jumping R1. You get the hyper armor, but you also have a really, really good crouch attack as well from the side of the lance. So I'm really curious to see if we're going to see it stick out on that, or if we're going to see Shu swap to something once she notices the Shamshir.
Yeah, it's going to be. I'm going to be super curious to see how this one is going to go out. It's Smaxy in blue. And it's going to be Shu and the PSGS. Interesting.
So we're going to see both of them. Okay, that makes a little more sense.
But either way, I'll be, ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, 2, 1, we press the button, and we're nearly at the alley.
And the flasks coming out from each side, the beast, or actually the roar in general for the AR buff there. We do see the jumping R1 coming out from Shamshir, going for the R1 for the roll catch, is managing to find it, going for the running attack. Great pressure from Smaxy, and there's that Shamshir pressure we talk about, right? Once you get hit once, you're forced to just say, okay, I'm going to leave now because the pressure comes through. Great vortex movement here from the side of Shu, unable to land the L1, unfortunately, and we do see a bit of a health advantage from the side of Smaxy, trying to find that jumping R2 again. Really good utilization of that. A lot of folks just throw the running attack in on the Shamshir for, well, pretty obvious reasons, but it's really cool to see the jumping R2, the jumping R1, the running R2, R2 get thrown in there as a mix-up. Great vortex. That corner pressure comes through, but Shu's able to find it now. Gets the reset, finds 2 hits there, and does a really good job of nearly getting this push in, and the fists now coming out from the side. Oh no, the health is so low from the side of Shu, and Smaxy just chases it down. Was there a tear in there somewhere? I didn't even see it.
I think we do what we call in the business an unfortunate tear skip possibly moment there, LB. The fists are able to just output so much damage so goddamn quickly. And we're seeing Smaxy take that first stock in a very, very commanding lead. Oh my god. Shu's not out of it yet. We will have the opportunity to see if she's able to turn this one around, but that was yikes. That was a lot of damage very quickly.
She's looking really promising with the movement on the PSGS. You know, the ability to animation blend is where PSGS is really, really strong, right? Your ability to blend in to make that attack as unreactable as possible. And she's got really, really good movement there. But again, Smaxy just able to say, yeah, I don't care. I'm going to hit you because I have a Shamshiro. Right? And that is the struggle of PSGS. That is where you need to make PSGS work, is being able to dance around and you have really good spacing. So we'll see if she's able to pull it back. Looks like both of our contestants are in Enda and in their respective corners.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a 3, 2, 1, we press the button. The bolt is on its way. All going well. Apparently not. There we go. Aha, there we go. All right, fingers I love overlays. GG's. And there we go. We are going to see both of our players.
We see the flash coming out.
Yeah, both of our players here looking for that. We are going to see Smaxy keeping up that tasty bit of pressure there. Shu going for that pressure, getting that first hit right off the bat. Shu hasn't been touched yet. A little bit of damage, but that ring swap there comes out on the side of Smaxy, who has Shu stuck in the corner. Not a place you want to be, but that interrupt comes out there. And a roll catch for good measure, giving Shu an insane health lead to start off with. The jumping attack comes out there. Good patience there on the roll catch from Shu. Getting that interrupt of force back now once again is Shu. Beautiful spacing comes out there on that last running attack. Not going to be answered with any damage though, unfortunately. We are going to see both players. The jump comes through. Beautiful showing. But the L1 press, the input drop comes out. But Shu keeping up that pressure, forcing insane amounts of pressure. Oh, the fists are out. Are we going to see the rushdown come down? We are. And the JL1 comes out from Kilo, managing to get that hit. And that's going to be Shu taking a stock, LB. Oh, my lord.
Yeah, really good utilization of the jump there. That is something that PSGS does a really good job of, is like, okay, you're going to sprint at me. I'm just going to jump L1 you, right? I'm just going to hit you for 1,000 damage because I can. And I think that was really, really good showing there from the side of Shu. You know, obviously knowing her setup very, very well, is that pressure comes through. It's like that last-ditch effort. I'm going to switch to fists. I'm never going to stop pressing. I'm just going to sprint at you. And phenomenal way to just deal with that by a simple jump, right? Really, really good play from Shu. They were able to keep the cool on it, especially how she dropped the first round to something with just that exact same play style. Really good job of keeping it all under cool, keeping it under wraps, jumping up, getting the hit, and then just being able to clean it up from there. Really good adaptation comes out. Again, you mentioned with the being able to have a little bit more rounds for the contestants, we do get the opportunity to see some adjustments made in real time.
Yeah, and that will remain to be seen what adjustments we will see, LB, as we have both of our contestants in Shu in red, Smaxy in blue. And ladies and gents, on a 3, 2, 1, allez!
And each player trying to find their respective buffs, as they're going to see immediate pressure from Smaxy. Now, one thing we can say about Smaxy, he is not afraid to get in there. Oh, great straight from Shu, able to get away from the running attack, finds the poke. The trade now coming out from the side of Smaxy. Said, yep, I have the frame rate weapon. I can press R1, and he in fact did. We do see the running attack. Great chain of attacks coming through here, nearly finding the roll catch. Great spacing, though. Unable to really capitalize on it, but phenomenal spacing from Smaxy there. Gets right outside of the range, tries to find the punish there, but the recovery just a little bit too quick from the side of Shu. Good crouch R1 there, trying to find that nice little strafe attempt and knock it out, but really good jump from neutral there, but the pressure still just coming through from Shamshir. Great aggression from Smaxy, and we're going to see a commanding lead here and over 1,000 health as he tries to find the way into the fist now, and here comes that chase down that Shu is worried of, but it says, backs up, says, nope, I'm just going to vortex you instead, and we do see it pretty close to even now. Tears on both sides. What can we find? Smaxy going back over to the Shamshir, trying to find the pressure, and good jumping R2. Great spacing though from the side of Shu, trying to find the L1 now, goes for the poke, backs up, expects the attack, and goes for the jumping attack to bait him out. Great framing strike as well, and finds the R2. 280 health from the side of Smaxy. He's got to figure something out. Actually, we see the swap coming over now to the blue feather, just trying to find a way back to reset and try to find the vortex. I expect we see fists coming out here very soon because he needs to find a lot of damage fast, but actually just sticks to the Shamshir. just a war, and the Russians were able to find it out with the running attack to bait out the L1 and actually get ahead of it there. And now we're seeing it start to level out. We see no tears on either side. Good jumping R2 there to try to find the pressure. Great roll, great avoidance. It does get clipped by that one, but able to get back a little bit as the running attack comes through. Great depression from the side of Shu here, able to get around and reduce the crouch R1 coming out and tries to find the roll catch. There it is, Shu taking it in a 2-1.
2-1 so far, LB. Oh my lord, Shu is doing a really good job of throwing out those mixes to try and guarantee just to keep her opponent guessing as to what they're going to do, you know? Because you have so many options in PSGS, you know that their bread and butter is always going to be that crouch L1. It does give you... People forget the other options exist. The slight range difference in the ability to drag the hitbox on the side of this crouch R1 can throw people off guard. You have the jump attacks as we've seen really good presses late on the side of Shu to try and get those extra hits in. Mwah. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Well played to both, though. But we do have both of our contestants in. LB, are you ready?
Yeah, it's really cool to see folks take a setup that has just a really strong attack, but actually use every other attack in the setup. It's quite enjoyable to watch.
Well, ladies and gents, this is going to be Shu in red, Smaxy in blue, and on a 3, on a 2, and a 1, allez.
And we are underway. It'll be match point against Smaxy here. Can he pull it back? And on that Shamshir again, good R1 there from the side of Shu, just trying to keep him away. A great trade comes out there as well. Actually doesn't even need to trade, just finds the pressure outright, finds the damage outright. The swaps now coming through from the side of Smaxy, is able to keep that shield talisman. You see the jumping R2 coming out, trying to find the pressure. The R1 from neutral is going to land, and the chase down with the running attack is also going to land. Great avoidance from the side of Shu, great pressure coming out, good roll from Smaxy, able to get away from that. The flaming strike now, trying to get that space, wants to back up, wants to reset a little bit, and we do see Smaxy really not giving much opportunity. Good jumping. R1 finds the pressure, and the R1 from neutral in the backswing, and then we do see the trade now coming out from Shu. Good roll catch there, going for the vortex, and the jump tries to come out to get away from it, but oh, the press comes in. Great press from Smaxy. Shu has consistently not gone for the third L1 every single time she hits, baiting out that attack. So just good read from Smaxy that this time she's not going to do that, right? Really good conditioning there from the side of Smaxy to really just bait and finally set that up. We do see the running attack trying to find a way in, and there it is, going for the R1 from neutral now, able to roll it out is the side of Shu, getting away from the corner. Smaxy kind of forced it back down a little bit. The L1 coming out, able to find that from the side, and we do see the L1 coming out again. The pressure straight from Shu here. A bit of a 500 health lead here, just trying to keep that going. Hasn't even had the chance to swap talismans, doesn't need to. Great R1 in the air there to find the damage onto Smaxy. Smaxy looking bad here, tries to find the R1 in 308 to 1035. It's going to be a bit of a deficit to come back. The L1 coming through here from the side of Shu, just trying to find the pressure forward. Jumping R1. Oh, Smaxy nearly find it. Goes for the backswing. Really good reading. Now the pressure coming out here. Can he pull this one back? Nearly does. Goes for the running attack and able to land it, but the crouch R1 from Shu. Again, Shu doing a really good job of showing when I'm under pressure, I'm not going to buckle. I'm not going to freak out. Really, really good pressure from Shu there to clean that one up.
One of the things that I want to point out, though, here, and obviously it kind of goes without saying, LB, is the amount of times that Shu got really solid counter pressure off there. Smaxy, once he had his grubby mitts dug in, he was not letting go on that one. But Shu found ways to force out that counter pressure, get those presses in, get those unorthodox plays, the crouch R1 to try and change up the range. He thought he'd pre-space out the crouch L1, and immediately Shu was in, knew that she had the opportunity to get that crouch R1 out and actually manage to catch him. Very, very good shot. And she's been one of the people who's been very interested in getting the feedback from coaches and stuff, and it's really showing that they have that interest. I've been playing them a bunch. They've been playing really well, and beautiful showing here on the boat. But Smaxy's no slog. We may see him rise all the way through losers bracket on this one, LB.
Yeah, Smaxy is, again, just the pressure from the Shamshir, but also, again, the conditioning throughout that fight of, knowing that she was going to space out, never attacked, finally saw the blood in the water, went after it. Really, really good mix-ups from him as well. And that's one of the things where, your R1's really good, your backswing is good, but the ability to mix those attacks in and out and weave in and out. And we saw some really good strafes also come out from the side of both of those players. Neither one of those weapons are very easy to strafe, and we saw some really good movement coming out from both of those players as well. So I expect we will see Smaxy make a bit of a run in the losers bracket. I don't know how far it'll go, but I think he's got a pretty good future ahead of him in the losers bracket of this one. And
yeah, the future looks bright, even though he has the L attached to the name. But I'm going to be super curious now as we move into this losers bracket. We're going to keep Smaxy in bracket right quick, and he's going to be playing against Pablo. So this is going to be a return of Pablo once again.
Yes, we're going to see Shamshir versus Fists, and we actually might see the Fist mirror coming out from Smaxy on this one, because again, Smaxy did very, very well on those Fists a little bit that we saw him use them.
Is Smaxy Spooky Max? I don't believe so, TBH. Lily, we're just seeing a chat here. I just remind everyone that who cares what setups people are using, try to be nice to one another. Just chat. Well, let's try.
You're asking a lot, Enda. That's a tough ask. That's a steep one. Yeah, some might even say you're asking for the world there.
We'll see how that pans out. But we are going to wait for both of our players here to get in. It is I'm delighted. It means I don't actually need to change one of the names. LB, this is so pro. I'm shocked, appalled at the players actually making things easy for me. This is crazy. But yes, Pablo is back in. I'm going to be super stoked to see how Pablo. Are we going to see a return of the Gugs CGS?
I hope so, and I love that setup. Like I want to use it. I just don't want to have 50 endurance on a build. But I'm sure it is. It's really cool to see. Again, it's nice. It's refreshing to see those setups that. Yeah, everybody knows how to play meta. Yeah, everybody plays meta, but it's really cool to see people use other setups and do well with them. You know what I mean?
Yes.
We've seen it a couple times on, I think it was the EU side of PlayStation. One of the players was able to make a pretty good run with like a great sword. It's really cool to see those types of players come through and to see that type of just change, right? Yeah, I can play Fists and do well, but let's use this because it's more fun. But I do believe we are going to see Fists versus. Oh no, we are not. We are going to see the Uggs off PGS.
It is here.
I am fired up for this one, Enda.
I'm actually curious now to see the endurance. 43 endurance. Holy moly. You weren't lying, LB, versus the 31 here in the side.
It's an arcane build. Interesting.
Huh.
I didn't expect arcane.
You know what? Let's play this one out. I'm super stoked for this one, LB. Pablo in the red, Smaxy in the blue. And ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, 2, 1. LA.
And we are going to see the Fists from Smaxy. This is going to be quite the challenge for Pablo. But again, we have hyper armor from both sides now. Good poke, finds the pressure, goes for the backswing, unable to land it, but finds the pressure again with that hyper armor, goes for the running attack. They're really good crouch cancel actually to get into that running attack. Really, really good movement there from Pablo. But we do see the talisman swaps now coming out from the side of Smaxy, and Smaxy still able to find a commanding lead on the health here. Ooh. Finds the R2, able to get away from it, is the side of Pablo, and finds the pressure in. But unfortunately, this is kind of a I stay in and swing setup, and the running attacks from Fists are going to do a really good job of dealing with that. Good R2 from Smaxy, baiting the rollout. None able to find that attack. Great usage of the offhand here. Going for the poke attack is the side of Pablo, and then the running attack from the side of Smaxy, but traded out again from Pablo. Great attack. We're going to see the bleeds got to be coming soon here, and we are going to see a talisman come through to negate that. I mean, you got to think that's a lot of the damage that we could have seen right there. It could have been a very close fight if Pablo was able to get that proc. But we do see that poke coming to and the trade coming out and goes for the poison is missed and unable to find the pressure there. Really good usage of it, but oh no, the Fists just absolutely run over it with the running R1 into the R2, and Pablo is unable to see that coming and get away. So we do see a commanding victory from Smaxy going up 1-0.
Can we just give Pablo the point anyway for being an absolute legend real quick?
I think maybe.
Can we discuss that in the rules? Is that allowed?
Well, as if running offhand CGS with main hand Uggs wasn't hard enough, we decided to do it on Arcane, and that is again I think this man's been doing some sessions with Frosty or something along those lines. But again, I mean, I am a huge fan of it. I think it's really cool to see different builds and different utilizations. And we actually saw a couple knowledge checks against Pablo there as well. Against Smaxy with just using like the third R1 of the Uggs to get that hyper armor to trade through. And that's kind of how you play those hyper armor weapons. And he's doing a really good job of it.
Can we just decide collectively as a community to call setups like this the dude setup, LB? I think that's kind of the play here. But either way, it is going to be Smaxy in blue, 1 point up, versus Pablo in red. Ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, 2, 1, alley.
And the respective buffs coming out from each side here. And we do see the Hoarfrost Stomp now trying to find a little bit of chip damage. Is going to be the side of Smaxy. Pablo able to not get away from that one. Does fall a little bit good running attack, but the pressure just immediately there from Fist. Does find the trade, and actually, is that a combo? Into the offhand, but finds the roll catch with the Poison Mist. And we do see a Poison now on the side. Gruesome Poke into the Bleed Proc. And now we're going to see the Poison Mist coming out again. We're a huge health advantage from the side of Pablo here. And the running attack is going to land. We're going to see the tier pop there as well. Leveling things out a little bit. We still got a whole tier to go through for the side of Pablo. Now, those Fists can do it very quickly as the running attack comes out. Great avoidance from Pablo there. Able to get away very close to being scot-free. Good running attack there. And great jump from Smaxy there to find it. Good spacing there. And now we're going to see the pressure start to flip over on Pablo here. Do see the R2 coming through, but it trades out with a running attack and the roll catch coming out. And the combo into the CGS. And now he's trying to find the jumping attack. Unable to land it, but that poison is ticking end to end. We're going to see the Ballas come out here. Actually, that's a bleed polish. The poison is still stained. The poison is still ticking. And there it is. That's going to be Pablo cleaning it up. The poke into the offhand CGS true combo is insane. I love that type of innovative setup.
He did it. This man, all right. Frost, can we replace Sip as Frosty Jr.? Can we replace him, please, LB?
We could. We could call him FJ.
Okay. Pablo taking the stock off of the dreaded Fist with what I can only describe as style and grace. And you mentioned if there was a true combo on that one. Yes, the crouch R1 into the CGS does true combo off of that. The hit stun is crazy on that thing.
Awesome. I'm really happy to see those different types of setups. And I think we finally found an answer. We can let the leaderboard know we finally found an answer to Fist. So it looks like both of our players are in the corners and ready to go. And
ladies and gentlemen, Pablo in red, Smaxy in blue. And on a 3, on a 2, on a 1, allez.
And we do see, again, their respective buffs coming out, and Smaxy wasting no time getting in there, trying to find the chip, and does manage to find it. We do have that poison built up, goes for the jump on it a little too early, unable to get away. The running attack from Smaxy, though, is going to take a very commanding lead. Oh, the pressure of the R2, and there is all of Pablo's health pretty much gone. Wow, what type of pressure from the Fist there. Great poke, and there's the combo coming in. Let's see how he goes off of it. Goes for the Poison Mist. He's done that a couple times. I'd like to see a bit of a mix-up there. I think there's a lot of pressure that he can get off of that. Oh, tries to find it, but great trade from the side of Pablo, reading that good Alf's hand right there to find the roll catch. Goes for the R1, and roll catches with it. Some might even say unreactable, but we do see there Pablo is going to be forced to take a bolus, going for the jump bait into the running attack. Great set from Pablo there. I mean, Pablo is really playing super well. The trade of the offhand here, and we're going to see pretty even health. Obviously, would still be giving Fist the advantage here as we do see that immediate pressure come through and the pressure coming off on those running attacks. And Pablo is in rough shape here. He's going to need a dream to make this one back. And if you find the poke there, goes for the offhand. What does he find? I do like that we see a different setup there instead of the Ash of War, because Smaxy has gotten away from that 2 times. But it's risky at 50 health. So we do see Smaxy take that one, and we're going to see a 2-1 lead.
2-1 lead so far. Well played to both. That could have gone... That's actually shocking how close that was in the wind-up there. And again, Hyper Armor is a really nice answer to those weapons that do have that a lot of forward momentum on what I can only describe as, crossing half the arena with a single press. And even though it is unreactable, you are going to take a little bit of chip. Whew, it's messy. And yes, it is, unfortunately, it is a best of 3. I did do a boo-boo with the overlay. Yeah, best of 3. That is going to be Smaxy moving on into the next round. GG's to Pablo for what I can only describe as a really cool play. Yeah, really innovative thought there to find something different. And I got to say, I'm really excited to see Pablo continue to work his way through these tournaments and hopefully, get to the point where he might even qualify to not be in it anymore. And that is eventually in time. But really good play from Pablo. Again, Smaxy. Just really good job of showing the pure fundies again, right? And that's great reads on when he can press, great reads on everything else. The Fists are just tearing things apart, and it takes a good player to make the Fists work, and he's doing a good job of it. Yeah, for sure. And managing to get those presses in as well is really, really nice. Like, that is the downside to those slower weapons, especially up against something that's much closer to the meta, is that once you get those hits in, yeah, you get your true combo, but you're kind of in you're kind of in a bad spot, right? You're going to be up against a corner. Yeah, you have positional advantage, but you've nothing to do with it, right? That is the tragedy of those kinds of setups, pretty much. But I have to say, great showing here on the side of Pablo. We really look forward again. I'm not sure if it'll be. We might be doing something a little bit more tryhardy for the pre-DLC PC gig. But, you're more than welcome to continue joining these. You definitely put on one hell of a show. And now looking at it as we move forward, LB, that is going to be Smaxy moving on. It is looking like it's going to be Embern versus Christina. Hopefully it should be a little bit closer in terms of latency. So I'm going to be pretty excited to see how these two are going to do.
Yeah, I think it'll be. I want to say Embern was running. Was Embern running Fist or was Embern running Halberd? Was he Fists onto Halberd and he had the swaps going on?
Was, if memory serves correctly, she was switching between Halberd and off Fist and just main Fist.
And just Fists, yep. Okay. Yeah, I'm really curious to see how well Christine's going to try to handle that pressure with the straight swords. Because again, great straight swords have the ability to keep some of these more S tier setups at bay and keep them away. And she did a really good job of showing that with the great spears. But again, I mean, Embern, she played a phenomenal match with the Halberd mirror that they had with the mixing in the fists. That this could be a really, really good one.
Yeah, I'm super stoked to see how this one is going to go. Both players, of course, have shown that they're not out of it, even though they may be in losers bracket. That doesn't mean very much when all the matches have been as close as they have been so far. So I'm pretty stoked to see how this next one is going to go, as we are going to get our contestants in. Let me just make sure that the players know they're actually on right now, LB. But it seems to me, from what I'm seeing so far, it seems that Hyper Armor is definitely an interesting choice to use going up against some of the more quote-unquote meta setups.
Yeah.
So,
I think if there was ever a game in the Souls-likes that has done a good job of trying to make the slower weapons a little bit stronger and a little bit better, I think Elden Ring has done a really good job of that, right? And we can see like the curved great swords, you can see the great sword, like the Claymore-esque and the Knight sword and things like that. That with that little bit of hyper armor, with the recovery changes, they're able to get those pokes in, they're able to get that damage in and do it somewhat safely. Like, everything they do is reactable, but when you're using an unreactable weapon, you play off of pseudo combos, and they're doing a really good job of showing that. And again, I think if there was ever a time that something like a hyper armor weapon could make a stand, it is in this game, in the current patch, because there's a lot of options that the game has given us.
Yeah, it really has, as we wait for our contestants just to get into their respective corners, and I do my shenanigans and change stuff. Wow, we're so professional, real and true.
True. Any truers in that?
We'll have to have some real and true copy pastas, I think, LB, just for old time's sake. But either way, we do have both of our contestants in. This is going to be Christina in red versus Embern in blue. And fingers crossed this actually functions. Nope, that is not functioning correctly. Haha.
There it is.
No, that's also not it. Oh my god. And there we go. There we are. We did it. We did it, boys and girls. Embern 0 in blue, Christine in red 0. Let's get the show on the road. 3, 2, 1. Allez.
And we are going to see Thrusting Sword possibly switching over to the straight swords. Good punish from the side of Christine. Looks like we're going to stay Thrusting Sword here to try to deal with this off-fist Halberd. But we do see trying to find the pressure is the side of Ember and really trying to force, Christine in the corner here. The jumping attack coming out from the straight swords here. The running attack unable to land. Going for the off-fist. Really good read on thinking that they were going to see the strafe there. But Christine just didn't happen to go for that there. Good off-fist attempt there. Good with punish attempt there. And we just the jumping attack now coming out. The poke coming out in favor of the side of Christine, though, as Ember trying to use some of those Ash of Wars, find some pressure, move it forward. The L1 coming out from Christine here and able to get away from that running attack. We do see the L1 again coming out, the chip damage coming through, the jumping attack to punish the flaming strike. We do possibly see trying to set up for a running attack from the side of Ember, decides not to do it, and we do see the pressure coming through here. Good neutral jump to find it there. The office going for a combo into the flaming strike, but able to get away from that is the side of Christine. Bit of a health advantage, and now we're going to see the pure fist coming out from Ember. Ember looking for that running attack there, trying to find the pressure in. Good reads from the side of Christine. The neutral R1 to find a little bit of poke there, a little bit of keep out, and Christine resetting to a neutral here, kind of forcing Ember in the corner off of movement here. We do see, was that a No, it wasn't quite a tier skip that we saw, or an intentional tier pop from Ember. But we do see the L1s coming through there from the side of Christine to actually get the tier pop this time. The running attacks coming out. We do see the pressure still coming out from the side of Ember, but Christine is doing a really good job of just pushing that pressure off. It's like, oh, you hit me, I'm just going to keep running away. Talisman swap comes through, trying to find the pressure. The running attack able to get away from that. The side of Christine, great reaction rolls there. We do see the jumping L1 trying to find the pressure and keeping Ember in back. The jump comes out in favor of Christine, and we do see the L1 still forcing through. 97 health left is the side of Ember. Ember trying to find a way through the Beast Roar coming through from the side of Christine, and there's one's going to connect, taking a commanding 1-0 lead.
Yeah, a 1-0 so far. Definitely, we will be able to see a little bit of adaptation here. Obviously, these lightning rounds for losers bracket do make it that little bit more hard to try and get people to adapt to latency and stuff like that. But you know, Ember's not out of it yet. She had a really solid showing in the winners bracket round, and now she has an opportunity to try and take that back. Obviously, the off fist as a means of taking back priority is phenomenal when the other person stays in and tries to go for those mashes. However, Christine is doing a really good job of chilling in neutral,
great patience.
Gets the hit, skedaddles back out again, waits for motion for the other person to give her something to work with. And that's kind of the key with straight swords in general, I feel. You're kind of at the mercy of other players trying to go for giving you something to work with. Are they going to roll? Are they going to stay in? But LB, enough waffling. The players are in. They are ready. Ember is in blue. Christina is in red. And on a 3, on a 2, on a 1. Alley.
And a match point here up against Ember. Can she find a way to pull it back? Ooh, interesting fist choice we see coming out. The L1 coming to find the pressure, but the thrusting sword is what we're going to see Christine stick on here. Just finds the pressure through there and is going to play very passively, find those whiff punishes, the jump in neutral, forcing Ember. Oh, great trade from the side of, or actually just great pressure from the side of Ember there, finding that neutral flaming strike to get the damage, and we do see the L1s coming back, the great keep out there, and the, tries to pseudo into the Beast Roar. That is a very interesting combo that I have seen work a couple times, so really good kudos to Christine for trying to get that in there. Jumping L1 coming out, great spacing from the side of Ember. Unfortunate pivot there to not be able to punish it, and we're going to see Christine just kind of hanging out, waiting for the pressure to come in from Ember, and then looking to punish it.
Yeah, good jumps here coming out from Christine as well. Always remember that, like, those jumps, they R2 there on the side of Ember was definitely a good idea, as we're going to see. That trying to force a trade, and R2 comes out there to try and get that extra little bit of damage. But as I was saying, LB, you know, this is actually a really good pick here on the side of Ember. But the jumps from Christine, even on this latency, is really, really solid. She knows that she can get out. She can cross that gap and get out of dodge really nicely. And that's really what you want to do against Katars. And, you know, Ember is doing a good job of keeping up that pressure, but that good counter pressure coming out there on the side of Christine.
Great read from Christine, knowing that Ember was going to stay in and just punishing that. But there's that pressure coming out on the Katars here, trying to find a poke R1 there to just try to catch a little bit of a roll catch there. But Christine able to get away. Great flaming strike to try to punish it out. We do see a tier 6 come out, and oh no, the pressure now in the corner. But the backswing tries to find it, but just too much health. Ember can stay in and trade, has the advantage to do so, and we do see her level this out to a 1-1.
1-1. This is going to be a super competitive losers bracket here, by the looks of things so far. And Christina had a very dominating round 1, and now it looks like we're seeing that, you know, again, as I talked about, that the changes in behaviors here coming out on the side of Ember, and that's really what you want to see. But there's still a stock to play around with, and it may very well turn out that we're going to see another turnaround here on the side of Christina take this next stock. I'm going to be super stoked to see this next one. Katars, obviously, having that bit of counter hit damage, having that ability to go for that chase down, and for if someone's not ready and if they're not quite prepared for what's about to happen next, you can definitely catch them off guard with those mix-ups between the run R1s and the run R2s to try and get that true combo. We're not seeing Barbaric Roar come here on the side.
I was just going to mention that. Well, one of the strongest things that weapon has to offer is the ability to get that hyper armor in, right? And we're actually not seeing that come out. Have we seen Flaming Strike? We're seeing Flaming Strike, which I think is a good choice, especially on latency. It has that little bit of a lingering hitbox that you can kind of find ways to pressure off of it. But looks like both of our players are in their respective corners for this match point in the losers round 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, on a 1, allez.
And we are going to see Shamshir from the side of Christina here, and we do see the Oh, no, I lied. We're not going to see that. We're going to see the Sacred on the straight sword there. So just a bit of a mislook on my part there. But we do see trying to find the pressure in from Ember and good jumping attack from neutral from Christina. Really trying to find the pressure in the L1. Great punish comes out. But again, the keep off from the straight sword. But the priority of the fists are able to take advantage of that. Flaming Strike now also on the straight sword. Just trying to find any little thing we can here. Good Asher War there trying to find the pressure. Good poke from the side of Ember. Really trying to push Christina back. Christina able to get away. We're seeing a way more aggressive Christina here right now than we have seen before. Great rolling attack for the pressure. Great spacing. The little bit of a pivot comes out, able to find the pressure there. Now Ember in the back corner using that Flaming Strike to find some space to get out. Christina trying to find the pressure forward. Great strafe from the running attack. The backswing is going to connect. That's a tier gone for the side of Ember. Ember trying to find that pressure and great punish from the side of Christina. Christina, a completely different player this time around than what we've seen the entire tournament. And we do see now the pressure coming in from Ember and deciding, you know what, I'm going to take it into my own hands. But the trade comes out in favor of Christine for a very, very commanding 2-1 victory.
Just as a little bit of a thing to keep in mind, apparently I did ban Barbaric Roar. So that's why we're not seeing it. Yeah, as I'm looking at the rule set here, apparently I must have gotten rid of it at some point for one of the earlier tourneys and just kept it. So that would be one of the reasons why you wouldn't see, just mentioned, I'm seeing it there, heavenly.
That's probably why we're seeing the Flaming Strike. But again, good usage of the Flaming Strike from Ember. But I got to point out, at Christina, that is not the Christina we have seen throughout any of the tournament, right? Christina has, this whole tournament, been very passive, very, very whiff punishy, very, looking for very specific backswings. And then we just see pure pressure.
Yeah.
Just comes, rinse out, Flaming Strike on the straight sword, Sacred Blade on the other one, just trying to find pressure and just says, oh, you want to be aggressive? I'll just be aggressive too. And really, really good reads on there to make that work out.
Well, one of the things that's important to keep in mind, LB, is that, like, people kind of expect certain things to come out from people. If let's say that I'm playing, it doesn't really matter who I'm playing, really. If I see that someone is expecting me to play super passive, you really want to apply the aggression then. They've watched, everyone's had an opportunity to see everyone play so far, so now throwing up those mix-ups, not only in terms of like what buttons I press, but also in play style, can definitely throw people off. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take just a very, very quick break, move on into the next round, and for myself and LB, we'll see you all very, very shortly. Do you have any closing thoughts on our round one so far, LB, before we do skedaddle?
No, just kind of what I mentioned. I'm glad to see players taking different approaches in the losers bracket. We saw Pablo on his, kind of, again, that comfort pick setup that we talked about in the beginning. Comfort is usually going to do better than picking something meta that you don't have the experience on. We saw Christina completely change the play style and just get really, really aggressive. We saw Ember change it from fists over to the guitars, from kind of ditching the halberd altogether. So I'm glad to see folks thinking out of the box, trying to find their way to make their way through this losers bracket. I think it'll make for a really, really interesting set of matches coming up.
Yeah, I'm super stoked. Can't wait to see what people have, and we'll talk to you all in about 5 minutes. Chat you all in a second, folks. Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We're actually replacing LBU with the cat. I think that would. I think
Yes.
everyone would be
I
much.
think it's a better pick.
I think that kind of suits a little bit more. We are just waiting for our contestants to get in, but kind of give us the once over on the round that we just witnessed. LB, give us the once over about how you feel about it so far. Like, what are the overall comments? You know,
Again, I mean, I'm gonna just kind of sound like a broken record here, but seeing the mix-ups and the changing in weapons and play style, I think is really refreshing because, again, you see the comfort picks come out. And that makes for much interesting play. But Christina, again, just really, really good job of using the exact same weapons, everything, but just completely changed the setup. It's like, okay, you're playing a setup that's designed to punish me for being passive. You're going to be aggressive. You're going to be in my face. You're not going to give me much opportunity. But, okay, I'm just going to run at you now. I'm just going to sprint at your face, and I'm just going to not give you room to breathe. And, like, it's not something that probably will work out in super, super long term. But when you need to win one match, that's a great way to do it.
Yeah,
it's just completely change how you are playing, change up their reads. They're going to be second guessing every single read that they have, trying to figure out what you are doing, and you're just in their face the whole time. So I think that is a really, really cool thing we see. And again, I really liked the adaptation from to see the guitars come out.
Yeah, for sure.
Again, looking for those poke trades, looking for that counter damage. Really, really good adaptation that we've seen in this bracket so far.
Well, knowing, not only is it just kind of knowing how the other person plays, but it's also about knowing what like matchups on specific latencies are going to work as well. Like, obviously it's going to be pretty rough, but you can force those trades on the guitars. And we've seen in that second match, boom, 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 trade, catching people from Kilo. And getting those counter hits as well on top of it is just huge. But LBU...
That's me.
Enough about the past. Now we see the future. A Shunter versus PSGS. This should be pretty interesting, dude. Oh my word. Alright. Shu obviously in red on the PSGS versus the Shunta coming from heaven itself. But are you ready to go, LB? Or
I am all set.
Alright, Capu on a 3, 2, on a 1. Allez.
Okay, so really interesting setup to see the Serpent Hunter come out here against the PSGS, right? Like on paper, PSGS is just going to be a little stronger, but good running attack, trying to find the pressure there, as we do now see, just dancing around each other, having really trying to find a way to make this setup work into the Shu, doing a great job, just playing on the back foot, goes for the jumping R1, actually delays it. Great delay there, but even better read from Shu to just stay in and wait for that attack to come out. It's like remembering, everything they can do, I can react, and I'll just hang out and wait for it. But speaking of which, we just see the Vortex come out a little bit from Shu there, quick 600 damage off of Heaven there. Heaven now trying to find a way to get into this. We do see the Talisman swaps now out coming over to that Bulgo, again trying to get that pushback from the side of the PSGS. Really good opportunity to run that, and we do see the jumping attack coming out and the pressure coming through. The roll comes in. Good roll from Shu, but even better trade from the side of Heaven, reading that attack was going to be coming out and finding the pressure into it. So Shu is going to be forced to change the style a little bit here, as well as Heaven now showing some really good adaptation, is trying to find the pressure, and the poke comes through. The jumping run to try to punish it, but great read. The backstep gets away from the Serpent Hunter. Good running attack from the side of Heaven, trying to find the way in. The pressure comes through, but that hyper armor is going to find a way in as the jumping L1 not quite going to land. Really good rolls from Heaven. That's twice I thought he was going to get nicked by that, and was able to get out of it, as we do see a bit of a reset to neutral here.
And the Halberd swap, we're seeing an awful lot of these swaps as means of engaging from neutral, as he swaps back over and seems permanently onto Hall Dagger, which Commander Standards, of course, is a great choice, LBU. It has insane range, has the ability to just cross so much distance, speak of the devil and it shall appear, and that off dag as well, getting that chip. From talking with Space Ranger and a few others, it's a really good pick into PSGS because once the whiff comes through, you can basically go to town. It's on to the other person whether or not they really want to press, and that comes out from Kilo, but just closes off so much of the board to them. The jump attack comes through here, but the Flaming Strike comes out. Force back now once again.
The running out one does manage to connect, and as we do see a bit of the tier pops on the side of Heaven with this PSGS, and as you mentioned, the Hell Dagger coming in here is a really good choice here. I don't know if Commander Standard is the move just because you're lacking an Ash of War to keep them away from you, but I guess if you got that off dagger, you don't really need it, right? Yeah. As now we do see that a little bit of extra range could help in the swap over to try to find an Ash of War, and the pressure coming through. Good rolling R2, but is going to get traded out from the side of Shu. Shu now trying to find the pressure and at a pretty good health advantage considering the tier has yet to pop, as Heaven trying to find the way in.
Yeah, for sure. And looking at this here as well, we see the swap over. On that heavier armor is the side of Heaven, just to try and get that pushback on the PSGS, which is, of course, exactly what you kind of have to do in this matchup. But we see the swap, the Shunter off Lance coming out on the side of Heaven, going for that JL1, but it's not going to be able to do it. Managing to get that damage, tries to go for the anti-air, but 29 HP! Not gonna be
the jump
enough.
trade, you got to be careful with that. That's a really good way to get away from the vortex, is if no free aims are coming out and you can just jump over it and find that. And that's twice Shu has done that now in close range, but Shu threw out those attacks a lot against Heaven, so I do assume we will see some type of adaptation from Heaven as he approaches this moving forward. But really good play from Shu there. As we've seen throughout the entire tournament, really good patience, really good utilization of the whole moveset, not just crouch L1, right? We see the jumps come out. We see the jumping R1. We actually saw a running L2 come out, or L1 come out. Now, granted, that could have been an input drop, but either way, it worked really, really well. So, yeah, really, really, really cool play to see come out there.
Yeah, good showing here on the side of both. And that's going to be Shu taking the first round, which is, of course, Shu's an exceptional player. I've had many's a session of fighting with Shu. Really scary what she's able to do with those PSGS, and really nice the flick tech, which I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, is basically doing a counter strafe and the hitbox becomes disjointed and strange, and it forces you to actually get... People call it vacuum tech as well, because it sucks you in towards the other person as opposed to pushing back. So it is really nice to see that counterplay coming out on the side of Shu against that build decision that's being made, and we are going to see it. Thanks, Xenos. I really appreciate that thought, brother. Definitely something I've been looking for, but we do have enough about that. We do see both of our contestants in. LBU, are you at the ready? Because it's our players.
I'm all set.
All right, on a 3, 2, 1, LA. Kaboom.
And Bolt is in. Are we going to see... Actually, we're going to see going back to Sunter here is the side of Heaven. So, again, going for that comfort pick. Does manage to make some changes to the armor here as well, possibly trying to make sure you can hit that poise break, but really good pressure from the side of Shu. Unable to land the roll catch. Good reaction from Heaven, able to get away from that as Shu trying to find the way and looking for that jump, and is able to find it, but the pressure coming out, unable to land that. There's the Flaming Strike, does get the full combo off of it, and now trying to find the L1. Rolling into it is a really interesting choice from Heaven. Rolling into PSGS can be really, really scary with all the options that they have after you roll in, but is able to get away, and now we just see the mirror come out entirely. He says, yeah, you know what, I'm done trying to throw my head against the wall. I'm just going to match it. And we actually see Shu say, yeah, I don't want a mirror. I'm just going to use fists. And we do see the pressure coming out here. Good avoidance there from Shu, trying to find the pressure in with the fist. The running attack coming out, able to get away from some of that. Is the side of Heaven, but that chip comes through. Good jump attack. Trying to delay the attack is a really good idea there, knowing the jump's going to come out. But sometimes it's better just to give up the space and try to pressure off of it. As we do see Shu making the adjustments now on the talismans, trying to find the pressure in, but the pressure coming from the side of Heaven, able to find that. The jump comes through again from Shu. There's a tear pop onto Heaven, and the damage from these fists could scale very, very quickly here. Heaven has to be careful, has to find a vortex that he can lock in and move forward here, but Shu is just not giving that opportunity. She's trying to find the pressure moving forward, resetting to a bit of a neutral, the frostbot coming out, but that's going to put Shu right into the face of Heaven. Good spacing from the side of Shu to try to find this pressure outright. It's the jumping R1 from the Lance coming out from Heaven, trying to find that one little bit of an unlock there. It looked like really trying to hit from Kilo, but unable to as the pressure comes out. We just see this pure war of attrition from the side of Shu, trying to find the pressure in with the fist, and great pressure from Heaven. The jump attack hasn't learned the lesson yet, but does hit a little bit of a trade, but against the fists, you got to be careful trading, because now we see the pop come out for Shu, and we're at a 600 health lead. That's a big difference. Good jumping R1 there to find it. The pressure coming forward off the running attacks. Good counter pressure, but really good reaction from Shu to just get away from that. 108 is now at the side of Heaven, has to find a way to get through this. We see the blue feather swap coming out, just trying to live here, and now we're going to see the beast roars coming out from Shu. Has a lot at her disposal to just find this kill and wrap this one up.
Yeah, Shu is doing a really good job getting that anti-air there. 23 HP in a dream into the crouch R1, and that's got to be that. Shu taking that stock in a very, very confident lead. Oh my word, LB. Shu is on fire today.
Yeah, I really liked the change to fists. Of Heaven says, I'm having a hard time figuring this out. I'm just going to use this. Maybe it's a comfort pick, right? Maybe it's something that they have a little more experience on. And she says, no, I'm just going to use fists then. I don't like this mirror. I'm going to go to a matchup that I like, and just does a really, really good job of showing that. Again, the pure reactions from Shu have been really on point, especially with those fists. It is really easy to trade into stuff on fists, because again, you just want to sprint at them and press R1. But it's just, okay, I'm just going to reaction roll it, and then I'll press from there, and really, really good job there.
One of the things I will say as well, abusing the tracking on the JL1 there, Shu did a really really, really solid job of just like, I realize that I can just walk around this, I can chill out, it's not the end of the world, I'm not going to press in case they go for it. And we've seen as well, really, really solid patience from Shu all the way through that too. You know, she'll roll in, wait for just whatever your opponent does, and then just skedaddle away. It's really, really nice to see, but LBU. Boom. Looking at this,
and we are on match point against Heaven. Heaven's last chance before getting sent to the losers bracket, and Shu moving herself one step forward here. And
give me the count in at your leisure, brother.
Looks like both are in the corners, ready to go. And in 3, 2, 1. Ale.
And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to see the physics here on the side of both of our players. Shu there maintaining the PSGS, showing that what the other side of the mirror looks like to Heaven here. But the roars of defiance coming out here on the side of Heaven as well. Keeping that very long neutral here. Shu wave dashing there just to try and keep up that CL1 all the way through. Forcing back now. Heaven here is being very, very cagey. Does not want to give out. Maybe tried to go for a swap there, but instead of going for it, is just kind of chilling on this. Shu rolling through it, but is going to pay for it in a flaming strike to the face as we see that pressure coming out. Good rolls here coming out on the side of Heaven. Shu is a little bit behind so far. The jump attack comes out from Kilo, but it's not going to be quite enough. The jumps come through, tries to go for a JL1, but we are going to see Heaven try and follow up that bit of counter pressure, but Shu electing to roll through it rather than get caught by it. Forced back now once again. We are going to see managing to get the catch, forced another catch there, and another. The chain comes out, LB, and that's textbook PSGS play coming out in force. Flaming strike there to just get that little bit of a catch, try and even out this lead that Shu has gotten for themselves. Forced now this roll, the baby jump comes out there on the side of Shu. Maybe running a little low on the little bit of the out stamina there. Maybe Pablo's build might have been the play, and that pressure is insane. Holy moly.
Yeah, the flaming strikes, Shu's doing a really good job of utilizing these. I really like the flaming strike. Oh, great spacing, but misses the input, goes for the running L1. The flaming strike mash comes out from both sides here. The jump attack coming through from Shu doesn't get broken by the flaming strike, but I think handily wins that trade. And the anti-air coming out as well. And now there's that vortex coming in, going for the running R1, finding the flaming strike, goes for the combo instead, and perhaps trying to find a cheeky L1 there as the side of Shu frames it behind, hoping that the roll is going that way, but just, Heaven able to fortunately roll the other way here, but Heaven not looking great. Really low health here on the blue feather, and granted, he's on fists. We could very easily see this slip around, but with the way Shu's been playing, this might be Shu's opportunity to just lock this one in. A couple well-placed L1s will do that, and now the pressure coming through. The couch L1 unable to land as the resetting to a neutral here, trying to find the pressure forward. The frostpots coming out, baiting that L1 rolling in, but Shu able to see that and not do it, as we now see the neutral just trying to find a way in as the side of Heaven, and Shu just has the ability to sit back and wait. Walk into me, I'm not going to press you, I'm not going to let you take 1,000 of my health in a single combo. There's the L1 coming through, and there's the pressure. The running L1 unable to land, as now we see the R2 coming out after the roll there. Really good usage of the R2 there, but just unable to land it is the side of Heaven, and now another reset to neutral for each one of these players. Shu just kind of hanging out, getting some health back. Heaven actually decides to make the decision, I'm going to get some health back as well. Swaps off that blue feather onto that Blessed Dew. And now we're just trying to get as much health back as he can, since Shu's going to be playing it this way handily. That's how she probably should be playing this. So he's going to hang out. He's going to get some health back. The Frostbot comes out, probably ready to make that swap. And I notice Mona's back to the blue feather, and there it is, looking to get physical. Is the side the jumping R1 going to come out? The backswing, or sorry, the free aim rather on the L1 is not going to land there from the side of Shu. Is just trying to find the pressure forward here in the reset of neutral. The Frostbot isn't going to land, and going the unfortunate misinput there again. And now that pressure is going to come out from those fists. But in the corner is the side, and there's the first L1 and the jump R2 to land. That's going to be the side of Heaven, able to keep Shu back. Says, you know what, you've been doing this all day, I'm going to do the same thing. We're going to see the darts come out here from the side of Shu, just trying to find any little bit of chip damage that we can. And I don't know how much blue feather will do here, but hopefully does enough to keep them in. And there is the fist, and I'm actually going to see the swap over to the regen from the side of Shu, from the side of Heaven. And Shu says, I'm going to go fists, I'm just going to chase you down, and we're going to win this one outright. Really good avoidance there from the side. Great spacing, goes for the jumping R2, but the jump R1 from Shu to sneak this one in, and that's going to be a 3-0 victory for Shu, moving easily into the next round.
Doesn't matter Shu, but it's some of those hits for sure mattered all the way through those exchanges. Oh my word. Like, looking at it there, going for those jump attacks and stuff like that, is a really, really strong thing. Heaven struggled to try and get some of those hits in and force back. Yeah, I see it here, man. I really didn't think that last jump would hit. Listen. Welcome to Elden Ring, my friend. Those jump attacks do be kind of funky, but really, really solid play there from Shu. And those miss inputs, man. If anyone ever wonders why I don't play PSGS LB, it's the fact that the input gets eat and I end up going on the pain train. But funny enough, it's actually a miracle that none of them actually managed to chip Heaven down, because that is a thing that happens. People are expecting the CL1, they immediately roll as soon as they see a hitbox come at them, and then they end up getting hit by the last chain of it. But a very, very good showing. Very, very good showing from the side of both of them, LB.
Yeah, I think she did a really good job showing off jumps in this match especially. Like, we saw some really good jumps in the other one, but this match especially, she jumped a lot of attacks, even like the whiff punish on that last run in R1, the jump R1 to come through and clean that up. Really, really good utilization of that mechanic, and something that I think a lot of players, they use it as a way to break neutral. They might use it as a way to try to find a cheeky combo, but she really using it at a pretty high level here to try to find that pressure in, find the punishes, things along those lines. Yeah,
for sure. But moving on, we are going to see Skoden versus Half Fractured here moving on, LB. And I'm going to be super stoked to see. Skoden is a relative unknown in the competitive circuit. And to have such a very, very good showing in that first round, very, very dominant against Embern, and really, I have to say, as a Halberd main, I was very, very impressed by some of their play. So I'm super stoked to see how this next one is going to go.
Yeah, I think Skoden had a lot of really good fundamentals with that Halberd. Again, the Halberd off dagger, Halberd off fix, however you're playing it, it requires a lot of pseudo combo and mix-ups based off of the fact that, hey, my L1's unreactable. And it does take a certain level of skill to be able to put those together, right? And doing a really, really good job of it was the side of Skoden. I really liked to see how they were playing that off dagger on the Halberd.
Yeah, for sure. And those not only the dead angles, getting those really solid reads, very, very, very nice. Very, very nice showing. And obviously, as we wait now for Fractured to get in World, we are going to see Skoden stay on this off-hand axe. It's a setup I've played a little bit, LB. Not something that I've played around with a lot. You, of course, have off straight sword, which is really nice range. Off dagger, which is, of course, probably the best version of that. And then, of course, the off... You have so many off choices. Literally on Halberd, that it definitely makes a huge difference. And I'm super stoked now to see how this next one is going to go, as it does seem as though we have both of our contestants getting in. And not as a little bit of a spoiler, while I make sure that my overlays are all looking peachy, which they are not, weirdly enough. I can't believe it. That's crazy. I have to actually... let's just take a quick look at the builds and pray it works. There we go. I think that's generally the play.
There we go.
There we go. I think it actually worked, and it does seem we have dual Solarias.
Interesting choice for the dexterity on the side of the Halberd dagger. I think a lot of times you see strength builds coming through, so I do like to see the difference. And Measure is one of the best offhands you can use. The true from kilo range is just insane on that weapon. So really, really good utilization of this build. I like the way this one looks.
This should be pretty interesting, LB, but let's see how this one is going to go. Skoden in blue, Fractured in red. Give us the count in at your leisure.
And in 3, 2, 1, Olay.
And away we go. We are going to see the physics here from both of our players. Both sides are going to be looking to just kind of like play it out to start. Obviously, the Halberd play, an even matchup according to some, forcing in that nice little bit of a whiff punish attempt coming in here. But we do see a little bit of damage come out. That tally swap almost immediately to be Skoden set up now to try and deal with that. But he is... Fractured is going to be taking a little bit of damage in that miss input. Oh me, oh my, that is going to hurt. As we do see the anti-air coming out here on the side of Skoden, who goes for a little nice tasty roll there coming out, but the off axe is going to miss. And there you go, some crazy damage. Fractured is way down, but oof, this could go either way, LB.
Yeah, Fractured did a really good job of pulling this one back and finding the pressure in with those Celeries, but now is very, very low and has to find a way through. And granted, the Celeries can do it, but that off axe is just so threatening. Every time he's trying to go for these cheeky strafes, the axe is just right there to slap him back. And you actually see the red feather, but unfortunately is going to get caught by the Beast Roar there. But the red feather is an interesting choice, really just going for that, okay, I'm going to get a Vortex, and I'm just going to win off of it. I got to say, I respect the idea there. I do think there's definitely a time where red feather is just a better choice, but yeah, perhaps a blue feather would have saved against that Ash of War.
Yeah, the decision making that you have to make in between going for the two is kind of interesting. Like fists are a great example of making that decision making really matter. right? When you look at it, you're pretty low, you're more or less one hit, or you're going to go for an insane amount of aggression. I'm super, super curious to see, what decisions the players are going to make when it comes to those tallies. Like, if I look at it, Blue Feather is just a safer bet, in my opinion. But we've seen it in that last round where someone ends up getting hit. They're just going to chill in neutral for ages and get that little bit of regen in, so they're no longer in that one-shot range. And that's important to remember. But always remember, you were ceding so much positional advantage to your opponent in doing that. It could go really badly. And just as a thing, Fractured, if you'd be ever so kind, just rest at the Grace to make sure that you don't get sent back into the other world. That would be chef's kiss, and that would make life a little bit easier, because that's more or less what happened there, brother. But yeah, having that... And I wasn't fond of that rule at the very beginning, LB. I wasn't fond of you can only use one or the other, but I think things that introduce decision making into play in a way that tangibly matters, I think it's actually a good idea, and I've definitely come around
I think it allows too, like, when you look at setups like PSGS, you look at setups like Fists that when they're in that red feather range, they are just so nuclear that it kind of forces you to still, like, you can just, I'm in this feather range and I'm just going to command all the room in the world because I can, right? And I think it gives it a nice little bit of balance there. But it looks like both of our players are in, and Skoden up 1-0 with the daggered off axe, and Fracture still trying to figure out a way around it on these Celeries.
Give us the count in at your leisure, my friend.
And in a 3, 2, and 1.
Away. And away we go. We are going to see the physics here from the side of both of our players. Switching between the 1 and 2 hand, maybe trying to set up for a cheeky Ash of War, or maybe a little bit of hyper armor to get rid of that aggression. Good running attack there, but it is going to whiff, and it's going to give that opportunity for a bit of counter pressure. Nice trade there, definitely in the favor of Fracture, but another one evens it out by a crazy margin. 200 HP, but it's evened out almost immediately. The Flaming Strike in the corner, tries to go for the follow-up, but is going to be swatted aside there on that one. Running attack there, managing to get the anti-air, and the halberd running attack, switching between that R1, L1, just to try and get that, but is going to eat a HTS and a Flaming Strike, and another Flaming Strike then to go, no, this is my space, respect me. Running attack comes through there. We are going to see that stray L1, but the distance there on that one, very, very much risked. A whiff punish, but he is going to take more damage, evening it out now by a fairly wide margin, and I believe that's the tier gone for Fracture, who has to play an awful lot more cagey.
Yes, the tier gone for both now. As Fracture trying to find that little trade. Really good switches up to this HTS and trying to find the pressure with that. I think I would have liked to see the second L2 come out from the Flaming Strike there. Oh, great neutral R1 poke with the off halberd there as well. And that's going to be just the hyper armor coming through to find the pressure onto Fracture. So, onto Skoden there. But yeah, really good 1-1 even out. Again, we talk about seeing players adjust their play style. Fracture just did a great job of showing that, okay, I can't play like this into this. Let me just switch it up a little bit and let me go for, some more swaps, some more mixies, and I think that's a really, really good show from them.
Yeah, and the mixes, of course, are basically what lives and dies on Halberd, right? You're looking to close that gap, look for an opportunity to do decent damage. But you're always at risk, especially on something like PSGS, of overextending and just them having a trade out, and then it's GG, WP, shake the hand. I'm going to eat about 500 health for that one. So, but remains to be seen. LBU, are you at the ready?
I'm all set.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be 1-1 for our contestants, and on a 3, 2, 1, maybe kaboom, kaboom.
And there is the kaboom indeed. The respective buffs coming out from each player here. We are seeing the halberd staying true from Skoden here as Fracture's just trying to find a way in. Goes for the jumping attack, but the running R1 is going to miss on both fronts, but it actually allows Skoden to get away. Great. We're trying to attempt for the roll catch there and attempt for the pressure from Fracture, but just kind of unfortunate. Each one ends up missing there. As you do see the pressure coming through here. Good read and the trade coming out in favor of Fracture. Going for that Vortex, unable to land it as a bit of a neutral reset coming out from Skoden now. The talisman swaps from each player is just trying to find their way through here. Good strafe on the running attack, but great read from Skoden to know, okay, I got to get out of here. The Flaming Strike trade comes in favor of the side of Fracture, and we are going to see a great strafe coming out from Skoden to punish that swap to the HTS. So it's something that the swaps can be good, but when you throw them out a lot, you can kind of put yourself in that position that they know it's coming, and really good pressure from Fracture, from Skoden here to get Fracture down almost to the tier pop and very, very close to it. You see the backswing is going to get that pop out, is now the pressure coming out from Fracture. Fracture decided, hey, I lost my tier, I guess I better start playing, and it has decided to get some pressure in onto Skoden himself, but Skoden has such a high health advantage. Fracture's going to have to play this one really well to try to pull it back here as a neutral reset coming through, trying to find the R1, and is able to land it, and then the off swing going for the backswing on that. Unable to land the backswing, but does get some pressure on the blue feather coming out from Fracture. Now the great running attack from Skoden, able to catch him off guard, catch him in the menu. Good roll on the jumping attack here. Good pressure from Fracture, though. Fracture could be looking for a tier skip, but he's got to be careful. He's not going to be looking for much of anything as the pressure is coming through now even more so. Oh, the miss input isn't going to land. The free aim isn't going to land either, but there's the roll catch, unable to land that, and the running attack coming through. Great avoidance from the side of Fracture here. These rolls are just on point as the pressure from Skoden unmatched as he's just running him down, but Fracture able to get away and get a reset here as he's looking for a bit of a poke here, and L1 into the wall. I'm not sure if we're seeing exactly what's happening, but looks like they're finally back on board as we now see the pressure of that and unable to find the strafe as Skoden's going to clean that one up to a 2-1.
Very nicely done on the side of both of our contestants there. Very, very nicely done. But it remains to be seen how this next one is going to go, LB. And I think that looking at it there, just the amount of pressure that Skoden was able to just output all the way through that match was genuinely impressive. Genuinely impressive. Like, if you think about it, a Halberd being able to cover that much ground on top of changing the... It's a bow 5? Yeah, it's a bow 5. It is bow 5, chaps. But having that ability to close that amount of ground, get that crazy damage in, and then still be able to keep up that aggression all the way through. Very, very impressive stuff. Very, very impressive stuff, LB.
Yeah, it seems every round of this match, and we've seen one person just completely run one of them over, and the exact same opposite happens for the next round. So I'm curious if Fracture's just going to completely run this one over, or if we're actually going to have just a really solid match point match, and as we move forward here. But it is Fractured's turn as the in this one.
So Skoden in blue, Fracture in red. Give us the count in, LB.
In 3, 2, 1. LA.
And the bolt is on its way. The physics are drunk. Will the buffs be put on? Nope. No, we aren't going to see any lightning grease or anything. Oh, there, I spoke too soon. We are going to see both players here going for their respective attacks. Nice little bit of a strafe there coming out on the side of Fractured, who's managing to get some crazy damage on that, forcing Skoden to play an awful lot more carefully. He does not have the ability to just run this dude down. Fractured put in a bad spot, but the flaming strike there just to peel off that little bit of damage. Still somewhat behind is Skoden, but he's still very much in it as the flaming strike comes up there just to give him a little bit of peel. Just go, yeah, I might have whiffed, but you are not safe to come in. And a beautiful half turn there comes out there on the side of Fractured. Fractured keeping up the pressure. Chilling now, but the strafe comes out, and that's going to be that. But a good roll coming out here on the side of Skoden there just to try and... He's immediately coming in with that counter aggression there on this one, LB. It's really, really interesting. The swap over to a straight sword. Maybe you know something we don't on this one, LB.
Dark Souls 3 setup. We do see the jump attack coming out. Great pressure here from Skoden, and finds the trade again, and just a huge health advantage. It was kind of crazy. About halfway through that match, I was sitting there thinking, where did Skoden's health go? Skoden was like on the verge of a tier pop, while Fracture was still nearly over 2,000 health. So you do have to. There is a bit of respect that has to be put on the power stance great spears. I think maybe the reason we're seeing these flips so frequently is that Skoden has the pressure, he finds the attacks, and then he just stops thinking, oh, it's power stance great spears, and he just goes in ready to get the attacks, and then boom. You know, the pressure is there from the side of Fracture. So really good play from the PSGS on that one. And I am really excited for this match point. And like I said, the way the pendulum's been swinging, history would tell us that Skoden's just going to win it outright. But I think that we actually will see a bit of a really well match here, as we're going to see each player just kind of taking every little bit that they have from each fight to kind of switch that pendulum back and forth. And we might actually see a really, really good solid match point here.
Yeah, it remains to be seen, LB, as both of our players are in their respective corners. This is going to be Skoden in blue, Fractured in red. Give us the count in at your leisure, LB.
And in 3, 2, 1. Away.
And there we have it. We have the physics here from both of our players. We are going to see Skoden here taking center, but he's playing an awful lot more cagey this time around. And given the amount of damage that Fractured was able to output in that last round, LB, I can't say I necessarily blame him, as he's forced back now those Forcing out those rolls is the side of Fracture, but that jump R2 does manage to land the Flaming Strike then to force off that bit of pressure. We have the lead to start off with on the side of Skoden, but you might have been onto something there, LB, as he does manage to walk into the Flaming Strike. Fracture's going to have to play an awful lot more cagey himself. Good running attacks here from the side of Skoden, but these empty jumps here, he is having to respect them. But the Flaming Strike attempt, but is going to be interrupted, and then those roll catches one after the other. Fractured is definitely staying on top of this one, LB, and it's evened out by a fairly wide margin. We are going to see a slight life advantage, but that trade comes out, and the beautiful strafe comes out on the side of Fractured, but the Flaming Strike is going to even it out once more. About 100 HP in the difference, but the tier is still up on Fractured.
Yeah, he's getting pretty low in that tier pop. Skoden's really just trying to commit to these Flaming Strike trades, and Fracture's doing a really good job of pointing that out and just taking advantage of it. But, you know, once this tier pops, we're going to be really close to even health if we can keep it. But again, there's that trade coming through for... It just keeps going for it and just keeps trying to get it to work. Great running R1, but even better spacing from the side of Fracture. Walks away from it all, and there's that tier pop, and there's the offhand to really find that pressure, find that backswing. So even though it is 571 to 802, this could go either way. Attempting the backstab and nearly getting it, just barely getting pushed out by the Flaming Strike there, and now the fist to finish this one off on the side of Fracture. Flaming Strike tries to go for the combo there, unable to land it. Great spacing, though, is the side of Fracture. Even better, from the side of Soden. Really good strafe from the side of Fracture to get in there, and now we're just seeing this battle of attrition between the two of them, trying to find that pressure, and the R1 is going to land, going for the backswing, able to get a little bit of health back off that swaddling cloth. As now the blue feather comes out for the side of Fracture in the back corner. The running R2 off of the HTS is going to land, goes for the poke as well, and the B shields is going to catch, and that's going to be Skoden taking this one in a 3-2.
3-2 to Skoden. Very, very well played. An awful lot more of a back and forth there on that one, LB. A much more a closer round, all in all. Like 400 HP in the difference by the end of it, which is, you know, it might not... It's that's like a hit and a half before one side is put away. Or an insanely good Flaming Strike there to just melt that health bar, you know. LB, that was... Are all of these matches going to be super close? I'm looking at the bracket here, brother. We're 3-1, 3-1, 3-0, 2-3, and we've pretty much every match since then has been like neck and neck all the way through, with the exception of Heavenly versus Shu. This is one hell of a tourney so far. Oh my god.
The bracket so far has been phenomenal to watch. And again, I really like to see that. You could tell that, like, the first match, Skoden just kind of ran it over, and Fracture had to adjust. Then Fracture adjusted, and Skoden just didn't have a chance, and it just kind of went back and forth. And to see that last match of them actually figuring each other out, getting to the bottom of it, and just really, really good play all in all. I like there was a lot of good movement to point out in that one. Skoden, bless him, attempted to do a roll backstab, and I love to see that type of energy coming out. Unfortunately, the Flaming Strike was just a little too quick, caught him off, but really, really good plays. The only thing that, like I said, I wanted a couple things I want to point out. One, the jumping R2s from Skoden were phenomenal in that match. It's something that you can't throw out a lot because it is relatively easy to deal with, but if you mix it up well enough, it can really catch people off guard. And the only other thing I wasn't crazy about was just the need to get the Flaming Strike trade, right? Against PSGS, those are pretty much going to win that almost every single time in the event that they trade. So, but all in all, really, really good match from both players there. Really excited to see what each of them are going to do in their respective bracket now.
Yeah, and we are now on to the losers bracket. We're back to these lightning rounds again, LB. And, you know, giving people that second shot, a bit of a quicker one. It is going to be half Fractured once again versus Smaxy. And then after that, it is going to be the Heavenly One versus Christina before we move on to the semi-finals pretty much. And then from there on to the losers finals, or the losers semis. So we're making some progress here on this bracket. But these players, given how close they have been playing so far all the way through, this could very much go either way. I honestly, looking at this losers bracket here, I honestly don't know who's going to be able to do it. Obviously, Christina had a very close round against Half Fractured earlier on in the tourney, and now we'll finally see that rematch in the next round. But Smaxy played super well in both the fight against Shu in main bracket and then against Pablo. But was caught off guard.
It's going to be a really, really good one. And I mean, we have Smaxy, who's jumped around between Shamshir, Fists, things like that. Looks like we're going to see the Shamshir from him. And Fracture just doing a great job utilizing those PSGS into pretty much every setup that he's fought so far. So I'm really curious. Smaxy is fresh off of fighting some PSGS in some of the other rounds that he's had. So perhaps we will see a little bit of a setup advantage there in just terms of pure knowledge of it. But like I said, Shamshir is thrown around so much nowadays. I am sure Fracture has seen it, and he is ready to fight it as they are going to their respective corner, and we're working on getting the players in.
I think Christina's joined a little bit early. Sorry, Christina. If you just wouldn't mind leaving, or wait, I have the technology, LBU. Oh, never mind. She got in ahead of me. Damn, I was gonna show. It's like I can kick people now. I have the power. Is this what Reddit mods feel, brother? Is this?
It must be. Yeah, I think there was just a bit of a latency there that her match was up in her role. But as we continue forward, we will see. Like I said, each player in their respective corner, ready to get this one underway. This best of 3 between Smaxy and Fracture. And are you all set, Enda?
I'm about as. Oh, never mind. I'm not as set as it's gonna be.
See, it's a good thing I asked these things.
Yeah, it's very kind of you. I will give you that much. And I think this is... Huh? Okay. We're struggling with the technology here, folks. Is it 3? No. Give me just a moment, folks. 10-2. Why is that not doing the thing? Sorry about this, chaps. Is it glitched out? It may very well be, because they should be zooming in on each other. Give me just a second.
No worries.
I love technical issues, LB.
Wouldn't be a tournament without them.
You bring up a very compelling argument, my friend. Alright, so it's going to be slot 2, and I think it's going to be slot 3, then, if I'm unmistaken. That's why there's some problems. No. Following around. Give me following. Is that gonna work? Yeah, there we go. Okay, we fixed it, boys and girls. Let's go. All right, LB, are you ready? Because I know I sure am.
All set.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, and on a 3 and a 2 and a 1, allez.
And our bolt is in. Again, we're going to see respective buffs from each player here. The Shamshir coming out from Smaxy into the PSGS of Fracture, trying to find that pressure. Immediately gets him in the corner, finds the backswing there as well as a connecting R1, trying to find the pressure, but there is the counter Fracture. Great jump, though, from Smaxy. Finds the jumping R1, tries to chain in that backswing, and actually switches right over to the fist. Doesn't mess around with the Shamshir anymore at all, and we see that pressure coming through. Smaxy not afraid to throw out the running R1, right? Some players might try to find their way in, make sure they can confirm damage. He doesn't care. He gets in there, he throws it out, and most of the time it works. Switching right back over to the Shamshir. Great jump, finding the pressure onto Fracture. Fracture finally finding something to work here up against Smaxy. The jumping R1 is going to connect. They're looking for a Vortex, but great rolls from Smaxy coming out and immediately puts them right back in the corner for the jumping R1 with the backswing able to connect there with the running attack, trying to find the pressure. Is he able to find another one and pop the tier? We're looking at 1589 post peer top to 958 after. So insane play from Smaxy here, really just putting the pressure onto Fracture. Fracture just trying to get away, and Smaxy is not allowing that to happen. Just right outside of his reach all the time. The jumping attack's going to come out. Great roll. The L1's going to come out to match the jumping R1, or the running R1 rather, going to catch her. Unfortunate grab there is going to cause a bit of a neutral reset, but Smaxy can afford to take these trades. And I actually really interesting want to point out, we do see the Holy Talisman coming out from the side of Smaxy to really make sure that they can take those trades, and we see a very commanding 1-0.
Yeah, no, a very, very solid first round there for Smaxy, having that. He just realizes that he can afford to do those rundowns. We're not seeing the counter pressure attempt from the side of Half Fracture that's functioning, because we see that Smaxy will get some hit in. He has very solid reads as to when Fractured is going to turn that around and try and get that counter pressure in. But as it happens to the best of us, sometimes that counter pressure comes in, they've already scooted, they've scuttled out of range, and then they're immediately back in with a running attack then to try and punish it. So very, very solid showing there from Smaxy about how that matchup has to work. But Fractured still has those trades. He can still win those trades. It remains to be seen, LB. This could be an awful lot tighter match.
This could really go either way. It is going to be match point against Fracture, so Fracture does need to figure this one out, or is unfortunately going to be sent home into the next tournament that you'll be hosting.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, on a 1, allez.
And we do see, again, our respective buffs coming out. That Shamshir trying to get physical right away from the side of Smaxy, just immediately pushing Fracture back. Good jump from Fracture. They're just trying to say, hey, yeah, this is my space. I'm going to take it now. The jumping R1 comes out. Great spacing from Fracture. Unable to find the pressure off of it. Actually is able to find the connecting running R1 to bait out that, spacing from Smaxy and then punish it with that R1. So really good utilization there. You see the jumping attack coming out. The backswing is going to land, I believe, gets chipped there, and there's another R1 to connect. The L1 going to slam, as we do see the Fist now coming out. Said, yeah, I'm done with the Shamshir again. Let's go over to Fist. Let's find some pressure in, and just doing some end attack here, attacking the air, waiting for the walk-in to from the side of Fracture. Running Arc from Fracture is going to find that Flaming Strike to catch and is going to manage to get the full combo off of that huge damage from Fracture. Fracture just been absolutely lethal with that swap into that Ash of War on those weapons. Tear Pop comes out, great spacing again, and now the Vortex coming through. Smaxy is able to get away from that, but we're looking at, a huge health lead from Fracture, but the Shamshir is going to try to say something about that as the pressure still comes out from the side of Smaxy. We do see a Tear Pop, huge combos coming through from Smaxy there, really trying to find the pressure. Good jumping attack and could possibly pull this one back as running attack, able to find Fracture, trying to do the turn there to get the punish, but unable to land it, possibly looking for a running attack, and there it is. And the Flaming Strike is going to trade out, but at what cost? Is able to mash it into the running R2 of that heavy thrusting sword. I gotta say, Smaxy pulled that one back way closer than it ought to have been, but Fractured, great job unable to pull that one out and secure that win.
We've seen what is it that they said, the lock-in 15 anime shonen protagonist gifs are already lined up for the lock-in that was going on there, LB. At the end of the day, having that ability to counter pressure effectively is going to be the key to this matchup. Absolutely. And Smaxy just stayed in, realized he had a stock to play around with. Okay, I'm just going to stay in and see if I can get that damage in that's going to be required to knock this dude out. But it cost him the round in the wind-up, even though he brought that health lead so much closer than it could have been. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, we do have both of our contestants in. Oh me, oh my.
We have Smaxy in blue, Fractured in red. Our true match point for this losers round. Winner gets to stay on. Loser, unfortunately, is out. Are you ready, Enda?
Oh, I'm ready and willing. And ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, on a 1, LA.
And the bolt is out. Our players trying to find, starting with the Shamshir again, is going to be the side of Smaxy. It grows aggressive this time for that jumping attack. Great spacing to find the pressure out. Waits for that roll. Great punish there. Trying to change it into the running attack and able to find the counter pressure there as well. Unfortunate grab. Will that be punished? The roll almost punished from the side of Fracture. Good jumping attack, but Smaxy's seen that too many times now, and he's able to get away from it now as we see a commanding lead in favor of Smaxy here. Looking for that tear pop off of the jumping attack. Doesn't quite find it, but does find a trade. It does have to sacrifice some health, but again, I mean, you're looking at almost a 2,000 health difference. He's able to make those sacrifices. He's trying to find the pressure in the corner. The jumping R2 is going to top the tier here as the R1 comes out, finds the backswing, and Smaxy truly is locked in and ready to go. The swap to Fist actually gets punished as now he's in the corner against the Vortex, and Fracture decides, you know what, I'm not going to walk into Fist. I'm going to take my damage and I'm going to get out safely. I think that is the right decision to make as he's got a lot of health to make up. Starts with a great R1 into the L1 there, trying to find the roll catch there, finds the trade, and now we're relatively even in terms of health here as Fractured able to pull this one back by the skin of his teeth as Smaxy really trying to push this through and actually says, you know what, why go to Fist? I'm going to stick with what's working, stays with the Shamshir, looks for that jumping attack, is able to find it, goes to the backswing, unable to land it, and then unfortunate backstab grab. Probably would have had a roll catch there, but Fracture gets a second life on that red feather, really trying to find the pressure, and the short Frost Stomp is going to lock that one in and clean it up for Smaxy, going 2-1 over Fracture.
GG's to both. What a round, LB. That was neck and neck for so long. Like Smaxy there, I don't believe, did he have his tear popped there by the wind-up? I believe so. Which
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, it's like if once the tear is gone, that was evened up so much. And what a great example of once you've taken an insane amount of damage, trying to find your composure to get that counter pressure in. The turning point in that match, because otherwise it would have been just a pure sweep on the side of Smaxy, was getting that backstab grab. That turned things around so much in the favor of Fractured that I was full sure Fractured had that one put away from that. Just, you see these dramatic moments of, I just got that grab. What do I... Oh, no, please. No. I'm in for a world of hurt. And even though he didn't get a punish on it, he still had that ability to pressure off it, and we got most of his damage back. Really, really good showing.
insane priority in terms of space there, right? Like he just gets so much space for free because of a missed backstab that probably wasn't even at all what Smaxy was going for, right? And Fracture just says, "Oh, okay, yeah, I'm just gonna walk into you now because you are pretty much forced to leave." So yeah, really good way. One thing I liked about both of these matches is in 2 matches in a row we saw somebody with a very commanding lead, and it finishes within 500 health. It just show that even when you think you're out, it's like, oh, they have 1,000 health, 2,000 health advantage. Doesn't matter. I'm gonna lock in. I'm gonna win, right? And I don't care that I don't get hit. I don't need health. Let's just finish this one out. So really good play from both of those players. I think we'll see Smaxy going pretty far in this losers, and I think we'll definitely see Heaven doing really well in some future tournaments.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what? Again, just because you didn't make it on this one doesn't mean that you're out for good, you know? At the end of the day, like the whole point of this is to give people who otherwise wouldn't have experience in bracket or might be a little bit intimidated by getting Space Ranger round one. You know, at the end of the day, having that opportunity of, you know, there's not really much at stake here. It's just a bit of fun between two people who want to try out the competitive scene and get a chance in. I'm super stoked to see how this next one is going to go. And yes, it is going to be Heavenly 1 versus Christina. And I'm going to be super curious to see how this next one is going to go. Oh, I can actually fit the name in. That's crazy. I don't need... Oh my god, this is revolutionary. There we go. An A instead of an E. And now I will remember to say the name correctly. Holy moly. But yeah, I'm super stoked to see how this next one is going to go, LB. We have Christina in, I believe. And she is going to be on the left versus Heavenly 1. Let's crack on. I just asked that other people who are in World to please leave. Just to make sure if they're already in. Man, the modern technology is crazy, folks. I don't know what to do with myself. 1 to 2 in the favor of Smaxy. Boom, hit him with that. Yeah, Heavenly 1 versus Christina. Losers 2.
In the live cast, seeing him filling out the challenge. I love that.
Oh, listen, you know what? The play-by-plays are really important. LB. Gotta stay in the zone, brother, you know? So Heaven versus Christina.
All right. So I assume we're going to see the Serpent Hunter. I assume we're going to see the Straight Swords. I'm really excited to see how well Christina is able to handle that hyper armor from that. And actually, looks like we see a Shamshir from Christina. Yeah. That's the first time we've seen her on Shamshir in this entire tournament.
Yeah, it should be. I'm pretty stoked to see how this next one is going to pan out, as my software is still having a bit of a moment. So I think if I fix this...
I think when in doubt, just blame the software.
Yeah, you better believe it. Aha, now I know why it's not working. I feel so pro. All right, boys and girls. LBU, if you'd do the honors of counting me in, sir.
And we have Christina in blue, Heaven in red, and in 3, 2, 1. Boom. Ale.
Bolt is on its way. We are going to see the Sheer versus the Shunta, if I'm on this. No, it's actually cats. My god, this kitty has claws. Oh dear. This is actually an interesting one, just by virtue of the fact that katanas can cover an awful lot of ground, and they have absolutely nuclear tier damage on those CR1s, and you have access to very strong stuff like a Sword Dance, you have Flaming Strike, obviously enough, and the Unsheath can just like melt health bars as well. You have an awful lot of cool things, and on top of that, LB, you also have all those fancy recovery cancels with your crouches, you have your two-handed tech, you have your not. There's an awful lot that can go on as a Sword Dance comes out, but it isn't quite going to be able to connect, as Heaven has taken a crazy amount of damage already. But Christina going for that very slow play, trying desperately to almost playing kite here. It's like, you have to come to me, otherwise I ain't doing nothing. As we are going to see that just by a hair's breadth whiff, but Christina is going to eat an awful lot of damage there, and the pressure comes out here from the Heaven, who is going to be eating a little bit of damage himself. Very close. 200 HP in the distance is a very late JL1 comes out here on the side of Heaven. Leveraging the strengths of the setup most certainly here, having strong ashes, playing off those crouches and changing up the timing between the CL1 and the CR1, which of course has different timings, and you can dead angle the CR1 to get catches you wouldn't otherwise, but a backtrain comes through here on the side of Heaven, who takes a little bit of damage but isn't going to get that poise break, so he's going to have to play very careful. Force back now, as you're going to see Christine keeping up that nice tasty bit of pressure, but the Flaming Strike there from Kilo just to keep him honest on the approach there. She's doing doing a good job. Good roll here on the side of Christina. Heaven is quite low here on this one. Forced back now once again, but the standing L1, probably a misinput here on the side of Heaven, but Christina going for those run attacks there. Follow up there with the second R1, which of course is a slightly longer hitbox. The tray comes in on the roll, tries to force in. We're going to see Heaven quite low here, and the Flaming Strike comes out, is going to connect. 106 HP in a dream. But getting that tasty bit of regen here, and Christina also getting her little bit of regen there with the Godskin Swaddling Cloth. A good pick here, especially cementing that lead even further, but it's not. Heaven's not out of it yet. Forcing in on the running R1 to get that interrupt. And Christina takes the first round. LB, what a round.
That's a tough one for Heaven to try to pull back, because with those katanas, you really... It's the type of the moveset that you have to work with is after I hit, I have the ability to pressure off of mix-ups, right? That's what you're really playing off of. I can crouch R1, I can crouch L1, I can jump R1, right? I can do these things, I can run in R2. But at the end of the day, especially when you're low health like that, all Christina has to do is press R1. And you're using the right weapon to do it, So it's one of those situations that when you get low enough, the matchup difference really starts to show. For sure. I think early on you can take some of those trades, right? You can take some of those punishes, and we saw it doing a great job was the side of Heaven on those katanas. But once Christina kind of finds the groove of it, it's just I'm just gonna win by attacking you and pressing R1, and that's exactly what we saw. One thing I did like is Christina did throw out a couple of the running R2s, trying to throw the mix-up off of that running R1. Really, really good ideas there. Unfortunately, none of them connected, but both of our characters are in. Christina up 1-0 over Heaven, and Enda in 3, 2, 1.
All right, and the bolt is out. The physics are drunk, and will the daggers be thrown? No daggers this time. Maybe a bit of, but we are going to see. Is that barbaric roar? Into a bestial roar, man! The screams of defiance coming out from either side of the arena, and we are going to see these R1s come out. It's going to be clipped there a little bit. Both sides relatively close to one another, and neither side really trying to pressure. Both of them playing super cagey. Christina here just kind of, again, come to me. I have the frame data stick, so I might as well use it. I can press into you. The Flaming Strike comes out here just from Kilo, but that JL1 comes out and taking insane amounts of damage. But you said before, LB, just that ability to press into your mix-ups. Ow, that sword dance.
Or utilization from Heaven there. Heaven is taking a very commanding lead in this one off of, taking advantage of the fact that, hey, you're going to wait for me to swing. I'm just going to come at you with something that is very hard to get away from, right? The jumping L1, just nuclear damage. The Asher War, really, really good damage. And the running R1 is going to manage to hit there. The neutral L1 and Katana, you don't see the true neutral L1 much on that setup, but there is a reason he's throwing it out, I'm sure, as Christina is just trying to hang out and wait for the pressure in from Heaven. The jumping L1, trying to get it, but, Christina able to just get away from all of it, reset to a bit of a neutral, is not in the health advantage. It really wants to force Heaven in. Good running R2. Great running R1 though is the counter pressure from the side of Christina, and the pressure keeps coming in with the backswing to keep them back. The jumping L1, great roll from Christina. I saw an attempt to space coming out there, and I got she was able to get away, but that great Asher War there from the side of Heaven. The trade forward, and that's going to clean it up. Heaven mirroring this in a 1-1. Enda, what's that barbaric roar that we saw?
It might have been just a regular war cry there to just get the AR boost out of it, which may have been the play. And you don't really see the neutral R2s come out on katanas all that much, so it's not actually the worst opportunity. Heavenly has just said the war cry come out. While we're waiting for...
Interesting choice.
Well, it gets you that AR boost, and
absolutely.
It's definitely a handy thing. Let's just take a quick peek at the builds here. I'm kind of curious as Heaven... Interesting choice here. We are going to see some very high decks, very high endurance there to try and hit those breakpoints that you need for the likes of PSGS and stuff. 48 decks. Definitely a curious choice. And Christine here staying on very high end as well. But the Faith, which is of course has just insane damage potential here as well. 19 strength. Yeah, 19 strength. There could be... I'm kind of curious as to what's going on here. This is definitely interesting. As I am going to just
I think 19 strength is it 18 or 19 to use Kiba one-handed?
Is it? It could be 18. There might be. So it's a weird. This is a weird thing. On some builds that you actually get better damage having that extra point into, let's say, strength or something like that, rather than going into dex. So there are decisions why you did, or CGS. Smaxy brings up a very good point. Interesting.
That could be the difference. Like, yeah, because I know there was like that number 19 was in my head, and I think it is for the dismounter. CGS is 19 strength.
Well, either way, LB, both of our contestants are in. I'm ready when you are. Give us the count in.
And in 3, 2, 1.
The bolt is on its way. It is out. The physics drunk. The screams of defiance from Christina here from the far side, managing to get a tasty bit of damage into directly afterwards, swapping over to the stock here. Going on the Sacred Blade, which is of course huge. She wants to stay in it. She's done a great job of staying in bracket so far. And of course, what better thing to use than probably one of the strongest setups in the rule set, managing to get that. Just look at that press there. Look at that press. Force back. He tries to go for some mixed shenanigans and she can just press with impunity there. That is the power of the thrusting sword. And she's still playing this very, very cagey game, managing to get another interrupt. Heaven's going to have to find his approach very, very carefully here as he manages to get the crouch R1 there, getting that damage.
Great roll R1 there from Christina to just make sure you're keeping Heaven on his toes, right? Heaven's trying to get these huge jump attacks out, really trying to find the pressure, and I think we're going to see a mirror now come out. Very interesting mirror coming out because both of these weapons really don't want to attack first. Great jumping attack there from Christina, just trying to find the pressure, throwing these running R2s out a bit willy-nilly, actually switches over to the straight swords now, trying to hit from Kilo on the jumping attack as we do see a bit of a hard reset here now. Christina just kind of giving all the space in the world, but there is in the corner side of Heaven, perhaps caught in a menu here as the crouch L1's going to come out, but the trade is of course going to favor those straight swords. Oh, almost gets the roll catch there as well. Throws out the jumping L1 to see if they're going to stay, but I mean, with this type of a health advantage, and it would have to be quite the spectacle for Heaven to pull this one back.
Yeah, Heaven's at an incredible deficit, but keep in mind, they could even out very quickly, as we just seen there, that crazy damage. He might even see a tier skip here come out on the side of Heaven. True, might be difficult to actually land those attacks that can do it, but if they do, that's a health bar gone, and we might see, and the late press there, managing to get a little bit of extra health there from the side of the Godskin Swaddling Cloth, and that's going to be clutch in this matchup here. Just bring themselves up a little bit more. Run attacks come out here on the side of Christina. She needs to land something to just put Heaven on the back foot. Goes for a jumping attack from Kilo, does land, tries to go for that keep out. Going for the nice tasty desync there on the straight sword L1, but it's not quite going to be able to land. Force back now once again, we see the swap over onto the red feather on the side of Heaven. Risky jump there, but I believe he has the ability to skip that tier. Just one jump attack or a CL1 from Kilo. Still not procs that tier. Force back now once again. She is so low right now. And with that red feather getting that extra little bit of damage, we don't see the tally swap here to self-proc her own tier. This is really dangerous territory. And we see the strategy now has completely changed here on the side of Heaven. He just wants to land those big high damage attacks. Almost lands, but Christina definitely strafes it. Not going for the CL1 there, just to try and get that extra little bit of damage. Going for a stray R1. He figures if he's not going to land that tier skip, tried to go for the trade. And Christina stays in once again. Moving on to the next round. Oh my god, LB.
Yeah, the choice of red feather is really interesting there. Typically you see the red feather when you have around 100 health, 130 health. You'll see the red feather come out because at that point, what is blue feather going to do? But I believe Heaven, again, had 300-400 health, probably could have made some more trades or forced something with that. But especially when you're looking at something like katanas, you have so many options. If you can get that damage in, you can get them to tier skip range, you can hit an unsheath R2, right? You can hit those jumping attacks. There's a lot of things that can come out to really get that skip in. So I think that's what the game plan was there. Just unfortunately didn't quite work out. But Katrina's done a really good job of kind of hanging in every single match she's been in with every single setup she's fought. I'm really excited to see how she's going to play moving forward.
Yeah, I'm super stoked to see how this next run is going to go, LB. You know, she had a really good showing all the way. She's been in losers all the way through, and she'll be going to face Smaxy. Some very, very stiff opposition in losers round 3. But we are moving on, LB, to the semi-finals. That's where we are at right now. It is going to be Shu versus Skoden. I'm stoked for this one. This is going to be one hell of a show. Shu's been obviously putting in the work. Her PSGS play is really, really solid. And, you know, at the end of the day, when you're putting in the work and it shows in as well as it has been for Shu so far, this one could be really close. This one looks like it could be a very, very close match. I have that strange feeling this isn't going to be a sweep for one side or the other, LB. Both of them have put on some very impressive rounds. Skoden in that last set did a really solid job of keeping it super, super close. And now looking at it here, this could very much go either way. And
yeah, I think it's to kind of highlight something that you mentioned earlier is the halberd offhand is a really good setup to run into PSGS.
Yes.
It can be really hard to get away from that aggression. So I'm curious to see how Shu is going to handle that. We have seen Shu in a matchup she didn't like switch to the fist, so we know she's capable of changing things up if need be. So I'm really, really excited to see kind of how that's going to play out between the two of them. Are we going to see the exact same halberd axe setup? We're going to see a dagger. We're going to see a fist. Are we going to see Shu on those PSGS? Are we going to see the fists come out if it's not working? Right? There's a lot of ways that this one can go, and I'm pretty excited for this one.
Yeah, and looking at it here, we are now finally on to the first best of 7 of the tournament, which I'm pretty stoked for. Again, keep in mind, this is winners, technically speaking. I know it's semis, but it is technically winners finals. Everyone so far has put on one hell of a show, LB. Absolutely one hell of a show. And I'm super stoked to see how this next one is going to go. And it turns out I don't even need to change the overlay. Oh my god, this is powerful. Thanks to both players for joining in conveniently at the exact right one. That's crazy. But as we move forward into the tournament, we're kind of... I think we're going to see pretty much the same setups that people have been rocking all the way through, LB. That's what I have a strange feeling we're going to see. So I'm going to be super curious now to see if anyone is going to make some great changes. Let's just take a quick peek at the builds that we're going to be seeing. And apparently I do need to change the overlay. That's absolutely terrible. I can't believe it.
I was just going to say, really interesting to see if Shu's going to be coming through on the halberd dagger. But yeah, we are going to see that the correct flip there. So yeah, again, Skoden with this a setup that can be kind of oppressive into PSGS. We'll see how well it's going to play off. We do see the bull goats coming out from Shu to make sure we can hit that breakpoint for the off dagger that we're able to not just get completely mashed into. So should be really interesting to see how this one plays out between the two of them. I don't think we've seen anybody play PSGS in the tournament so far better than Shu. I don't think we've seen anybody play halberd better than Skoden. So I'm really excited to see how this one plays out.
Well, we'll have an opportunity now in just a moment, LBU, as we are moving into winners finals here on this one while I get everything set up. And of course, remember that this is going to be the first best of 7. Both winners and losers finals are best of 7. So I'm going to be super stoked. But LBU, are you at the ready?
I'm all set.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Shu in red and Skoden in blue. And on a 3 and a 2 and a 1. Allez!
And we see our respective buffs coming out, and actually opting for off Shamshir is going to be the side of Skoden. So interesting setup with that. The running attack comes out, great roll from the side of Shu. Going for that backswing is the side of Skoden. And there we talk about where that jumping R2 can get punished relatively easy. We see great spacing come out from Shu. Predicts is coming out, gets the punish. R1 with the drag, just trying to find the pressure moving forward. We see the talisman swaps coming out from Skoden. Is switching over to that bull goat to try to make sure that he can get pushed out of the vortex a little bit as the jumping R1's going to come out. That's going to land from the side of Shu. Great anti-air from the side of Shamshir. Good R2, but Shu able to space that out perfectly as now we're resetting to a bit of a neutral. Skoden trying to find the pressure in. Great job trying to find that, but Shu is just going to immediately counter-aggress with the crouch L1 of these power stance great spears as the pressure is now still from the side of Skoden. So Skoden doing a really good job of keeping the pressure, all things considered, with the way the health is looking, just staying right in top of it. And there's going to be the pressure coming out. The crouch R1 is going to hit there from the side of Skoden. The jumping attack not quite going to land from Shu. Shu's at a pretty sizable health advantage here as Skoden's just trying to find the pressure. Great spacing, but the off sham is going to deal with that. The tier proc is going to come out from the side of Skoden, but really good utilization of the flaming strike. Shu just able to get through it enough to find the counter pressure in as we're looking for these vortexes in, able to get away from it. The trade coming out from Shamshir, but Skoden doesn't have the health to really make these trades. The jumping R1, great spacing, great punish with the running attack there. The anti-air coming out from the side of the Shamshir. I think that's perhaps why we see the sheer come out from Skoden is to try to deal with these jumps from Shu, but it doesn't matter. Shu's able to just find the pressure immediately and just keep it moving forward.
Yeah, Shu is very much in control of this tourney so far. Like, looking at that spacing, so confident in some of that spacing, and having played Shu an awful lot, it might be a little bit frustrating. It's like, oh yes, I'm going to be able to get that punish. No, she's gone, and she's already pressed the crouch R1 with that funny spacing that thing has, and as already trying to vortex me. The only thing that you pointed it out earlier on, and I knew almost immediately from fighting her, is she doesn't go for that third roll catch change. She resets to neutral. Is Skoden going to be able to find that and actually get the punish? But either way, Shu 1, Skoden 0. LBU, are you ready?
I'm all set.
All right, ladies and gents, and a 3, 2, 1. The bolt is on its way, and allay.
And our buffs coming out from each player here. Setups haven't changed one bit. We're going to see Shu just trying to find a way to hang out in this corner. Skoden not wanting to let her out. Good jumping attack. Try to find a great punish from Skoden. Finds a running R1 on the halberd. Trying to find the pressure forward now. As another running R1 comes out, the strafe comes out. Great punish from Shu. It goes for the second. Unable to land that. And actually goes for the third there. So interesting that you mentioned that. Cast your curse a little bit, right? But we do see Skoden trying to find the pressure forward. Going for the R1 with the offhand on the Shamshir. Just trying to find any little bit of pressure that he can here, and Shu doing a great job of just kind of dancing around all of this. And great roll comes through there, and the flaming strike is going to get punished out, but great roll in actually to see the halberd was coming in, not the Shamshir. But we're going to see a little bit of a health trade here, as now Shu has the advantage here, and the flaming strike is going to get caught out. Great flaming strike though from the side of Skoden. A huge health swing now has come out. Just a few L1s from the side of Shu to clean it up, but Skoden's not going to let that happen. The R1 presses, and then great roll catch there, but does get pushed out enough that he's able to reset to a bit of a neutral here, and Shu now at a 700 health deficit. Both of these players before their tier proc, but there's going to be an L1 to pretty much level this out. So we do see the Shamshir now trying to find it. The backswing is going to connect here. Shoden trying to find a way in. Shu just kind of hanging out in the back corner, not wanting to move too much forward here, as we do see the pressure now coming through here. Bit of a trade coming out from each side of the players, trying to find a way in. The flaming strike is going to land onto the side of Skoden as he's trying to find that pressure. Great L1. The stab comes out from the side of Skoden, nearly gets the tier skip, but now we're going to see the flaming strike going for the wake up here, unable to land either of it as the punish comes out. Great spacing from the side of Skoden, and now we're going to see that Shamshir again, the anti-air come out and the roll catch, and Skoden's going to level this one out to a 1-1.
Yeah, a beautiful showing here on the side of Skoden, keeping up that tasty amount of pressure, managing to get that damage in when necessary, and, you know, kudos to both of them. Both of these rounds are going so very close. This could very much go either way, and the honor bow is coming out here on the side of Skoden. Apologies for the camera there, folks. Not quite sure why that did that, but we'll sort it out. And this is, of course, going to be a first 2-4, so we've loads more of a round to go. And I just want to give a very quick thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We did have a raid here from Muaz. Thank you so much for that raid. And earlier on, I did miss it, unfortunately. We had a raid from Toko and Ando, gifting 5 community gift subs. I'm only just realizing that now. Thank you so much. Again, organizing a tourney is the priority right now, folks. So sorry if I didn't quite catch you earlier on. But either way, I'm stoked for this next fight, LB. I am absolutely stoked. This could go either way. 1-1 in our first 2-4. Give us the count in at your leisure.
I'm starting to think it's just a pendulum thing with Skoden, and every time he falls, we see him just completely take full responsibility for a fight and own it. And in 3, 2, 1,
the bolt is out. And there we have it. We are going to see the physics here from both of our players. Skoden immediately grabbing center here, while we see just a little bit more of a timid Shu, not wanting to make the same mistakes as she made before. Keeping that wave dashes there from neutral. Goes for that crouch attack there to try and get that, take back that pressure, maybe add a little bit of a momentum. Force back in. We do see the attack comes through, but the shear is going to be interrupted by the lances coming out here on the side of Shu. Force back now once again. We do see both players. The jump R2 come out, is going to be punished though for that roll in, and that insane pressure is going to manage to land the pain train there, the J run R1. Really nice stuff. As we see a trade come out there, Skoden takes a tasty bit of damage. He is so far behind here, and we're going to see Shu going to do some crazy damage. Jump attack comes through. That's going to be the tier gone. Almost getting a roll catch there is the side of Shu. Forced up against the wall here. Skoden still has center, but Shu's like, come at me, bro. I'm doing A-okay here. She's going to be pushed back by that crouch attack. Of course, we are going to see Skoden on that 116 poise there, forcing that knockback, making those vortexes borderline impossible as the flaming strike comes out there, and we see that stutter step there from Skoden, keeping up that pressure. Oh my god, that spacing is tasty, as Shu is going to be forced back, but does not manage to get that rolling attack there, as we see Shu chilling now in neutral, looking for any way at all, and that's just the jukings out here on the side of Shu, who forces a trade, but strafes out that Shamshir. The confidence on her spacing, LBU. Absolutely crazy, as we are going to see the swap over to Red Feather, realizing that he's not going to be taken. Another hit, and that's going to be Shu taking a 2-1. Beautiful showing.
I'm telling you, it's the pendulum effect of Skoden. He loses, and then he just absolutely changes and runs over the opponent, and then loses. And I have a feeling that we're going to see that pendulum swing here. But yeah, the spacing and the strafing from Shu is really second to none so far this tournament. Really aware of what she's fighting and how to fight it. And we also saw the Shamshir pick from Skoden specifically to deal with jumps, but Shu understanding the distance at which that Shamshir is going to catch and able to land a really good one while she was back up against the corner. So really good knowledge there from Shu to actually just put all this into action and catch Skoden off guard in a couple of these.
Yeah, we'll see which way the pendulum swings, or is it going to have a little bit of a stutter on this one? We might need that clock a bit fixed on that one. We'll see what happens, but either way, give us the count in there, LBU.
And in 3, 2, 1.
Kaboom. Away goes the bolt. The physics are drank, and the roars of defiance here on the side of Shu, hoping to maintain that little bit of momentum. But she's allowing Skoden to take that center stage, waiting to play off of those whiffs herself, because she knows he's going to go for those presses. But he is super cagey now. He has to make it very careful, as he is going to be interrupted there. And the vortex comes out here on the side of Shu, getting those roll catches, but very tasteful tally swaps coming out here on the side of Skoden. Goes for the jump attack. She manages to hit from Kilo. Forced back now once again. She is going to be put back in the corner, but the shear is out now on the side of Skoden. Are we going to see a complete setup swap here from MLB?
I think we might. I think it's a really good idea here to just go ahead and I'm going to go for the two-hand. It's always a really good option. He did get some damage in. The trade, though, is heavily going to favor Shu on that. Great flaming strike. Unable to get the pressure, but almost gets caught by that one himself, as now he's trying to push Shu back in the corner. But Shu's at a pretty good health advantage here. Just trying to sit back, get some regen, like you mentioned before, waiting for those attacks to come in and then pressure it. And something I'd like to see Skoden take advantage of is before he even attacks some of these times Shu has started the roll in, that he could really get some pressure with that Shamshir. Part of why you run that offhand, but is going to see the pressure coming through here. It almost finds the roll-in backstab there, so it does try to take advantage of it, but unfortunately the pivot from Shu is going to be there to catch it. Great offhand from the Shamshir here, but the tier has yet to pop for Shu, so even though Skoden's at a health advantage now, that is soon to change if he can find that pop, and goes for the R1 on the neutral, unable to find it, as we now see the wave dashing coming out from Shu, just trying to find a way in, setting up for these strafes. Great jumping attempt there from Shu, but even better roll comes out from the side of Skoden. Great L1 from Shu, and Shu's getting really close to a tier skip. I don't know if anything too much that's going to be able to manage to do that from him, but then we're going to see the roll in on the R1 and the trade coming through there, actually not able to find anything as the side of Shu. Skoden able to dance around that without a problem, as now the jump comes out for the pressure. Great punish, though, comes out from the side of Skoden. Does get punished off of that now, as we're resetting to a bit of a neutral. Shoden really trying to find a way in here, wanting to clean this one up, and Shu is not wanting to let it go that easy. She knows she's got to get to 5 wins on this one. She does not want to let it out too easy. Great crouch R1 to finish it out there, and then also finds the L1 there. 144 health is going to be the side of Skoden. Goes for the running attack, goes for the flaming strike to bait it in. Unable to find too much off of it. The Shamshir able to interrupt the next flaming strike. Great spacing, though, comes out from Shu, and even better read, some might say, to get that. We are going to see the red feather now coming out from Skoden. Again, that 30 health, you kind of just have to switch to the red feather and hope that you can get enough damage in, but Shu not going to make it too easy. Ooh, great attempt to get it, but the trade's going to come out for the flaming strike, and that's going to be Shu going up 3-1, and we have finally seen the pendulum break for Skoden, where he actually goes down 2 in a row, and Shu seems like she may have figured out how to fight this setup, Enda.
Yeah, no, I think that the change there on the side of Skoden is definitely, it's a smart move. Switch to that two-handed Shamshir and try and get that little bit of damage. But what I will say here is Shu is really on point at the moment. Look at that. Going for those crouch R1s to try and make sure she doesn't get that knockback in the 116 poise. Very, very smart play. So she's in a position, once they're forced to roll out, that she can catch them with the crouching L1 to get that power stance crouch attack out. And that just does so much damage. It's actually a very novel use, and I think it's really, really clever. But as we move on, this could be match point for Shu if Skoden doesn't find a comeback here. This is one hell of a round, LB. I'm super stoked to see how this one is going to go. So I'm ready whenever you are. Give us the count in at your leisure.
I am all set, and ladies and gentlemen, it'll be Shu in red, Skoden in the blue. I believe it is match point against Skoden, and here we go.
And the physics are drank. We're seeing the roars come out once again as the buffs are put out, and the lightning grease here comes out on the side of Skoden, who immediately takes damage. That flaming strike there just to give him a little bit of breathing room as he sees Shu move off and the bit of pressure there. Shu is doing a great job playing that little bit of kite. She knows that he has to play off a whiff in order to get places here, but that Shamshir just goes to town, and the flaming strike there as Shu takes a phenomenal amount of damage there. But we see it there. Beautiful roll comes out here on the side of Skoden. Forced back now once again, keeping up that tasty bit of pressure, but he's laying it off. He's not staying in on top of her. He's not capitalizing on that bit of either positional or just the fear of God that's put into Shu from that off Shamshir from being able to do damage. And we see that the crouch R1 comes out, dukes out the second R1 to try and get that counter pressure. He could have stayed a little bit closer, but he is going to be slowly but surely bursted down. Beautiful anti-air comes out there on the side of Shu as she rolls through. Is going to take another tasty bit of damage there through all of that exchanges, but is it going to matter, as we are going to see a 300 health life advantage on the side of Shu, and Skoden outside of those flaming strikes doesn't really have that burst damage like Shu does in terms of those crouch R1s, so that could make a huge difference. Both players still have their tier. Good roll through there on the side of Shu, not setting up for a flaming strike there is the side of Skoden. He has to leverage those positional advantages, force her into the corner and try and get those flaming strikes out dead angle to try and get that bit of pressure, but he is going to eat a flaming strike of his own. Tries to go for that counter strafe there as the side of Shu. Goes for that again. Lightning is not striking twice with the side of Shu as she's just keeping that damage, getting that tasty bit of damage, realizes she can press there into that jump attack. Force back there once again. Interesting enough, that pushback is actually advantageous here for Shu. True, she doesn't get the vortexes and the trade comes through. And that's gonna be, doesn't matter Shu. Moving on. For a guaranteed finals match, she has definitely done an exceptional job here so far. 4-1 to Doesn't Matter Shu. And that is that. Are we going to see the honor bows? They come out. Oh my lord.
From Shu there. Something I do want to kind of point out is that Skoden did finally start to punish those roll-ins with the Shamshir. It took him a little while to get there, but I again, you like to see the learning on the cuff there, right? That's the whole point of these tournaments. A really good play there, but yeah, Shu just fundamentally is so clean with this spacing, just on a dime, swiveling around, finding the punishes, reading the attacks really, really well. That yeah, I think we're gonna be, for whoever finds it into the finals with Shu, is gonna be quite the match to watch.
Yeah, and we are now moving on. LBU. It's gonna be Smaxy versus Christina. And this is going to be another interesting one.
This should be an interesting one, yeah.
Smaxy, of course, would be, if not to play favourites or anything, Smaxy looking into this tourney, given he does have some leaderboard experience, more so than other players in the bracket, I would have considered him a favourite, but Christina has played super, super cagey and super, super well at getting those bits of pressure in. So this could very easily go either way, and I'm going to be super stoked to see how this next stock is going to go. We are still on the best of 3. This is... for the sake of the bracket, I think just keeping everything neat and tidy for losers bracket, I'll actually go for best of 3 all the way until losers finals. So it's still going to be a best of 3. We don't have as many rounds to play around with, but if this could go either way, I'm super, super stoked to see how these two players, who are relative unknown in my opinion, versus a leaderboard player. So I'm stoked.
Yeah, you've done Christina has played really, really smart throughout her every single match she's had. We've seen some really good mix-ups from her in terms of changing her aggression, but all in all has played very laid back, very much waiting for the opponent to come in. Again, it's playing setups that are designed to play that way, right? Really picking the right setups and how that match her play style. So I'm really curious. Smazy has very, very, very good fundamentals and everything. You said he's got that experience on the leaderboard. We see the pressure come through on the running attack with the fists, and we see everything push forward there. But I think Christina, with how she plays, could actually have an answer to deal with Smazy here as we move forward.
Yeah, for sure, and I'm really excited to see what Smazy is going to do here on that one. It wouldn't be an Endicord tourney without a typo. Come on, what was it? It was Zero versus Dark Soup at one point. I think was perhaps one of the best. It does sound quite so disappointing.
So, you misspelled Heaven's name too, but I didn't give you a hard time for it. Unfortunately, nobody else caught it.
You're far too kind. Listen, okay, I'll blame the Irish education system. Okay. All right. Well, we're just gonna get all these shenanigans set up. Christina versus Smaxy. Let me just do the the play-by-plays here and getting the tourney overlays all set up. I think is deeply important as well. But either way, Smaxy in blue, Christina in red. LBU, are you as excited about this as I am?
I am beyond fired up, Enda.
Fired up, man. Okay, genie. I better make sure this match actually happens then. Crazy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, and a 1. Allez.
And our bolt is in, our buff's out. We do see Christina go for like any type of punishes on that. She actually hasn't this time, but decides to delay it and find it, change that into the running R2 and into the base R2 of the S-Stock here to really try to find any bit of early pressure that she can on Smaxy. And it's worked out quite well. Great jumping R1 to find it. The pressure, though, is going to trade over to the Shamshir. You see her trying to find that pressure forward. There's the poison mist that we were talking about, Enda. Yeah, I can't put a bundle on it, but I can just use this Ash of War, and now I have another level of pressure that can come out. Good Beast Roar, though, from Christina. A lot of her damage has just been from that Ash of War this fight. She's done a really good job utilizing it. Runs into the poison a little bit. That could be detrimental, and then we are going to see a poison proc very soon here as the pressure is going to be coming out now from the side of Smaxy. That running R2 a little bit too aggressive on this thrusting sword, I think, is the side of Christina, and Smaxy is going to be capitalizing on that. Great strafe comes out for that running R2 and chains it into the running R1 in the backswing for himself. Finds the pressure. Even though the trade comes out again, I have Shamshir. I can press, and Christina is not looking good in terms of overall health here. Into the poison's ticking. We already saw a tear proc in there. She's got a lot of health to make through, and Smaxy commandingly takes the 1-0 in this.
Yeah, that's a very, very one-sided affair there on that one. Kudos to Christina there on getting some very, very good damage early on. And I will give credit where credit is due on that one. Being able to get that damage, but Smaxy we're seeing this happen in an awful lot of these rounds so far, LB. We're seeing a crazy amount of pressure at the way, but something happens, something changes. There's either a big burst of damage, or someone finally sees a whiff that they're able to capitalize on and just stay going to town on them then from there. And that's what happened there. We've seen 1 or 2 whiffs from Christina, a bit of I'm not going to say poor presses, but definitely questionable presses on that R2, and then in Smaxy goes and just keeps up that pressure. So I'm excited to see what this next round is going to be like. Are we going to see a 1-1?
It's possible we could see Christina change this up. A mistake a lot of newer players make on the thrusting sword is they just throw out those running attacks and nilly-willy, and Smaxy's doing a really good job of just punishing that.
Beautiful stuff. Well, ladies and gentlemen, round 2 on a 3 on a 2 and a 1. Allez.
And we are going to see the punish come through now from Christina. Like I said, that's consistently we've seen her in pretty much every match find a way to get the punish one way or another on that. So really good job there. The Sacred Blade on the thrusting sword coming out. Good roll there as the running R1 is not going to connect from the Shamshir. The Poison Mist now coming out. Really trying to make sure we can utilize the status. The Sacred tries to come through to find some pressure through that cloud, but right idea just didn't quite work. Great running R2 goes for the R2 for the roll catch, and the running R1 is going to come out from the side of Smaxy and the keep out from Christina. And unfortunately unable to get that one there, but we do see the pressure is still just coming non-stop from Smaxy and Christina. The poison build-up's got to be pretty real at this point, and there is the bolus right there. Finds the opportunity to get it, and the poison mist comes right back out from Smaxy. He's not going to relent on this one. He's going to keep the pressure moving forward. You got 99 balls, and let's go through all of them, right? The R2 trade's going to come out from the side of Christina here. Smaxy is going to find ability to get some chase down, though. Good poke attack comes out. See the whiff punish attempts to come out from the side of Smaxy, and there it is, the punish on that running R2 again from the side of Smaxy. So consistent with that. And this pressure moving forward here is Christina's trying to find a way. Christina really dialing in on this one. The running attack is going to get punished one more time. Good poke for the counter aggression, but we see a tear come through, and we also see that poison build up and a lot of damage coming through from the vortex of this. The jump attack is not going to land, and Smaxy is going to take this one clean with a 2-0, moving himself into the next one.
Man, what a showing there from Christina. Just shy, ladies and gentlemen, of making it into the top 3. Man, LB, what a round. She managed to move in that lat, though. That's the nature of these tourneys, unfortunately, brother. And the bow comes out here from Christina. You know, as we move forward, as these... if you want it to be EU exclusive, make sure that you send all the beginners over here to make sure that we can fill a bracket with just one region. So, congratulations, though, to Smaxy and Christina, a relative unknown for me. One of the newer South American players here who I'll definitely be keeping an eye on moving forward.
Yeah.
She did an exceptional job. One thing I will say that's slept on by an awful lot of people when they're starting out, the power of those rolling R1s that come out on Thrusting Sword. That is what, like 10 frames? 10 frames on a rolling attack, dude? I can't believe it. Like, the amount of counter pressure that you're capable of enabling is just kind of crazy. You do that rolling attack there really close to you, and you can just get that press right away. It's chef's kiss as a means of forcing the other person to play the same game that you do, which is very slow, very, very patient play. And if they're forced to do it, you're playing the setup that's the best at it.
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely. And you see, like I said, the two setups that we've seen Christina use is Thrusting Sword, which is the bread and butter of it, and also straight swords, which again, straight swords is very good at, I'm going to whiff punish, I'm going to keep you away from me. So, really utilizing weapons that fit the playstyle, I thought played really, really well throughout this entire tournament. Again, Smaxy, just with that experience and the fundamentals and mechanics that he has done a phenomenal job working his way through this losers bracket. I am excited to see if he's going to crawl all the way through it to get that chance again in the finals, but we will see.
Crawling through the mud, LBU. But I tell you what we're going to do real quick, ladies and gents. We're just going to take a quick break to stretch the old legs. So, for myself and LB, we'll be back in just a moment. LBU's cat may actually make an appearance again, which we all know that's the only reason anyone's even here. So...
Exactly, right. And to ask me to come because he heard I had a couple cats. He's like, I like cats, the ones that don't chew up my wires in the middle of a tournament, but I do like cats.
The cat just hated kids, okay, LBU, that's just how it is. But either way, ladies and gents, we'll see you all on the other side. Take care. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you are very welcome back to the bronze match. If it would actually show up properly on the thing, that you know what I love. I'll get all these overlays and everything sorted out, and then all of a sudden it just refuses to work.
Yeah, again, I'm sure it's the software on that one. Yeah, we've seen an amazing set here, and all the way through the losers bracket. I'm really excited for this one. It's two people that I think are really, really similar in terms of skill level. Is going to be Skoden, who's did a great job all the way up, and Smax, who's done a great job. And ironically enough, both of them sent down by the same player. So I think it'll be really exciting, regardless of whoever takes this, that we see in that finalist match. Are they going to be able to learn something from the previous one? They're going to get a couple more fights against her. Are they going to be able to figure out those PSGs? So
yeah,
I'm really excited to see this one play out.
And it does look like we've seen. Did
you time me out?
Sorry.
Did you time me out?
No.
Okay, that's all right.
Wait, did one of my mods do something? Okay. Oh,
I'm back. We're good.
we're. I don't know who it was, but we're going to blame Chili. I think that sounds like a fairly reasonable thing to do. But yeah, it's been an interesting one so far. Obviously, now we are moving on to the bronze match. So whoever wins this is in for the amazing prize of not being able to play Elden Ring anymore, which I think is a pretty good prize.
That is something that a lot of people have looked for a long time. So thank you to you for providing that service. It's much needed.
Anything I can do to help LB is very important. And here we are. We do have Smaxy, who's going to be in blue, versus Skoden on the halberd in red. I'm actually stoked here for this one, LB. This match looks like it could probably be one of the best in the tournament. Best of 7, bronze match. Are you prepared mentally, physically, emotionally for what's about to go down?
As prepared as I'm going to get, I think.
All right then. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, and a 1, we press the button. We hope it works. Kaboom!
And looks like it does. We are going to see the physics coming out. We're going to see the off-sham again now from the side of Skoven. That Hoarfrost Stomp now on the fist is Smaxy. Just trying to find any little bit of chip damage up front that they can. Good strafe on the running attack. Goes for the R2. I love the R2 there instead of the R1, but unfortunately just doesn't manage to grab it. We do see the Flaming Strike coming out now from Skoden. We're going to level this one out really fast as those backswings coming out from the side of the Shamshir. And Skoden able to get some damage in, get away, get the Talisman swap. It's going to give Smaxy the same opportunity to get those swaps through and work their way forward, but we're going to see just these throwing the R1s out, kind of something that Skoden's been doing a lot today, but the great Shamshir usage from the side of Smaxy is going to unfortunately be paralleled though from Skoden as he finds the pressure in through those trades, and Smaxy just falls so fast in that one, Enda.
The reason being is that Smaxy, because he's on the frame data setup, he believes that he can just pressure indefinitely. However, he has to be so very careful on the approach that Skoden just doesn't press on him because of the halberd mix potential, right? He's a flaming strike.
It's also...
Go on.
I don't think we're seeing a bull goat from Smaxy.
Brings up a very good point, actually.
Yeah, which... If he has the bull goat, he's able to trade into those backswings, and he doesn't have the bull goat. Skoden does, and that's just going to give an immediate advantage to Skoden.
Yeah, well, that remains to be seen, but we do have both of our players in. Give me the count in at your leisure, LBU.
And in 3, 2, 1.
Kaboom. Away goes the bolt. I know, I'm shocked. We are going to see the physic here from both of our players here. Trying to keep up that tasty bit of pressure. We are going to see the poison mist come out here on the sheer audacity of this man getting the workaround of the poison bundle ban. As we are going to see just that nice little bit of status build up right off the bat. But Skoden's not out of it yet as we see some really deftly rolled coming out there. And the backswing comes out again. The flaming strike, but it does trade. And more backswings in the trade there with the standing R1 LB. Which is, of course, just so strong. Gets the spear tally buff. He's able to push in a nice little bit of pressure. He is behind, but just barely in the stock. Goes for that little bit of a jitter in neutral here, but he is going to be rolled out in this. Did we just see a press there on the crouch R1? Skoden, you man from my own heart. Oh my god, with the flaming strike there is a little bit of peel. Forced back now once again. We're going to see just running into his space. Has to be careful in that little bit of aggression there. Again, just because it worked the first time doesn't mean that he's going to have such a free round as he is going to be able to hit from Kilo. Smaxy getting those nice presses in. both sides incredibly low here. Neither with the tier, but the Fists of Fury are out. And a good roll here from Skoden, but a trade in R2, probably trying to go for the follow-up there, but it was going to be eaten by that interrupt. Oh, and the Beast Roar just narrowly dodges.
Barely finds his way around that as we see the jumping attack coming out from Smax. You're really trying to finish this one out, and there's a great jump comes through, and the backswing is going to combo off of that. So really well played from Smaxy there to find the pressure early on and stick with it all the way through. Skoden played really well that one, but Smaxy was able to kind of find a couple little entries in. One thing I want to point out, one, you mentioned that really good crouch R1 to counter pressure on the backswing of the Shamshir, but then also that R2 after the trade on the Shamshirs in neutral was really, really good. It didn't quite hit, but that was the right idea. Smaxy was not expecting it. It just happened to work out that he was able to roll it.
And we have Dex versus Strength here, a battle as old as time, LB. And both sides, looking like some pretty interesting setups here. Obviously, we see the full get-ups of both of them. The tallies are out on display, but interesting that 20 strength here on the side of Skoden. And just as a very quick thank you to Tarnish Chimp for the raid, we are going to crack on with this next round, though. One of the mods would be so kind as to give a shout out to him. But LBU, I am ready to go. Are you prepared?
I am all set. We're going to have Skoden in the red, Smaxy in the blue, win the 1-1 of this best of 7.
All right.
And 3, 2, 1.
Olé. And there we have it. We are going to see the physics here from both of our players. The daggers are out from neutral here. Little bit of a punish right off the bat. The jump attack, not terrible, especially, but the hyper armor there on the poison mist is definitely going to do some work there. I'd be curious as to what Skoden's bar is going to look like after that one. And we do see that trade with the dagger, following up with the Shamshir and keeping up that tasty bit of pressure, but is going to be clipped. Tries to go for a running attack and get that counter aggression out, but Smaxy's just able to press with impunity, LB.
Yeah, really good pressure from Smax there. I like that with all the trading that's been doing, he took the risk to walk forward and go for a roll catch, and it played off so well for him. Not only do we have the poison just slowly ticking away at Skoden here, we see the fist coming through to pressure. It does get the punish on the bolus there. The flaming strike is going to come through, goes for the sham in the offhand to try to pressure off it. Really good R1 to counterbait that as well. The tier skip coming out, a little bit of health coming through from the swaddling cloth. Great running R1s from Skoden, trying to pull this one back by the skin of his teeth here, trying not to fall through, as we do see Smaxy now trying to get any little bit of regen he can, hanging out in the corner. The poison mist comes back out. That poison proc would be so deadly this late into the match as he goes for that jumping R2. Great spacing from Skoden, able to get around it. The flaming strike from neutral, trying to find the pressure. The running R1 is going to connect, resetting to a neutral here as the jump comes out. Is going to pressure that. Does not manage to find the hit, but is able to get away from it. Ooh. And we now see the trades coming through there, and there it is. Smaxy's going to clean that one up, taking a lead now in 2-1.
We're seeing now a great turnaround here in this match, LB. Not only are we seeing the really solid back and forth from both players, but we're seeing Smaxy do a good job of getting that counter aggression in. Every time Skoden tries to get those presses, Smaxy's just there to just press, and he's just immediately there. He's right there. He's right on top of it. He's like, okay, he's in the corner. I know he's going to mash. I'm going to press into him, and he's going to regret life decisions and have to go next. That's really what he's looking for, and that's what the Shamshir is great at. Punishing those mash attempts is just chef's kiss. But either way, LBU, we do have both of our contestants in. Give us the count in at your leisure, brother.
And 3, 2, 1.
We're, of course, going to see Skoden on the red and Smaxy in the blue. And just these nice daggers, just to get that little bit of chip, just keep Skoden honest here at the beginning of these fights here. But beautiful, nice bit of aggression there. That little bit of a jitter, but Skoden doing a great job of getting those presses in, and a couple of late hits coming out there on that one, but is it going to be enough? As we are going to see Skoden, beautiful attempt at a strafe there, but is going to be clipped by just the end of it as the flaming strike comes out there to try and get a little bit of counter pressure. He is going to be poisoned here, and that bit of pressure as we see the swap over to the lightning grease is just going to be exactly what he's looking for, but that anti-air action there coming out on the side of Skoden, very, very low, but he manages to get the proc. No tier skip here for Smaxy. That is the downside to going for that poison, especially when someone's that low, as he tries to go for the strafe but gets the interrupt there and the flaming strikes there to try and even it up. He is poisoned. He goes for the buff. He does manage to get it by a hair's breadth. Forced back now once again. We are going to see the Horfrost Stomp come out. Can Skoden bring this back? Neither side has a tier left. He is on red feather, and he's going to have to play super cagey on this one, especially with the unreactable that Smaxy has. On the side of that, the Flaming Strike comes out, almost managing to get it. Just that keep away there. He tries to go for some mind games, and that's... Oh, that's rough. LB, that is her.
Yeah, the sheer keep out that Skoden ran there for like the latter half of that fight, I mean, was really, really well played, especially, leveraging the fact that he's got the red feather going throughout all of that he can really get some good pressure onto Smaxy. I think, like you said, the downfall was trying to go for the mind game of it, but when you're at 800 health deficit, are you better off to risk it, or are you better off to go for it? But obviously in this case, you would have been better off just to keep them out. But obviously in some cases, the risk would have paid off. But in this one, we are going to see now Smaxy able to take a pretty comfortable lead. Now he's up by 2. This is going to put a match point onto Skoden. What are we going to see from Skoden to change things up and try to pull this one back, Enda?
Thinking of this one here, just in terms of this matchup, from what I'm able to know, he has to play an awful lot more carefully. He's being punished for going for that counter aggression and overcommitting to it. And of course, nothing about a Shamshir's committal. He's able to just go for those rollouts. He's able to get out. He just has to punish. Is he going to go for a jump? Okay, I can get the shear off, and then I need to skedaddle out of there. But either way, LBU, ladies and gentlemen of the audience, Smaxy 3 could be taking this away in blue. Skoden's 1. And on a 3, on a 2, and a 1. Allez.
And our bolt is in, our buffs are out. The players working their way forward here as we don't see the poison mist come out just yet. Perhaps trying to set up a hyper armor trade is going to be the side of Smaxy. Immediately swapping over to that life regen here, and there is going to be the poison mist, trying to get some pressure moving forward here, and goes for it again, really trying to set up for that mist to get a lot of that proc. And that mist does a lot of the bar if you're able to get somebody in it, and that's what Smaxy's going for here. Good idea with the run, but even better idea with the jump is the side of Smaxy is able to get away that and to be a little bit advantageously here, trying to find the pressure and moving in the neutral here. Each player just trying to dance around, find their way in, playing the mind game. See the darts are going to come out from the side of Smaxy, missing the roll catch. Great punish, great spacing from the side of Skoden, but that's going to flip the pressure onto Maxi. Skoden stayed in a little bit too long. Smaxy now has a bit of a lead, working on getting that poison proc. We got to be pretty close. Actually swapping over to the fist, though, is going to be the side of Smaxy as Skoden's trying to find the pressure in. Good avoidance on that running attack. Even better avoidance from Smaxy. He just knows that flaming strike's coming out, and he just hangs out. He's like, okay, you're going to keep pressing that? Let's move along here, hey? But that one's going to catch, and now the pressure comes in on the fist, unable to find it as the running attack comes out on the halberd, chains it into the Shamshir, but the trade is going to be in favor of fist. Really high amounts of damage coming out here from the side of Smaxy, and now Smaxy on a bit of a back foot, working to make the way forward here. Skoden trying to reset to a neutral and just trying to find the pressure forward. That poison slowly taking away, but like you said before, is going to guarantee his tier. He doesn't have to worry too much as the Shamshir is going to come out now from Smaxy, trying to set up some vortexes and some high pressure as Skoden trying to find the pressure forward. Great R1's going to catch to the backswing, unable to make. Rolls a little bit too early in that running attack. That's going to give Smaxy a little bit of chip, but Smaxy falling really, really low, and Skoden is able to find a punish there as well in the Bestial Roar, trying to find the way in now. Smaxy trying to say, what can I do to finish this out? Goes for the jumping attack on the fix. Skoden two-handing the Shamshir, deciding I'm just going to take this one out now. I want to fight still. I want to be in this tournament still. Great running attack. And nice! The Flaming Strike does catch on the roll catch, and that's going to be Skoden staying in this in a 3-2.
Absolutely. Is this the beginning of the reverse sweep,
It
LB?
could be.
This is nuts. Like, Skoden is doing such a good job of, he's reined in that aggression to such a huge degree. He's finding those opportunities to get those hits in. He's looking for those opportunities to force those presses. He's just doing a really, really solid job. As you have disappeared off the face of the planet, let's not do that then.
You can't do a reverse sweep if you don't go down 3-1, so props to Skoden here for setting this up. But we are going to see each player working, they're getting their way back in. Skoden did a really good job that one of finding the counter pressure and really spacing out those attacks, but still is rolling some of those Shamshir attacks early. That's giving Smaxy some damage, just giving him some of those phantom hits, just giving him some of that poison. So curious to see how Skoden tries to lock in to pull this one back.
No, for sure. I'm ecstatic to see how this next round is going to go, LB. 3-2 in Smaxy's favor. And ladies and gents, on a 3, on a 2, and a 1, allez.
And out comes the bolt, out comes our buffs, and we do see immediately daggers coming out. Wants to get rid of that shield salesman as soon as he can, but Skoden does get the poisonous mist out here, really trying to utilize this pressure off the status, and does immediately find a running R1, chains it into a roll, follow up on the roll catch into another running R1. The flaming strike to punish it is able to find the punish. Smaxy just kind of walked right into that one as the jumping R2 is going to miss. Great spacing from the side of Skoden. Skoden free aims the offhand and actually misses their Enda, as we now see a bit of a reset here. The fists coming out immediately now from Smaxy. He's trying to get in. He's trying to get physical. He wants to take this one home. He does not want to put this onto a match point in total. He wants to take this one out and move along. The talisman swaps coming through the neutral game of these players. Great running attack to come in. Even better punish comes out from the side of Skoden. Does manage to also find the the backswing on it there. Great running attack. Takes advantage of the little bit of off spacing there, and Smaxy falling very low now, but has the chase down with these fists. The trade coming through. I'm not sure if that was it for Skoden, because that puts him right into tier skip range, but that poison should take it out pretty much any minute, and there it is. So he can kind of play very passively there, wait for that poison to come through. The flaming strike going for the anti-air actually doesn't manage to land it. Does get the tier proc though with the offhand of the sham shears. He's trying to find his pressure forward.
Yeah, he's doing a great job here. Look at that flaming strike though. Just, greet him. He thinks he has pressure, time to open the door, and there's fire and flames inside, LB. And looking at this here, Skoden is doing a good job of going for those sheer presses as opposed to the halberd ones. That's really going to be his win con here. But he is going, both sides going for that spinning slash, but it's not going to connect on the side of either of them. Skoden is, of course, going to be on a timer here with that poison proc, and forced back into the corner, tries to go for some counter pressure. He goes for the backswing, but he's so low. Oh.
Yeah, it's a really interesting play from Smaxy with Skoden having the health advantage, but with the poison ticking. Really what Smaxy wants to do is just kind of hang out, right? He wants to let that poison work. He wants to force Skoden in a situation where Skoden needs to walk into him, but instead he just runs right at him and finds the combo to clean it out. So really good aggression from Smaxy there at the end. Probably something Skoden wasn't anticipating, was probably trying to figure out how he was going to get in, and then just immediately gets pressed and cleaned up for a 4-2 in favor of Smaxy. And Smaxy getting the opportunity now. The person that took him out in the first round is now the hurdle that he has to jump to get back into winning this tournament.
Yeah, for sure, LB. And you know what? We're actually going to do the unheard of here. We're actually going to go for the playback on this one. What a great way to finish it out, the end of our bronze match. Smaxy did a phenomenal job just looking at that pressure, that flaming strike there, just to greet him on the way in. Really, really solid stuff. And, kudos to Skoden for doing such a great job. He's poisoned. He realizes his back is against the wall all the way through on this one. But he manages to force a super tight round all the way through. And Smaxy as well with the patience to realize, yeah, I've gotten interrupted. I am still aware that my health bar is bigger than yours. So I'm going to have the opportunity to press into you. That is a punish that I've seen multiple times all the way through this set, and the spinning slash mirror coming out there on that one is just a really interesting. And GG's to Skoden, even though you didn't make it. I'm super stoked to see you make it into the next one of these, brother. You did an absolutely phenomenal job, but that flaming strike there, that whiff on the second follow-up there, I understand the impatience that you get into, and then he tries to mash the trade, and he should have just gone for a shoot and scoot on that one, LB, I think. That was really the end of him, and it's not the first time he's done it. And, GG's to both, well played, and I am super, super excited to see you in against Skoden. Very, very well played. But now, LBU, it is time. It is time for the finals match. It is going to be Shu versus Smaxy here. We'll just give Smaxy just a minute to kind of take stock, get the old reset going in his brain, because that was a stressful round if ever there was one.
Absolutely.
Oh my god.
Yeah, absolutely. That was one that, he really had to lock in for, really had to be aware of everything, stacking every advantage that he can, like I said, getting that poison proc, playing off of that, aggressing, like you made the great point of noticing, yeah, my health bar is lower, but really it's higher. You got the poison on you. Let me press you on this and let me take advantage of that. Really, really good plays from Smaxy there through that entire set. And the original match with him versus Shu was really, really solid. Hopefully this losers bracket has had the opportunity to get him a little warmed up, get him a little more ready, and he can go at this full strength and try to clean this one up.
Yeah, it could go either way here on this one. Shu has been absolutely formidable as an opponent all the way through this tournament. Absolutely formidable. She did an excellent job all the way through here as well of just keeping up that pressure, understanding when she's safe, and her spacing is so goddamn tight.
Absolutely.
Like,
the spacing
confidence.
off of Shu really has not been paralleled this entire tournament. She's done a great job. And not only the spacing, but just the pure movement, right? Strafing around. I think we saw her strafe around to Shamshu earlier. Not a very easy task to take in, and she did a phenomenal job with that matchup. So I'm curious if we see Smaxy just immediately on the fists, or if he is going to play that Shamshu.
Yeah, I'm super curious as well to see what we're going to see. Funny enough, Genie, broken record here in this one, but yeah, Shu has that counter strafe tech down. She knows exactly where she needs to stand in order to get it. They're able to put in that nice bit of counter pressure when needed, and the part that I'm most impressed with an awful lot of the more modern PSGS players is they're more willing than before times, in the long ago, when dinosaurs roamed the earth and LBU was still casting Den, look, only focusing off of the JL1 from Kilo to try and get that nice bit of counter damage in, or alternatively, weirdly enough, just going for that L1s constantly and dead angling to get those hits. But we're seeing now, run R1s can come through, jump R1s can come through, crouch R1s can come through. True, the R2s aren't great, and yeah, the run L1 is absolutely what's the technical term for it? It'll be god awful. Yeah. I defer to you, the expert, of course. It's not like the old days when you had Uggs and you were just able to do nuclear tier damage and pretty much everything that came out, and you had hyper armor to get you get out of jail free card. But yeah, I'm stoked. I'm stoked for this round. I just can't wait to see what we're going to see. And I'm just going to annoy Shu real quick. Where are you? Where are you hiding? Let's find them. Let us find them real quick. Because we do have one of our players in world. Doesn't matter, Shu. Where are you? Where are you hiding? Let me just have a quick look here. Oh. Where are you? Where is she hiding? Rightio. Well, while we wait, what has been the best match so far, LBU? If you were to play, assuming you weren't in the casting, weren't casting this one today, and you were completely like biased and as all get out, what would you say has been your favorite so far?
Oh boy, there's been some really, really good ones. It's kind of hard to say. I think Skoden versus Fractured was a really good one. In round 2, there was a lot of really good back and forth in that one. I do think that the Christina and Heaven match was really good because we got to see each player kind of step out of their own little bubble, if you will, and really just try to think outside the box and get things. And I have to say, the last one we just saw, Skoden and Smaxy, that was probably one of the most evenly, like, really, really well matched between the two of them. And they both played their setup phenomenally well to lead to Smaxy taking that win. So I think that was a really, really good one as well.
Like, obviously the score says one thing, but man, that was a tight round, all things considered. And like, to see both players do as well as they did, I think that's probably my favorite one so far. Probably one of my favorite ones so far. Just having that consistent back and forth and the good decision making really win through in the wind up, I think made the world of difference, and it just showed like who has better understanding of when they are safe to press. And I think that came through and was absolutely chef's kiss. Well played to both, and as I said before, LB, I'm super stoked to see Skoden come back and into one of more of these tourneys. He put on such an exceptional show for all of us. So
yep.
Really, really stoked to see what they'll have to offer next time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, I think the Halberd playstyle that we see from Skoden is, to me, it's almost like a relic to see a Halberd played well. Because so few people do it the way that you're supposed to do it, right? So many people just use it as I'm going to press running R1 and that's all I'm going to do, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, I pressed running R1 and it missed. I'll just press my off dagger and then I'll walk away. But like when you really utilize Halberd the way, like when you use the full move set, when you're able to get your mix-ups in, when you're able to hit those jumping R2s, those running R2s, those crouch R1s, like there's so much depth to the weapon, and I really like to see people utilize it to its full potential. We do see Smaxy and Shu finally in World here, Enda, for our finals at the beginning of our best of 9.
Hells yeah, I am excited. LBU. We do, of course, have Smaxy in blue, Shu in red, and LBU. Are you prepared?
I'm prepared as I'll ever be.
That's terrifying. All right, ladies and gents, in a 3, in a 2, and a 1, Allez.
And the bolt is out. We are going to see Shamshir from Smaxy on this one. So it decided I'm going to stick with the poison. I'm going to stick with the Shamshir, and we're going to find some pressure off of this. Shu just kind of hanging out in the corner. Good jumping attack. The backswing is going to be able to land there from the side of Smaxy. Shu getting a quick swap on the old talismans and immediately over to the fist now with Smaxy trying to find the pressure and keeps pressing after the miss. Great read there from Smaxy, knowing that Shu's going to be looking for a punish there as Shu tries to go for the running R1, or sorry, the crouch R1. Isn't going to find it. Now going for a vortex. Is able to find the roll catch. Missing the second, unfortunately, though, as now Smaxy's going to take the advantage to immediately get in and chasing down with these fist weapons, and Shu is having a little bit of struggle keeping them away, but that little bit of a poke is going to keep that resetting to a neutral here. The poison is going to be slowly ticking down onto Shu here as Smaxy getting some talisman set, really trying to lock in for this one and find it through. The running R1 is unfortunately going to miss, but that backswing not looking to find it, and there it is. The pressure coming through, though, is going to be able to get the pressure from the side of Shu, landing the L1, unable to land the second. Good health advantage from the side of Smaxy. Takes the JR1, still managed to be a lead, but not anymore. Great spacing comes out from the side of Shu. Great whiff punishing, really resetting this one back to a neutral. Good respect of the jump R1 is the side of Smaxy, realizing that I can't just stand in there and deal with it. I got to get away. Great pressure now from the R1s on there, but the pressure from Shu is going to manage to get a first little hit, not quite able to land the second L1 there, and the Shamshir comes back out, going for the R1, unable to land it. Good reaction roll, but that jumping R1 really finding some good pressure. There's the side of Shu. Shu at a pretty comfortable lead here, but that poison is ticking. Oh, it might not matter anymore. One L1 away from dying is the side of Smaxy, but he doesn't care. He gets right in there and finds the pressure. Great strafe from the running R1 there, able to get away from it, and now we're seeing that poison is going to start to play much more of a role here as we do see the blue feather coming out, the Hoarfrost stomp from the side of Smaxy. Smaxy trying to find this quick little R1 from the side of the fist here, really trying to find the pressure through. Great running R1, unable to actually land it, goes for the R1 to actually try to get the roll catch, unable to. 71, 61, 55, and Shu able to find it. So close to that poison clearing things out, but Shu able to take the first one, then a 1-0 lead.
What on earth, LB? Like, looking at that last round that just happened there, Shu did an exceptional job of, like, what I wanna point out there is we've seen an awful lot of those hard reads come through. Like, if we look at this here, like, goes for the jump, recognizing that there's an opportunity that he can press, and just immediately skedaddling, skittering back onto the fridge to try and get that little bit of a reset to neutral. And if they do go for the pressure, already in a position to get that punish. Really, really solid stuff. And, you know, kudos to Shu for doing such an amazing job here so far. And, you know, it's really showing exactly what she's able to do. Really, really solid stuff. And I'm super stoked to see how this next one is going to go, LB, because this could so easily go either way. So very easily go either way. Look at that there, on the back foot all the way through this. Like,
yeah, one thing Smaxy does really, really well is he's so good at applying pressure when low health. And this is a couple times you've seen it throughout this now, is his opponent has a very decent health lead, and instead of, you know, backing up, playing more passive, he gets right in there, finds a way to level out the fight, and just does a really, really good job of it. This fight could have gone either way from either player here. And again, really good play from Shu all the way through, really good play from Smaxy near the end. Great jumping R1 to find that. And I actually really liked that crouch R1 to try to find the pressure there, and amazing avoidance coming out from Shu on that one. That would have been death had she not been able to avoid that running attack.
Oh, an excellent showing here on the side of Shu, but it's not over yet, LB. This is a best of 9, my friend, and there's a ways to go yet. But give us the count in at your leisure.
We're going to have Shu up 1-0 in the red to Smaxy in the blue, and this will be a 3, 2, 1.
Here we go. We are going to see the physic here on the side of both of our players. Daggers, but a roar in defiance. Not even worried about the damage. That's crazy. And we see the light little bit of damage there. Tries to go for the crouch attack, but is going to be interrupted by the poison mist. Regretting that press. Tries to force in that little bit of damage, but is going to be able to get a crouch attack through, but just the spacing, confident as they are, is our Shu, but still is going to be hit by it. But we do see the poison bolus goes through. Smaxy still not quite on the back foot yet, but has to play this one super carefully. Force back now once again. We are going to see that crouch attack, but the poison mist again is going to be able to get that bit of pressure. Force back now. These running attacks chained one after the other, but Shu is nowhere in sight already. away from it. Goes for a running attack there. Tries to go for the roll catch there on the crouch L1, but it's not going to be enough. Tries to go for a bit of counter pressure, and that's it. The orbital strike from Kilo, managing to do insane amounts of damage there, and the good roll out there on the side of Shu is going to be poisoned again, but does manage to catch Smaxy with that jumping R1. Forced back now once again. Shu not quite able to be hit there by Smaxy, but this is one hell of a close match, LB. This could very much go either way. That poison proc there is playing puck there with what Shu wants to do. That's strafe. Ain't no way. Demon mode engaged. Forced back now once again. We are going to see... tries to threaten a press there. Smaxy's right on top of her, though. Is he going to be able to get that... gets that pressure. Tries to go for a roll catch. He's out of there. And resets to neutral. But the poison bolus has been consumed. Forced back now once again. We see a good roll there coming out on the side of Shu. Jumping attack comes through. Ready to re-engage there. Tries to go for the pressure. But that press is just too much. Shu is stuck in trouble. That's going to be a backstab. 17 HP and a dream. Oh my god, the orbital strike comes in again.
And the jump. Oh my goodness, the jump. Smaxy gets a little bit too aggressive, goes for the running attack while still one-handing the weapon, doesn't get the follow-up on it, and unfortunately is going to be taken out by that jump attack. What a jump. Shu, again, we've mentioned it so many times throughout this entire tournament. Shu's jumps have been just second to none.
Oh, she's been on... They've been on point the entire time. It's actually crazy. Like, if you look at, like, any of the engagements that have happened so far, like, they're just there. They're just ready to go all the time. And it doesn't matter what's going on there at all. Like, we reset here, we can just look, like, she was basically on death's door. And that strafe at the beginning there, absolutely amazing.
Yeah, Shu's movement has been really, really good. We've seen some good movement coming out from both of these players, but Shu's movement has just been phenomenal. The strafes that we've seen come out from her in I guess Shamshir, I think we saw a couple against like Fists. Like, she's just had incredible movement and just immediately gets right back into space. Unfortunately, she didn't catch that roll there, but that would have been textbook PSGS there. Get out of the way, get in, start moving, blending your animations together, and try to find that roll catch. Another thing Shu's been doing really well is the jumping R1s from neutral. She's caught Smaxy a couple of times with those that, especially like he'll have some poison pressure or something, and there it is, right? She's in the corner. She gets out of the corner by just hitting that JR1, comboing it together. And yeah, that was the backstab could have been really, really tragic for her. So it's kind of fitting that one mistake from her is immediately remedied by the jump L1 too.
Yeah, what we'll do is, ladies and gentlemen, we will probably look at these replays again later because there's been some exceptional play, but we do have both of our contestants in and ready to go. Shu 2, Smaxy not. Can Smaxy bring it back from this very, very nasty lead so far from Shu? LBU on a 3, on a 2, and a 1. Allez.
And the bolt is in. We are going to, again, see our respective trades. The dagger coming out. We've seen this all 3 rounds now. This scream coming out from Shu. The poison mist from Smaxy. They're all ready to go. They're all buffed up and ready to fight this. The jumping R1 coming out from the side of Smaxy, trying to find the pressure. Surely got some poison built up from that phantom hit, and now the pressure comes in. Shu trying to find the way through. Unable to find the roll catch, though, but the running R1 comes out. Great roll from Smaxy, able to get away from it, and now the pressure. The R1 trying to hit the roll catch there. The running attack, nearly finding it, is going to be the side of Smaxy, forcing an early talisman swap, but that JL1, he's got to watch it. The jump attacks have just been absolutely detrimental to Smaxy. Really good delay on that jump is going to be the side of Smaxy, really waiting until the end to hit it, but great read and great reaction from Shu to get away from that. His health's looking relatively even here as each player is just trying to figure out, how do I aggress, how do I get in? Good R1 from neutral, going for the roll catch there. Great poke is going to come out from Shu, comboing into 2 separate CL1s there, and the pressure comes through. A phenomenal spacing from Shu. Shu is locked in. She is ready to take this. She says, nope, this is my tournament. I'm not dropping around. I'm going to keep this going. And you see Smaxy, that textbook, I just got hit pressure coming out, trying to find it. Does manage to get a backswing in, but Shu not phased at all, hanging out in neutral, forcing him to come in. The jump R1 is going to land again. The flaming strike to force the trade, and now going for the roll catch. There it is right there, and the vortex comes in. 38 health, going for the crouch R1, not quite able to land it as the running attack comes out from the side of Smaxy, but we're talking 1800 to 46. And we do see the red feather coming out, and he's going to connect. And if there was ever a setup to pull it back, it would be this one. To have to play really, really safe is going to be decided. Smaxy here is Shu trying to find the pressure forward, and here it's going to be unable to find that crouch L1. The spacing comes through, almost thinks about going for it, decides not to, finally gets away from that jumping attack, and finally anti-airs, but there's the crouch R1 from Shu. A little bit too late from Smaxy there. Shu takes a pretty comfortable 3-0 in this one, Enda.
Yeah, confident 3-0 there on that one, and I just like looking at these rounds so far, absolutely exceptional stuff from both of our players here. Like, the amount of damage that they're just able to output all the way through this is just absolutely bonkers. Like, Shu knows when they're safe to actually press into any of this, and Smaxy's just struggling. He's so unsure of when he's actually safe to aggress and not. And you know what? Kudos. He's putting up a good fight. He's bringing those comebacks. They could be real, but he has only 2 stocks to play around with now, LB. This could very easily be an absolute sweep. And, you know, look at those jump attacks there as well. Like, if there was ever a setup that was able to do, like, really good mix potential with the going for the JL1, and they have to respect it as well. The amount of damage that they're able to put out is just absolutely nuts. But this could look like it's going to be the first tournament in a while. We might not see a second, bracket reset here. Shu's just on fire today.
That R2 is just the damage that comes out from fists on red feather is just so gross.
I think it's perfectly normal damage, real LB. I don't know what you're trying to say.
True.
It is the most Elden Ring of damages you're going to get, and look at that space out there that she goes for, and then there tries to go for the roll catch.
I do find it really interesting, the talisman setup from Smaxy in this setup, because usually you would see players being like, okay, I'm going to throw Millicents on. I'm going to throw Rotten Winged. I'm still going to keep my Swaddling Cloth and my red tier just to get as nuclear as possible. But actually opts for the shield talisman there for the physical damage negation. So really interesting choice there.
But give us the count in at your leisure.
Alrighty, we are going to see Shu up 3-0 to Smaxy, and in 3, 2, 1.
The bolt is out, and the physics are drunk. And are the daggers going to be thrown? No, but there will be shouts. A bit of abuse going from across the arena.
Not
there.
Going for poison on this one.
Not trying to go for the extra damage. I think he realizes that, you know, the amount of damage that he was actually able to output just wasn't really worth it, and it wasn't putting Shu in any compromising position, because he has to be careful of the counter aggression that can come out on Shu, that he can't be close enough really to guarantee that he's going to be able to get the punish on it. And we see there Shu, patient as a saint there, going managing to get that nice bit of damage. The roll catch comes out. Not electing for the 116 poise here is the side of Smaxy, which is definitely going to cost him. The JL1 from Kilo is going to be back swung though, but the backstab grab here, the run attack comes through. Maybe not the best of ideas, but definitely keeping up that pressure. And we are going to see, is that the tier skip? The tier is gone already, and Smaxy still has a fair amount of health to play around with. So this could very easily go either way. We are going to see the seamless bug come through, and hopefully that's not for both players, as Shu is going to be put in a spot of bother and put away. Owie. Putting Smaxy on the board.
Yeah, Smaxy decided, you know what, I'm ready to win. We're messing around with this stuff, but I'm just gonna go to fists. And I think that's the play, you know. He's done really, really well on fists. Like, he has some really clean Shamshir play in here, but by the end of it, he just says, yeah, we're gonna rock fists here and keep it nice and simple, just to get that cleanup, especially after that tier skip, or not tier skip, rather the tier pop. On the side of Shu. They were relatively even. He gets that tier pop and says, okay, tier's popped, time to pull out fists, and we're just gonna clean this one up. And that is textbook utilization of fists right there. They are phenomenal weapons after you get that tier pop, just to get through an unfortunate jump attack. The first one we've actually seen not really work out in the favor of Shu. Does get a little bit of grace there as we see the backstab attempt unfortunately miss. I don't even think Smaxy was really going for that grab. That was just one of the unfortunate grabs that you can get in the game. But yeah, really good clean fight from Smaxy. But Shu is still far from over in this one, as she is still up 3 in the red over Smaxy to 1 in the blue.
Give us
and in
shout
3, 2, 1.
Kaboom! The physics are drunk. The shouts are out. Are we going to see any dagger punishes? We don't. We do see beautiful strafe there on the side of Smaxy though. Shu going for the L1 press. Good patience though. The flaming strike coming out there to try and punish the backswing attempts on the side of Smaxy. Shu is more or less coming in from behind here, as there's a My god, there's like a 600 health deficit here, and with Smaxy on Fist, that's going to be rough as well. Try goes for the anti-air, evening it out. Crazy amount of damage there. 200 health in the lead there still for Smaxy, but Shu regaining their footing as they're forced back onto the back foot a little bit here, but they've reset to that neutral, and maybe that little bit of damage that came out, though, is going to be the thing that costs them. Forced back out now once again, goes for a jump R1. Is it going to be enough? No, Shu
Great read from Smaxy.
Yeah, for sure. Putting into the corner there, going for that second R1. Uh-oh. Shu still in it, though, managing to get the roll catch there. And Shu keeping up that aggression, but walks directly into that standing R1 on the side of Smaxy. 400 HP in the difference, and that's going to be the tier gone for both of them. Beautiful roll. The Flaming Strike comes out, but beautifully rolled there from Smaxy. This is even Steven. About 40 HP in the difference. Both sides have to play this so cautiously. Shu is still in the lead, has many as a stock to play around with, is stuck in the corner, and she manages to get out. That's going to be an input drop. If ever there was, Smaxy's so low, and tries to go for the trade. And he manages to actually Mayweathered his way out of the corner there on that one.
That is crazy. That spacing at the end, what a perfect read. Knowing that, okay, if I press now, I die. Let me just unlock, turn around, and then come right back in. Great turnaround from Smaxy. They're very unfortunate input drop, though, I think, in the corner from Shu.
Yeah, Shu more or less had that one, but just good on Smaxy for actually realizing, no, it might be bad, but I still have pressure. I still have that opportunity to go in. You know what? Kudos to him to be stuck in the corner like that. That was actually, I'm actually in awe right now. That was really, really nice showing. So that is going to be Smaxy up 2. Shu is 3. This one's starting to even out a little bit, LP. Smaxy is not out of it yet. Oh my god.
That jumping R1 there was really, really clean out of the Flaming Strike, right? Because most of the time you think, okay, they missed the Flaming Strike. I'm pretty much in the clear. We can reset and I can go back in, but Shu did a really, really good job of finding that in. I'm not sure exactly, if that was just purely an input drop or what happened there, but it is a bit unfortunate. The jumping R2 here as well from Smaxy was just so ballsy.
Yeah, just look at that in the corner there. Just look at that, literally. You wouldn't see that footwork from Mayweather when he's stuck against the ropes. Like, that's utterly insane. Holy moly. Alright, well, ladies and gentlemen, 2-3 in favor of Shu, who's in red. Oh man, I'm excited for this one. So we will, without further ado, on a 3, on a 2, and a 1. Allez.
Our bolt is in. Our respective buffs are out. As Smaxy trying to play, immediately going for the jump attack is the side of Shu. Ooh, great counter pressure, but even better spacing comes out from Smaxy there. I did not see that press coming out. Smaxy did, fortunately, was able to get around it, and now we see going for the roll catch there, and actually just kind of trying to keep them at bay. Hamma's going to keep swinging here. If you come in, you're going to be in trouble, but great counter pressure comes out from Shu. Good jumping. It's going to get the anti-air, though, is going to be the side of Shu. About even in terms of health after that exchange, though, as Shu is going to be just kind of moving back and forth here. Smaxy trying to find his way in. The running attack is unfortunately not going to hit for him, but Shu able to roll that without a problem and reset to a neutral here, trying to find the pressure in. The jumping R1's going to come out punished, though, by the crouch R1 trying into the Cortex, and that's a lot of health gone for Smaxy. Smaxy 1,000 health in the deficit, and also has the opportunity to get tier skipped by one of these jumping L1s that she was so good at. But we're going to see as they're trying to find the pressure forward, the R1 coming out. Smaxy not afraid to get in there while he is at such a health deficit. He knows, well, the only way we're going to level out is if I do some damage, so let me go do some damage really quick. Throws out the R1, goes for the backswing there, actually is able to find it, goes for the spin slash. Interesting choice for the mix up there. Oh, unfortunate grab there as he goes for the roll catch. Does get sucked into a backstab grab, but able to get away from that. The trade now coming out, that is going to proc the tier, and now we're going to see really close to Shu having a tier proc as well, as Smaxy trying to get that through, and here comes the fist, and there's going to be one set of hits. They're going to then great spacing, is able to get it, and we do see go for the jump R2 there, unable to land it. The Flaming Strike is going to connect, but going for the combo, unable to land it, is going to be the side of Shu, and now Smaxy, as he is one hit away from dying, but he's 2 or 3 vortexes away from winning. So we're going to see him just right on the edge of everything for Shu. Great jumping R1. Again, those jumping R1s from Shu have just been unparalleled throughout this entire matchup. The jumping R2 is going to land, but not before the trade comes out for Shu, and Shu is going to put this now on a match point against Smaxy.
You know what, LB? This could still go either way. I know that, like, Smaxy's done a great job of making just those little changes all the way through to be able to like bring it back and bring really close matches. Like, I understand that the amount of damage that was on display there was pretty terrifying, let's be real. But you know, we still had a really good showing here from Shu all the way across. Like, look at this. Like,
Absolutely.
just the spacing, knowing when it's safe to go for those jumping attacks, those anti-airs as well. I think that's one of the first chances that Smaxy's actually gotten a decent punish against that attempted anti-air. Shu's just on fire today. I really don't know if anyone's going to be able to stop them. It's actually nuts, forcing in there and then just that going for that press there and being able to actually get it. And then the flaming strike. Did elect to go for the roll catch there. Definitely put Smaxy in a really bad spot. A crouch R1 into a standing R, or anything really there to get that roll catch could have put him in a really bad spot, because he's in that 50-50 zone where, am I going to go for the follow-up? Am I going to go for something else? You have to worry about both. Good choice for Shu to try and put it away, but yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, we saw a bit of a free aim on the follow-up there, and I think that was, like you said, let me just finish this one now, because of how devastating those. Once your tears get popped and you're going up against fists, it is crazy how fast your health bar can just disappear. And I'm sure Shu is aware of that, and I think that's why we see that interesting choice after the flaming strike there. But Enda, match point against Smaxy.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for what could be the end? Or is it just the end of the beginning? On a 3, on a 2, on a 1. Allez!
And our bolt is in, our flasks are out, our buffs are on, as Smaxy, wasting no time, putting Shu right up into the corner, finds the roll catch immediately on that. So first blood is going to go to him as he's trying to find this pressure forward, going for another roll catch. Great roll comes out from Shu, able to get away from that running attack, chaining in now from the side of Smaxy, trying to find the pressure forward. Shu trying to get out of this corner, but is unfortunately not going to be able to roll that one. Great roll from Smaxy. They're reading that crouch R1's coming out, knowing that he has to respect it a little bit. Great spacing, the strafe still coming out, but the backswing is unfortunately not going to matter, as Smaxy, he does not want to be put on match point, Enda. He is ready to continue this one forward. Great movement around the running attack, but there we're going to see the vortex now coming through, the anti-air coming in from the side of Shu. So Smaxy has to reset a little bit now, going right back over to the Sham. Shu says, you know what, why swap the fists? We're doing well on Sham. He's going to try to find a way, and we're going to see a little bit more aggression coming out from Shu, and I like this. It kind of keeps her out of the corner, but as I say that, Smaxy doing a great job of keeping her in there as the wiggles coming out. Great reaction roll coming out from Shu here, resetting to a neutral, trying to find the pressure forward. Great strafe comes out from Smaxy. He finds the R1, going for the backswing, is able to continue the trade, and the air comes out, unable to find the flaming strike now from the side of Shu. The jumping R1, that's going to connect as the pressure does reset to a bit of a neutral, but Smaxy does not like neutral. He is in the face, ready to go. The trade coming out. Shu could turn this one around. Great jumping attack. The flaming strike's going to come through, going for the same combo we saw before. Unfortunately, Smaxy able to get away from that one, but immediately just keeps her right in the corner. So that's the corner. That's where you need to stay, and he's just got the pressure going on. He's got to be careful for these swamps here, or sorry, for the jumps here. We do see the red feather coming out, and a jumping attack could be absolutely brutal for Smaxy here, especially on these fists, going for that Horfos, trying to find any little tiny bit of chip that he can, kind of putting himself in the corner, and then the jump attack. Great read, and punishes it outright, and that is going to be Smaxy taking a 3-4.
What a round, LB. You know, at the end of the day, I said this could go either way. Was this the end, the beginning of the end, or the end of the beginning? It's so hard to tell in this. Both players are doing a really good job of, like, their reads are really solid. Like, as you said there, reading that jump L1 was coming out, that Hail Mary act of desperation. It just knew it was coming. Just had it on point that they realized that it was going to come through. And there you go. Just got that punish next to immediately. And beautifully done. Beautiful display of both sides here going for those attacks. It is going to be 3-4 still in Shu's favor. They have one more stock to play around with. And then it's for realsies this time. LBU, give us the count in.
And in 3, 2, 1, our match point is underway.
Ooh. We see the physics. We see the roars. We are going to see another roar here, maybe going for something else. Still caught on that two-handed. That's a really rough start for Shu. Stuck in the corner right immediately, but calls out the backswing and manages to get a vortex out of it. Getting those really nice roll catches. Tries to go for the just tries to go for those jump attacks from Kilo, but I think Smaxy's kind of got the lowdown on them now. Is trying to go for those strafes, but unfortunately is going to eat an awful lot of damage there. Tries to go for another one, but Smaxy has more than learned the lesson there on that one. Good rolls here on the side of Smaxy, being on the receiving end of Shu's pressure. It's definitely something I know this hard to roll. But there you go, forced back now into the corner. Good presses here on the side of Smaxy. Oh, great spacing, keeping up that pressure. Shu's been forced back now. Goes for a running attack, is going to connect. Tries to make it turn into more damage, but it's not going to be enough. Oh no! The run attack comes through. Actual horrible misinput there, as we do see the baby jump. Not going to be punished though by Shu. Really trying to collect themselves here, as they are at an insane disadvantage. Oh my god, that strafe is insane. Forced back now. Smaxy just needs to force trades here. He is on. He just has all of the initiative in this fight, but Shu's not out of it yet. One swap over to Red Feather. Good press. Beautiful pre-space out there on that one. Forced back in now. Shu is not out of it yet. 100 HP and a dream on the board, LB. We do see these keeping up that lightning grease, keeping up that pressure. He's going to hit him. Tier is now gone. It is all, whatever health you see here and only the little trickle of regen you're going to see is all we have on the board here. 700 to 82. Shu needs to pull this one back, tries to go for a JL1. But it's not going to be enough, LB. And it's 4-4. We'll make a song out of this one. Holy moly.
Yeah, great play from Smaxy there to just immediately find pressure on that. We saw those really early rolls into that really early vortex, but I gotta say, hats off to Shu for really sticking that one in. I mean, she decided, nope, I don't want to do this all over again. I don't want to do another best of 9. I want to win this. I want to end this now. And she did a great job of trying to pull that back in this particular. I mean, you're talking down 230 health and just finds the pressure and keeps everything moving forward. The Hoarfrost Stomp, at first I was a little confused to see it, but I gotta say it's giving a lot of pressure in these late round fights, right? It's like, oh, you only have 100 health, I'm just gonna stomp at you and force you to do something. But again, Shu, great spacing there. When she put on an absolute clinic in the last few fights of this, if it wasn't for the few mistakes early on, this could have been a very different ending match.
Yeah, and looking at that there, they had a great opportunity on those Hoarfrost Stomps to try and land some big damage off of those JL1s. We didn't see it. I think that jump R1 to end that one out was more of an act of desperation, more so than anything else. It's pretty rough. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, we do have both of our contestants in. This is going to be match point. LBU, I'm hyped. Count me
I'm so ready for this one. We're going to be in 3, 2, and 1.
And away goes the bolt, and the physics are drunk. The roars are out. We're not going to see any daggers here. Immediately, right off the bat, that pressure there from Smaxy. Forced back now is Shu. Tries to go for that crouch R1, but Smaxy has that on read. He knows it's coming. Forced into the corner now is Shu. Has to... Oh, there it is. Manages to get it. The anti-air that comes up is going to eat that little bit of damage. Good press here on the side of Smaxy. Forcing Shu from one end to the other. Is this tennis that we're seeing? As she's forced from one side of the arena to the other. Tries to pre-space out that jump attack, but just not quite with it. Smaxy has the read down. Does go for that strafe. We see Shu going for that. Tried to get a little bit more damage off on it. That is an insane health deficit there, but up against the corner, the jump attack comes out super late to try and get that hit. And there we go. We are going to see Smaxy here going for those run attacks. Is going to eat that little bit of damage. Eats another one. Forced back now once again. This is evened out next to immediately. About 1,000 HP to about 596 by the looks of things. Both sides are relatively even here. Shu can even this out with proccing that tier. However, are we going to see it? The run attack comes out, goes for that, tries to force that back. We are going to see now Shu just keeping those crouches here, trying to maybe force out a trade or something. Look at that pressure, though. He's right in on top of her, trying to force some kind of a roll or something. Beautiful roll out there at the backswing. Goes for a jump attack, but it's from far too far away. As we are going to see
Smaxy a little too wise to that jump attack, and we've seen it in the last 3 rounds now. She's trying to throw it out, but there we do see the poke comes through. The tier is going to get popped now. Smaxy trying to move his way into the corner. Shu on the back foot here, finds the R1, going for the pressure now, finds the R1, going into it again, and
that's the reset.
And that's going to force us for the reset.
That is going to be it. We are back to 0-0 once again. And just as a heads up, everyone, This next stock is going to be a best of 5 to finish it out. Oh my god. What a round so far, LB. Do you have like... On that entire stock, we've seen some really commanding damage come out here on the side of Shu. And obviously, funny little glitch there on the side of Seamless. You know it's real when your opponent's feet disappear all the way through.
Absolutely. It wouldn't be sham sheer pressure if you could see their feet. But yeah, just the pressure from, again, Smaxy is so good at being down in the fight and pulling things back. We've seen almost every single match that he's had today, he's had points where he was very low, that he absolutely should have lost the fight, but then just found a way to pull it on back. You see he gets the early proc on the tier for Shu, and then from that point, he just has an advantage, and he's looking to press it. Good Vortex comes out from Shu, but again, PSGS is one of those things that once you get used to somebody playing it, the Vortexes, they have to really mix them up to catch you with them, right? Yeah. Because it's one of those things that when you're holding something like Shamshir, it can be spooky for them to just try to wait for a roll, you know what I mean?
No, for sure. But, ladies and gentlemen, the finals, real and true, we are going to see Smaxy versus Doesn't Matter Shu. I'm stoked for this one, LB. I will give you the count in 3. Well, I will in a second. In a 3, in a 2, and a 1. Boom!
Alrighty, and a nice little reset in our nice final best of 5 here, as we do see the respective buffs we've seen a few times, and Smaxy wasting no time. This time, Shu, though, able to get away from the corner. The jumping R1 now coming out. Smaxy trying to find the pressure in off of that. Goes for a jump of his own. Shu able to punish it immediately. Going for the Vortex. Unable to actually land that, though, as we do see Smaxy getting away, resetting a little bit here. The Talisman swaps are coming through, and now he's trying to find a way to get this pressure onto Shu. The jumping R1 not quite going to land, as he's really trying to keep the pressure forward. The R1 also unable to land, but the crouching R1 comes out. The anti-air attempt from Shu, though, as we do see a little bit of a health advantage still in favor of Shu as she's trying to find the pressure forward. There's that JR1 we've seen so many times from her, so well executed, trying to find the pressure forward with Smaxy just not letting her through. The miss input is going to get punished, though, from the side of Smaxy. Great strafe on that and deciding, you know what, I'm just going to press R1 and find the pressure, but good trade comes out from Shu there. Again, she has the health. She can force these trades a little bit as long as she doesn't get caught by some of these backswings, but as I say, it looks like she does get hit by an R1 there, levels it out a little bit more. She has to be a little more careful with her trades, use that health as a resource, as they do see the jumping R2 coming out. The backswing does manage to catch, but not before it is traded out by the side of Shu here, as we do just see a true reset. This match has been so even all the way through, but the fists are now coming out. The trades are going to be in favor of the fists here, but going for these vortexes is the side of Shu as she's trying to go and does manage to find it, you know, takes the time, make sure she's going to land the roll catch. Smaxy thinks he's free and clear, and she finds that crouch. What a great set of pressure from Shu there.
And a really nice tally swap there coming out from the side of Smaxy, getting that bubble, that self-proc there by switching back over to the health talismans, and we're seeing that vortex come out again. Shu is locking in. They do not want to be in a position where they're going to have to fight from behind, especially in as short a set as this. Best of 5 is very, very risky. You only have a very limited amount of time as you're stuck in the corner. You're going to eat some damage on the back foot, but does manage to actually break this one back. Are we going to see it tries to go for a trade? And that's going to be Smaxy taking the first stock of this bracket reset. Oh my lord. So confident going in there and just getting that crazy damage. Shu putting themselves into the corner was just so rough. And we just have a quick question from YouTube chat who says that why the reset? So because Doesn't Matter Shu managed to get through all of winner's bracket, it would be unfair if it just ended in one exchange, so this is their second chance. That is why that the bracket reset happens. They technically go into loser's bracket and do it again. That is the notion behind that, Chris. So I hope that helps. And most of the tournaments function like that with double elimination. But
are we seeing Serpent Hunter?
The shunter must shunt. Oh my god. Okay. LB. Are you ready?
I am all set. We have Smaxy up 1-0 in this best of 5 in the blue. Shu changing it up to the Serpent Hunter in the right. And in 3, 2, 1.
Boom. The bolt is on its way. We are going to see the physics here from both of them. Shu has to change the strategy just a little bit if they want to be able to move on to this next one, as the Hoarfrost Stomp is going to come out. Beautiful, a bit of damage there. Running attack comes out there. The R2s, though, on those fists just go hard, as we are going to see that beautiful... Oh my god, that strafe was crisp. Forcing back out there. Shu is in a spot of botter, as we are going to see those runaways come out, but the running attack comes through, is going to eat that jumping attack, and that's the risk of Shunter. Force back now once again. We are going to see the tier is going to be procced on the side of Shu. Tries to go for the anti-air, tries to set up for some backstab pressure, but that's Shu is so far behind here, and these strafes are coming out left and right. That is how you fight Shunter, LB. You just force out those strafes. Good dead angle there on the side of Shu, but is it going to be too little too late? 800 plus tier to 715, but is going to eat that damage. Good jitter out there on the side of Shu, expecting some counter pressure. Are we going to see that mixed up though? Are we going to see that as Shu walks into it?
Ooh.
And that's going to be 2-0 in this best of 5. LB, this could be it.
The end attack there went insane. He just said, and it's one of those things that's, I like the idea of trying something different here from Shu, but with the way that Smaxy's been moving, I don't know if Serpent Hunter is the play, right? Because you see, like, in the PSGS matches, he's even managing to strafe some of these attacks that once you hand a super strafeable attack, and he had some beautiful strafes come through by the end there. And again, the Vortex was still something to see there from Shu. And yeah, that backstab would have been worth, I think, if she committed to the backstab, but obviously it's so risky nowadays if you commit to the back. Look at that strafe.
Yeah,
if you commit to the backstab and you get stuck in that animation, you know what I mean? It's a very risky thing to go for. Almost had the strafe there, but really good dead angle came through from Shu to make sure that she could try to continue that forward. But the Serpent Hunter play is really, really good, but with the movement and the pressure of fists, I'm curious if we're going to see it again.
Yeah, it remains to be seen here on this one, LBU, but this could be it. This could be all she wrote here on this one. Smaxy up 2, Shu 0 in a best of 5. LBU on a 3, on a 2, on a 1. Allez.
All right, Bolt is out. It's going to be match point against Shu here, as we do see the Sham Share pressure immediately trying to find it, going for that quick R1, but Shu, wise this time, finds the pressure. We do see her off of the Serpent Hunter. Decided to let's go back to good old faithful and make it work. The pressure coming through from Smaxy. Phenomenal rolls from Shu, going for that R1. Great spacing from the side of Smaxy. Smaxy has shown up to this one, and as we just see this backswing pressure coming through, running away. Says, nope, stay away from me, but walks right back into it, as now the pressure coming through that rolling R1, sorry, the crouch R1 is going to find the damage there. As you do see the R1s coming through from the fist on the side of Smaxy, and Smaxy, after taking all of that damage, still has a health lead, and with how much that pressure that those fists can do, but Shu looking to change that away, actually goes for a neutral L1. I'm sure that was an input drop, but a very interesting choice there if it wasn't, but we do see the pressure now coming through in the back corner, the R1 coming through from the Shamshir, going for that spin slash, just trying to find any bit of pressure that we can is the side of Smaxy, and Shu going for that running attack is fortunately going to get punished out on that, is now falling close to where those tiers are going to proc. Great roll comes through from the side of Smaxy, and then we see that neutral R1 catches, but the pressure now coming out from Smooth. Shu decides not to stay in after that. I think it was a wise choice. We see the immediate press coming out from Smaxy, as if she had great R1 poke there, is going to be able to get that extra range needed to find that pressure. As the R1 now coming through, the tier has been procced in the back corner. As you see the jump come through, the huge jump comes through, and the Vortex is going to follow, and we're going to see another L1 come through, and so incredibly low now is the side of Smaxy. Smaxy needs to back up, get that feather on. We've seen him come back from deficits like this. You see Shu already on that blue feather, not wanting to give this one up, ready to stay in this tournament at all costs. We see the jumping attack come through. It's going to get missed out, though. And you see the L1's going to come through. Unfortunately, is going to miss the rolling attack's going to catch there from the side of Smaxy. Smaxy trying to level this one out as soon as he can here. The jumping R1 is going to miss. The fist coming out from the side of Smaxy, though, running to clean this one up in the back corner. The rolls, oh my god! Pressure's not going to find, though, and the R1's going to hit, and the running attack nearly lands there. The spacing comes through, and the R1 to pressure it. 15 health now on the side of Shu. The Hoarfrost stomp coming through, trying to find some pressure. Is the side of Smaxy. No! Jenny goes through, and he finds it, and Smaxy cleans the reverse sweep.
Absolutely insane, LBU. What a tournament. I think we need to watch that one back. I think that's what we need to do here. That was absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. And what a way to finish out this beginners tournament here. Beautiful showing here from the side of both of them. Smaxy did a phenomenal job of keeping up that pressure all the way through. Shu changing up those timings in that last round, catching with that rare, very, very rare from Shu, throwaway L1. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. Really, really solid stuff. And you know what? What a way to finish out the tourney, LB. That's all I have to say. Both players played this absolutely phenomenally. They deserve the ability to no longer play Elden Ring. And man, just just so many good interactions on how you should engage in certain against certain setups. Just like look at that pressure there at the end, and just that roll failed at the end there, and he realized he had the crouch coming through. The backstep there was a misinput there on that one as well, and then that running attack then to get that little bit of pressure off, go for those run attacks. Bruh, that's all I have to say. Bruh, so well played to both, and an absolute pleasure to have you in bracket.
Really good bait from Smaxy there at the end, throwing that dagger, finding that chip damage. You know that if they want to win this one out, they pretty much have to roll in, and that's where you're just going to win on those fists. But absolutely insane fights from both sides. That was some of the best PSGS I've seen played in a very long time. Really good spacing came through from Shu, and a lot of those, again, those jump L ones were just nuclear, and the JR ones to keep them away, just so well played.
I found it kind of interesting, just as like a kind of a more discursive piece. Obviously, looking at like those jump R1s, they worked when Smaxy was playing from the pocket, right? That was when it worked. But when Smaxy was playing that long keep away game, I understand why Shu did it, to try and close that gap, maybe put him under threat, maybe push in and try and get a little bit of extra damage done. But man, just punished every single time she did it when he was low health. Just like, mwah. Chef's kiss to both of them. LBU, do you have any closing thoughts for this magnificent tournament that we've hosted? It's been a while.
Yes, I mean, it's been a lot of fun. Huge thanks to all the players. I mean, this is it's always fun when you can get a full bracket for something, especially something along the lines of this. Again, huge hats off to you for putting together such a cool way to get people introduced to leaderboard, get them introduced to tournaments, get them introduced to the PvP scene as a whole. I do think with the way the state of the retail of the game is on PC, it can be hard for new players to find a way in. This is an excellent way to do that. So, I mean, again, hats off to you. Phenomenal setup that you have here, as always. Phenomenal casting from your end, and just perfect showmanship.
Now, not only do I want to give a warm thank you to LBU, this I was actually, when you had offered, I think I did a little smile. It has been far too long, brother, since we've had the absolute pleasure of casting together, and you know the taste hostess of Elden Ring is definitely goes hard. So I hope to see you around again for more of them. But there are more. Than you or I, there are more people that needed to be thanked for all this. To Emilia, Soviet Spaceship, for making the tourney app. To KGel for walking me through actually getting all these overlays and stuff like that set up. Couldn't have done it without him. To Amira, the wonderful Amy, and Jack, and KGel again, and all the Den staff for all of the stuff that they've done here. I think you and I can both agree that they've done one hell of a good job in our absence, brother.
Absolutely, it's the amount of like what you see for technology and just how the fights look is so incredibly, like, from the leaps beyond what we saw in like even Dark Souls 3, right? When we kind of put everything together, like it is not even close to the same type of stuff. So huge hats off to everybody.
Do you remember?
It looks amazing.
Do you remember how hyped we were when we got the jankiest of all health bars set up for that EU tournament?
Yeah,
and we thought we'd met it at that point, but yeah, look at how far everything has come and how crisp and clean and just absolutely stunning all the people have taken those early days. And you know what? Well played to our contestants and to everyone who joined in, LB. Do you have any closing thoughts before we crack on?
Nothing crazy. Just again, thanks for having me, and look forward to seeing people around on the next sets.
While we find someplace cozy to raid into, folks, you have a wonderful evening, and again, big congrats to the wonderful Ominors, particularly. Big thank you to Ominors. Big fan.
Hi, Ominors.
But yeah, we'll talk to you all again, and stay tuned next week for the PSN beginners bracket, and I'll see you all then at 5:30 Irish time on a Thursday. Take care. Bye-bye.